All right, we're going to begin. On behalf of the Schiller Institute, we want to welcome everybody here today, to welcome you who are gathered around the United States and in various locations in the world. We have called this day and this memorial occasion the triumph of Lyndon LaRouche. In reality, however, this story is the tale and triumph of two people. On October 12, 1988, over 30 years ago, at Germany's Kempinski Hotel, 1 year before the Berlin Wall would fall, Lyndon LaRouche stated to a baffled press corps, "I can assure you that what I present to you now on the subject of the prospects for the reunification of Germany is a proposal which will be studied most seriously among the relevant establishment circles inside the United States. Under the proper conditions, many today will agree that the time has come for early steps toward the reunification of Germany, with the obvious prospect that Berlin might resume its role as the capital." A little over a year later, on November 9th, 1989, the Berlin Wall would come down. On October 3rd, 1990, Germany would be reunified. Berlin, once again, would become the capital. Within the hours immediately after November 9th, Lyndon LaRouche, then in prison, would begin outlining the policy that the world now calls by various names: the New Silk Road, the Belt and Road Initiative. And the Schiller Institute would travel into the former Warsaw Pact countries and to Russia and China to advocate that idea. The world came to know this idea as a new dialogue of civilizations opposed to what was then called the Clash of Civilizations. As with the character Florestan in Beethoven's opera Fidelio, LaRouche had dared to speak the truth, and chains, imprisonment, were his reward. And as with Florestan and Fidelio, Helga Sepp LaRouche, the founder and head of the Schiller Institute, through her tireless advancement of the New Silk Road and of what is now called the World Land Bridge, through her embodiment of the dialogue of civilizations, and through her devotion to the poet of freedom, Friedrich Schiller, would lead the successful campaign to free Lyndon LaRouche from jail. Today's triumph of Lyndon LaRouche is possible because of her. It's my honor, as always, to introduce Helga Sepp LaRouche, founder of the Schiller Institute.
This is a unique moment in all our lives, where we assemble here for the memory and honor of our beloved Lynn. Lynn changed the life of most of us in the most profound way. And if we ask ourselves, where would I have been if not for the unbelievable privilege to have met Lynn, the most creative thinker of our times? If one looks around in our society today, so many ill-spent lives, people drowned in material greed, chasing for money, objects, entertainment. Some are very successful, they make lots of money, but their soul since long has been eaten up by more want. Many are not so successful. They can't make ends meet. Lynn opened the door to true humanity for most of us personally. And in countless numbers of discussions he had with people over the long span of his life, he touched the lives of thousands and thousands of people in the United States, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America. He actually changed the life and touched them in a profound way in most countries of this planet, on 5 continents. Lynn would talk to many groups and individual young people. He would lighten up the fishermen of Peru. He would tell the shoemakers of Italy about shoemaking. He would speak with Italian legislators and legislators around the world. He would teach entrepreneurs about physical economy. He would talk to trade unionists, teachers, scholars, the best musicians of the world. He opened the door to truth and knowledge to many, many people. And many of those said that Lynn knew more about their field of expertise than they, the experts themselves, and that he was able to change the trajectory of their thinking. The existence of Lynn is a miracle. He defied all obstacles to the assertion of his powerful intellect. He felt himself as a young person, an ugly duckling who would not fit in the banal environment which surrounded him. But when he was a young adult, he already had the inner strength to reject any intellectual corruption. But Lynn added something to that talent. He had, for most people, unimaginable intellectual diligence and rigor. He was truly a truth-seeking person, a universal thinker who conquered and added something to almost all relevant basic fields of knowledge: the natural sciences, classical music, poetry, history, and the great Norbert Breinin, after 2 days of very intense discussions, said, "This man knows so much more about music than I do." You could say the same thing about Lynn's knowledge of history, the American history, the history of the Soviet Union, of Africa, of European philosophy. And in all of these fields, and I probably forgot half of them, he made unique discoveries and added qualitative breakthroughs in them. Out of all of this universal knowledge, he developed his own science of physical economy. And it was recognized by many outstanding scholars in many countries that his was the most profound economic method in the field of economics as such. Lynn's motivation for his work was and is love for humanity. He was working, when he was working on a project, he would work for 20 hours a day. And he would produce in his best times 60 to 80 pages with footnotes so that the editorial would have absolutely no work to change anything. He could not stand the idea of suppression of the potential of people, be it that they would live in poverty, like he would not endure the idea of poverty in the developing countries. And he started to hate empire as that form of government which does that to people. But he also would not stand the oppression through erroneous ideas about the laws of the physical universe, because such errors would lead to the self-destruction of cultures and civilizations. I have never seen or heard of anybody who was so absolutely focused on the necessary changes of the system of oppression and so absolutely focused on replacing it with his own vision of a more human and beautiful world. This view enabled him to recognize very early in the 60s the devastating danger of the rock sex counterculture. and look at the United States today in terms of that culture. If Lynn would have been president, and he could have been, because he was on a very good way in the 1984 campaign and the Illinois campaign of '86, this would never have happened. And but for the operation of the neoliberals and neocon establishment, he would have put the world in order. Think about the changes he already started to effect. The development of Latin America through his cooperation with Lopez Portillo. The beautiful idea of overcoming poverty in India through his working with Indira Gandhi on a 40-year development plan for the subcontinent. He was about to overcome the military blocs of NATO and the Warsaw Pact through his conception of the SDI, the idea to end geopolitics and to proceed with the idea of one humanity. Think about what would have happened if his conception of using the science driver effect of the SDI to bring new technologies based on new physical principles to the developing countries, the gigantic technology transfer, making it possible for these countries to leapfrog to the most advanced modes of production. For several decades, the alleviation of poverty in Africa, Asia, and the United States would have happened. You would have universal education of every child already in the second generation and of educated youth in the developing sector. In the United States, you would have a public debate of the issues Lynn raised in his beautiful speech of 1988 in Chicago in the Food for Peace conference, to make the African deserts a lush garden, to produce enough food for the world population. There would be a debate in the United States not about the Games of Thrones, but about the Einstein theory of general relativity and the laws of the universe. He would have musicians discuss the principles of thorough composition in the tradition of the span of composition from Bach to Brahms. He would have caused scientists to have a deep understanding of the principle of life, where they would have found a solution and cure to most illnesses. The creativity per se would be the highest value in society, and all would experience the intellectual joy of a new international renaissance. And we, who worked with Lynn, had the privilege of getting a taste of what it means to live in the world of ideas. If Lynn would have become president, the whole United States and the world, this Renaissance spirit would have become the intellectually hegemonic power. The United States is very fortunate to have such a person with such a beautiful mind and such a prophetic vision. Lynn and I had a meeting once with the Bishop of Rome, and he said, Lynn is a man of providence. And I absolutely agree, because Lynn's life and his life's work is in absolute tune with the intention of creation. It's a tragedy for the people of the United States and the rest of the world that the evil powers of the present were able to derail this effort, at least temporarily. And a breakthrough for all of humanity will be associated with Lynn's ideas. But Lynn's vision of a fully developed world becoming a reality in the form of the World Land Bridge is now happening, of a new form of international relations among nations, of a dialogue of classical cultures replacing confrontation, and of the vision of an international cooperation of colonizing the moon and a joint Mars mission. His enemies, who are the enemies of humanity and the happiness of the people, they prevailed in the short term. But they are already haunted by the Irinis. They may be have been able to cover up their crimes for a short while. But there is this higher power of natural law which will bring their crimes to the light of the day. Lynn, on the contrary, has earned eternal life. His life is in the simultaneity of eternity. His mind and ideas transcend all places and times. Lynn is now in a realm like shown in the School of Athens. He is with Socrates and Plato, with Confucius, Kepler, Leibniz, Bach, Beethoven, Einstein, and Vernadsky, and all the best minds of all times and all cultures. You are immortal, beloved Lynn.
It's important to try to capture the excitement that Lyndon LaRouche felt when he ran into people that were trying to do something good. Such was an occasion in 2003 when he was invited to give a presentation in Queens to a Pakistani educational and service organization. Lynn was running for president, as he usually did, but this audience had never heard a presidential candidate like this.
Friends, if you look around the world today, you have two pictures. One, a fearful one, a spread of war, threat of war, terror. On the other hand, in Asia in particular, Eurasia in general, there's a new movement, new cooperation among the nations of Asia, steps toward cooperation. Pakistan, India, China, Southeast Asia, Iran, nations of Central Asia, Russia, moving toward Europe. The world is in a great crisis, great economic crisis. The financial system is in danger of collapse and will collapse, but we can fix that. Governments have the power to fix those kinds of problems, and life will go on. The problem is, above all, is the mind of the people of the world. And is the case of Pakistan, as you have emphasized with your program, the supportive education program. The problem is, look at the faces of the poor of the world. Not only Pakistan, but the poor of India, the poor of Southeast Asia. And you look in the eyes of poverty, or poverty in Africa. What do you see? You see a mind which is the human mind, which is capable of doing everything every other human mind can do in general. But you see that the lack of education, the lack of hope, the lack of connection is like a prison. It's not only a prison in denying them the knowledge they need to have the skills to produce, but it's a psychological prison, a spiritual prison. They don't know the world in which they live. The world in which they live in the large is a stranger. It's a frightening stranger. And so therefore, when it comes to the kind of project with which you are concerned here tonight, the project of education for the poor, especially of Pakistan, who otherwise would not have the education that you're working to provide for them, we think that the spiritual goal is almost as important, or maybe more important, than the economic goal. How are we going to save Pakistan from the things that frighten it? It's largely poverty. Since the split off of Bangladesh, Pakistan has been a poor country, lacking independent resources as the type it had before. The people become poor. They become poorer. I recall the case, I was involved in the case of Prime Minister Bhutto. Prime Minister Bhutto was involved in an affair that I was pushing in Colombo, Sri Lanka in 1975. We had a meeting of the Non-Aligned Nations Group who resolved on a just new world economic order. And every one of the leaders who participated in a leading role in Asia were either killed, as Mr. Bhutto was killed, or they were put out of office, as Mrs. Bandanayake of Sri Lanka, as Mrs. Gandhi of India, and so forth. The project failed, but the desire for a just new world economic order persists today and is more alive in a sense than ever before, with a new spirit of cooperation in Asia. So the problem we face is giving the poor, who are many in Asia, giving them a sense of economic opportunity, a sense of peace because they have something to fight for. Peace to have the opportunity to lead distant lives, not to waste their lives in war, in conflicts of that nature. Without this, without education, they can't do it. They cannot participate. We will leave the poor of the world still poor. For example, in the history of mankind until modern times, the fate of man was a very bad one. A few people who ruled hunted some people down as wild animals and killed them or captured them. Other men they herded as we herd cattle. And they were not allowed to rise much above the status of cattle. Their humanity was denied them. We still around the world today have poor who are being denied humanity. They're being denied the knowledge to elevate themselves above the level of virtual human cattle, who are sometimes cared for well, sometimes not. But in a sense, they go into the fields, they go into the stall, they are milked, they work as animals do. And the function of education is both to provide the individual with the ability to participate efficiently in society, but also to realize their potential as a human being. The other aspect of it, which is important as I see it around the world today, is pessimism. In the United States, there is great pessimism. There's a fiction of pessimism in politics. We sometimes call corruption in politics, and it is corruption, is a fruit of pessimism. People say you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't change the way things are going. You can't improve the political system. You can't solve the problems. You've got to learn to live with the problems. Pessimism. And pessimism leads to corruption. And around the world, the same problem. Pessimism. Pessimism in Africa, especially in black Africa. Pessimism in Europe. Pessimism in Eastern Europe. And less so in China. China's more confident. But fear in Korea. Fear what might happen. Fear in Japan. So the most important thing, in my view, in my experience, in leadership is optimism. Not arbitrary optimism, not false optimism, but knowledgeable optimism. The knowledge that we can, if we will, can do the things that have to be done. And optimism sometimes comes as a result of education. When a child relives some of the great inventions and discoveries of the past, or learns more about the world, the child becomes optimistic in the sense that people before him or her were able to do something. And they get a sense, if I know, I can do something. I remember when I was a child, growing up later, when young children would be brought into a family circle, what would the older people ask the child? What are you going to do when you grow up? And the child in my time would often have a very clear image. I'm going to do this. Why are you going to do that? What's your purpose? The child would have a sense of what they were going to do. They were optimistic. I know that in the period of World War II, when the United States had gone through a great period of pessimism in the 1920s and early 1930s, we began to come out of that pessimism during the period of the 1930s and the war. We were able to meet the challenge of war and the challenge of the hope of peace which Roosevelt represented because there was optimism in the people. I saw things happen in wartime, under wartime conditions, which expressed optimism, optimism. People would do what they thought was impossible because they were optimistic. And the function, I think, of education, especially the education in poor countries, is to give the child the basis for belief in optimism, for the belief that we can do things, that the belief that by cooperating we can make things different, we can change things for the better. And that's what I look for. I'm privileged now because of my work internationally in dealing with countries in South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, Europe, elsewhere. I see that there's the possibility of optimism. But then I see, when I look at the poor countries, such as Pakistan and India, which have many poor, even though many are not poor, but many poor, I think what will happen to the effort to build peace in this part of the world if we leave the mass of the population, the majority of the population, ignorant and poor, with a sense of hopelessness that can become a disease that can destroy all our wonderful aspirations. So I must say briefly, that to be as brief as possible, I can say much more about many things, and maybe you would like to ask me about some of these things later tonight. That this is a very worthy cause. It's a small part of what is needed. But sometimes we set an example by a small effort and hope that others will be inspired by what is accomplished by the small effort, and hope that therefore that example will inspire others to do more. And I shall go on as I will. If you ask me about it later tonight, I'll tell you what I'm going to do about this situation. I'm confident that the United States can change. It can change from what it is now. It can change quickly. What we're doing now is wrong, but it can change. It doesn't have to go on like this. And I'm determined to bring that change about. And being an older man, I have nothing to fear. And therefore, I can go ahead and do it. I'll try to do it at least. But I think one should not be pessimistic. I know what goes on in the United States. I know the persecution of so-called minority groups. I know the persecution of Islamic populations, of people from Islamic backgrounds. This is a melting pot country. We have everybody in this country. This is not a country of Anglo-Saxons. It's a melting pot nation from all parts of the world: Chinese, Koreans, Mexican Americans, Spanish-speaking Americans of all kinds, all branches of Europe, Turkey, the Middle East, Egypt. They're all here. This is a melting pot country in which the richness of the country is the fact that we're a melting pot country. We live together, and by living together with cultures and different backgrounds, we have an understanding of what peace means. It means we're united by a common purpose to create a society and a world that works in a certain way. I'm convinced we can do it. And I'm convinced that you should be optimistic too with me. I think we can change this. I'm determined to change it. I think we can succeed. And what you're doing in this cause for youth, for the young people in Pakistan, is just one more of those things, those good things that is done, which make the world a better place to live in. Thank you.
If the trumpet should give an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself to the battle? What is the music by means of which truth is conveyed? To whom is it given to speak the truth boldly and plainly, without artifice, but with art? What is the art of telling the truth? In a 1994 speech at Howard University, Lyndon LaRouche said, "Music, I should say, is a serious business. It's an essential part of language." Hold for a minute. It's an essential part of language. It's an essential part of developing the moral and intellectual capabilities of those who participate in it. The soul of an idea is not contained in its words, which are only at best its shadow. Truth has a music which is not swallowed up in mere sound. The poet John Keats stated, "Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter." Why? The poet Edgar Poe speaks about unthought-like thoughts, which are the souls of thought. The poet uses words to point away from themselves in order to point us away from the shadow of ourselves. We are a single, indivisible humanity in which our immortality resides. Our individual lives, while mortal, are the necessary instrument of human creativity. But immortality is also a choice. Lyndon LaRouche warned us about that many times. Whole societies often choose extinction over immortality. For Hamlet, immortality was the undiscovered land from which no traveler returns. For Mozart, immortality was a land where all the voices, the instruments, the notes, and the intervals of his symphonies were heard simultaneously. That was how he heard music, in a simultaneity that could only be experienced in a timeless time. Immortality was neither an intimation nor an aspiration for Mozart, or Bach, or Beethoven. It was a daily practice, a very serious business. If the greatest work of art would be the creation of true political freedom, the voice of that artist must indeed sound a certain trumpet. Many speak, but few sing. Lyndon LaRouche was a singer whose chosen instrument was the mind of his audience and whose economy of thought could awaken the Lazarus of the American Revolution, whom its enemies proclaimed to be dead, though, as LaRouche knew, it merely sleeps. Though his proposals were often defeated, the objective, justice, including economic justice for all people that LaRouche had espoused, that Schiller and Beethoven had famously expressed in their Ninth Symphony, the desire that all men shall be brothers, that was the spark that drove him. As Schiller wrote in the play Don Carlos, a purpose that higher reason has conceived, which men's afflictions urge, 10,000 times defeated, may never be abandoned.
I am seeking for a city. Hallelujah. I am seeking for a city. Hallelujah. For a city into the kingdom. Hallelujah. For a city into the kingdom. Hallelujah. Oh Lord, don't fear, no waste time, children, oh glory, hallelujah. For I hope to shout glory when this world is on fire, children, oh glory, hallelujah. There's a better day coming, hallelujah. There's a better day coming, hallelujah. When I leave this world of sorrow, hallelujah, to join that holy number, hallelujah. Oh Lord, don't fear, no waste time, children, oh glory, hallelujah. For I hope to shout glory when this world is on fire, children, oh glory, hallelujah. Oh Lord, don't fear, no waste time, children, oh glory, hallelujah. For I hope to shout glory when this world is on fire, children. Oh glory, hallelujah.
One of the things which was most delicious was we stopped in Leipzig, and I had a very unusual experience in the sense of participating for several hours in auditing the rehearsal of the Thomaner Corps in Leipzig. And then the next evening, at the evening Vesper service, hearing the performance of the complete repertoire for that week at the service and being able to compare what had been gone through with the rehearsal and what was heard in the evening. Now, let me just qualify for those who may not know it. Some of you here do know this. The Thomas Cathedral Choir is a separate school, has been in existence since the year AD 1212. It has, according to all reputation, an unbroken singing program that it would sing every week on Friday evening at Vesper service. And that's been going on since AD 1212. The nearest thing they had to a break was in the middle of the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, at which point they were down to 3 boys because the Black Death was killing off the singers, but they still sang. So the word is that they've sung for almost 800 years. Now, the discipline is tremendous. The cantor who was conducting the performance is himself a product of the school and was a very trained musician, about 40 years of age, but a full bearer of the tradition. Let me just identify the tradition, and then I'll come back to in due course how it bears on here. Every week, these boys, who range from 7 to about 18, that is, it's a secondary school program, they are chosen for their voice and their musicality. But they're given a full gymnasium education, like a secondary school, from that time until they complete graduation. Their musical work is done as a part of the total program of studies. Each week, from the beginning of the week until Friday, 4 days a week, normally, except this particular week where they only had 3 days because of a holiday. Four days or 3 days a week in this case. They start from scratch with a completely new repertoire for that week's Friday evening Vesper service. They learn from scratch. They then perform on Friday, and the following week take up a complete new program. So in about 3 years or so, they've gone through pretty much the entire Bach motet and cantata repertoire. And they won't forget it, I assure you. They never will forget it. I saw the performance. Not only are they well trained, but this particular discipline is very important. I've seen perhaps not as many rehearsals as some of you have seen, but I've seen a number. And I can tell you the density in the rehearsal, the density of direction was about as intense as I've ever seen. But the boys were responsive and trained and able to do it. During the 3-hour rehearsal, there was a break of about 15 minutes, in which these very serious, intent young boys and older boys, sitting in their chairs, cross-legged otherwise, but nonetheless singing and very intent in the most professional manner, suddenly turned into boys, fresh boys. And they raced out of the area into the yard, played soccer, then came back in as fresh as they had left and sat down sedately, or as sedately as boys can do, in their chairs, and they concentrated totally on what they were doing. So it was total concentration and total training and a masterful direction. Now, the particular work, which was the featured work of the Friday program, which they were rehearsing this Thursday morning when we were in there, Thursday noontime, was Jesu meine Freude, which is one of the most difficult motets to perform adequately, not to perform it, but to perform it adequately in the motet repertoire. It has challenges in there which are rather astonishing. The boys were learning it. The direction was intense. The management of the direction was intense. Nothing passed. Everything was corrected. Diction, approaches, everything was involved. The following evening, I missed the intervening rehearsal, which was done as the dress rehearsal in the morning on Friday. But we were at the evening rehearsal, and I tell you, one of the few times in recent years hearing a musical performance, the tears came spontaneously flowing out of my eyes. Couldn't hold them back. The performance was magnificent. Everything that they had been taught, that they had rehearsed, every correction came through in the performance. And better, of course, much better. The boys came in intent. There are about 80 of them. 2 groups, the young boys who were the pre-voice change and the young men who were the older after voice change. They came in with a counter behind, every one of them fully concentrated as a musical performer, prepared to perform. And that moment of total concentration that's required before you've got the idea of your composition in your head, before you start to perform. They came marching in with that idea in their head, a full program. They performed with precision, with shaping of tone. They sang not on the notes, but they sang between the notes. They knew how to do that. They were trained for that. It's the most remarkable performance of Jesu meine Freude I've ever heard. And it was more remarkable because I had experienced the part of the process of its production in the sense of participating in the rehearsal. And therefore, as you know, you have a much keener sense of the composition when you've lived through the rehearsal. And you're sweating as to how it's going to come out in the final, actually, outflowing the performance.
I'll just let our crew know that we are now officially at the end of the intermission. Corrupting the morals of the youth of Athens. That's what Socrates was charged with by his Athenian enemies on behalf of a Persian empire which feared Socrates above all men. The International Philosophical Association, formed by LaRouche 50 years ago, was composed entirely of youth, thrown up by the tumults of 1963 to 1968, and it was forged in post-assassination America, the assassination of JFK, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. And that association was dedicated to reversing the cultural as well as political defeats of those times. LaRouche was not praised for this, but rather feared and sometimes hated by powerful figures. Despite this, he was joined by youth from the United States, Europe, South and Central America, Asia, Africa, and throughout the world. 30 years later, LaRouche would repeat this initiative, forming what became known as the LaRouche Youth Movement. And in between, he would achieve success in his chosen mission, but would also pay a high price for this success. He would be railroaded, but he would not be silenced. Socrates, the man in whom conscience, consciousness, and inclination were all one thing, was placed on trial in an unjust proceeding, convicted by the Democratic Party of Athens, and sentenced to death. LaRouche would outlive his de facto death sentence, but would not be exonerated despite eloquent objections to this injustice from around the world.
Sometime about December of 1981, a representative of the U.S. government approached me and had asked me if I would be willing to set up an exploratory back-channel discussion with the Soviet government, because the Soviet government wanted, according to them, an additional channel to discuss things. And I said didn't reject the idea. I said, but I have an idea on this question of nuclear missile. It was becoming increasingly dangerous. Forward basing, more precise missiles, electromagnetic pulse. We're getting toward a first strike. It would be very useful to discuss what I proposed in my 1980 election campaign with the Soviet government to see if they'd be interested in discussing such a proposal. This might prove a profitable exploratory discussion. And so from February of 1983, or 82 through February 1982, I did conduct such back-channel discussions with representatives of the Soviet government in Washington, D.C. Those were somewhat fruitful, but ultimately abortive. Kissinger and others became aware of this discussion during the summer of 1982, and their circles were very much opposed to that. The general view was expressed, but that I was getting too big for my britches, and I had to be dealt with. On the question of debt, which some of these people were concerned about, and on this question of strategic missile defense.
This is the most incredible piece of FBI material, one of the most incredible pieces of FBI material that I've ever seen. And
CPUSA name.
we're Communist Party. I'm going to get it. That's the Communist Party of the United States. What this suggests is that the Communist Party has let the FBI know that they want to eliminate Lyndon LaRouche for their political reasons. They consider him to be a politically dangerous person, and the Communist Party wants to eliminate him. If you look at the bottom, New York proposes submitting a blind memorandum to the Daily World to foster these efforts. Here's the FBI climbing in bed with the Communist Party in order to effect the elimination of Lyndon LaRouche from the political scene. I think we all know what that means.
But in what was complex and pervasive utilization of law enforcement, prosecution, media, and non-governmental organizations focused on destroying an enemy. This case must be number one. There are some where the government itself may have done more and more wrongfully over a period of time. But the very networking and combination of federal, state, and local agencies, of executive and even some legislative and judicial branches, of major media and minor local media, and of influential lobbyist types, the ADL preeminently. This case takes the prize.
Henry Kissinger, who we all know by name and some probably remember by reputation and actions, was a very powerful man. Mr. LaRouche took exception with his policies, which he considered to be genocidal, got into a serious row with Mr. Kissinger. And Mr. Kissinger writes to William Webster, the director of the FBI. Here is, within the short period thereafter, Buck Revell, who was the head of counterintelligence for the FBI at the time, is sent this memorandum by William Webster, who was contacted by David Abshire of PIFIAB. That's the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. And these same parties, Henry Kissinger and his colleagues, are now raising before PIFIAB the question as to whether LaRouche, because he seems to have funding from sources that they don't understand, is possibly operating as a foreign intelligence agent, and they want them to look into this. Now, what that does, and the words are bad enough, but the reality is terrifying. This triggers Executive Order 12333, which allows virtually any form of conduct, any activity, to be undertaken as long as it's under this national security cover. So this was the beginning of a national security covered operation against Mr. LaRouche and his colleagues.
The purpose can only be seen as destroying. It's more than a political movement. It's more than a political figure. It is those two. But it's a fertile engine of ideas. A common purpose of thinking and studying and analyzing to solve problems regardless of the impact on the status quo or on vested interests. It was a deliberate purpose to destroy that at any cost.
The most important in history is ideas, especially those ideas which move mankind forward, which are ideas which make the life of generations to come more human. And you can see it in those states which are governed by racism, like I saw it just in Alabama, where I thought Selma would be full of monuments for Martin Luther King, and I mean, I was really totally shocked to see that the opposite was true. You see, when the absence of ideas is the case, like the absence of civil rights, the absence of human rights, how much misery that does to the people. So, for me, the biggest crime, what happened to my husband, is not that he was innocently in jail. And, I'm not saying it was not a hard time, because it was. And, I can only say that, people should feel the heart pain of what also Patricia Morris expressed, that, this is done to real human beings. It's not just some figures and statistics. People suffer. Their whole lives are being destroyed. But the lack of the ability to have important ideas govern history, that is the biggest crime. I'm saying this because, to put a man of great ideas into jail is a crime all by itself because of the ideas. The reason why we were able to mobilize hundreds of parliamentarians and thousands of VIPs from around the globe, why would people from Africa sign the parole request for Lyndon LaRouche? Why would people from Latin America do this? Why would people from around the world, from Russia, why would people come out of completely different cultural worlds to fight for this man? Well, because we not only said this man must be free and his innocence must be proven, but many of them told me and others that they understand that the kind of change in global policy my husband is standing for, the kind of just new world economic order which allows the economic development of Africa, which allows the economic development of the developing countries of Eastern Europe, they say is the only hope for them, for their nation, as far away as it may be.
They led my pierced him in the side, in the side, in the side. They pierced him in the side, in the side, in the side. The blood came twinkling down, and he never said a mumbling word. The blood came twinkling down, and he never said a mumbling word, no, not a word, not a word, not a word. He hung his head and died, and he never said a mumbling word. He hung his head and died, and he never said a mumbling word, no, not a word, not a word, not a word.
Like the case just of Martin Luther King. Now, I never personally met Martin Luther King, but I watched him closely. And I know something about Martin Luther King from people who knew him and his circumstances. And here's a man who's a good man, is a preacher, Baptist preacher, I don't know how they run to this way and that way. But one day somebody appointed him, nominated him to be a leader of the civil rights movement, out of a crowd, so to speak. He took the job as an appointee, like a federal appointee, only this was the civil rights movement. He went from crisis to crisis in a few years from the time that he received that appointment until he went to his death, knowing he was facing death. And in that period of time, he made a number of public speeches of great power and pith. Each of those speeches corresponded to a point of crisis in the history of the civil rights movement. And I saw on television, and I read in the recorded speeches, I read a man who had gone into private, into his own Gethsemane, probably inspired by reading the New Testament, and said, I will drink of this cup. And he came out with an idea, with a lot of people swarming around him. But he came out with the idea, and he presented a concept which took a whole people who were looking to him in the civil rights movement, and he ennobled them. He said, you're not fighting for African American rights, you're fighting for everybody's rights. You're fighting to make the Constitution real. And it was a new idea, a different idea. And as he did with his mountain speech that he gave just before he went, again, a man who had walked into Gethsemane and said, yes, Lord, I will drink of this cup as my Savior before me. And he went out and he drank of the cup, and he inspired people.
Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King once remarked, "You may be 38 years old, as I happen to be, and one day some great opportunity stands before you and calls you to stand up for some great principle, some great issue, some great cause. And you refuse to do it because you are afraid. You refuse to do it because you want to live longer. You're afraid that you will lose your job, or you are afraid that you will be criticized, or that you will lose your popularity, or you're afraid that somebody will stab you, or shoot at you, or bomb your house. So you refuse to take the stand. Well, you may go on and live until you are 90, but you're just as dead at 38 as you would be at 90. And the cessation of breathing in your life is but the belated announcement of an earlier death of the spirit." On April 3rd, 1968, as Mr. LaRouche noted, King gave what became his certainly second best known speech, in which he spoke about the idea of having been to the mountaintop, that like anybody, he would like to live a long life, that longevity had its place, but he just wanted to do God's will, and that he has allowed me to go up to the mountain, and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. And so I'm not worried tonight. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. Many who've never read the speech or heard the speech in its entirety don't know that at the beginning of that speech he points out that if I were seated by the Almighty with a general panoramic view of history, and he asked me, "Martin Luther King, in which age would you like to live?" He talks about Rome, Greece, Egypt. He says, strangely enough, I would turn to the Almighty and say, if you would allow me to live just a few years in the 20th century, I would be happy. And he says, that's a strange statement to make, because the world is all messed up. There's trouble all over the land. There's darkness everywhere. But I know that sometimes when it's darkest is when you can best see the stars.
My primary concern is with ideas. Now, very few people these days really could define what an idea is. Let me give you a definition, and let me relate that back to musical ideas. There's a very simple example of an idea which comes out of Egyptian history, it's actually Greek history, of a measurement or an estimated measurement of the circumference of the earth from pole to pole by Eratosthenes, a member of the Plato Academy, long after Plato had died, who went to Egypt, became the secretary or the librarian of the Alexandria Library, who was responsible for a number of important discoveries in early Greek science and mathematics. And he measured the circumference of the earth through the poles by taking two positions and using a hemispherical sundial in order to capture the angle of the sun cast by a sundial at noontime precisely at different points in Egypt, one north of one in the area of Aswan, the other in Alexandria. And by comparing the angles, the difference in the angles of the sundial on that particular day, by a very simple method of geometry of similar constructions, he estimated the angle from the center of the earth formed by these 2 points on the meridian. And having walked, or having people the distance from Aswan to Alexandria, the point in Alexandria, and knowing the length of that arc, he thus projected that to determine what would be the circumference of the earth, and came out with an estimate of a circular circumference, which is only 50 miles off approximately in terms of the diameter of the earth. The importance of this particular experiment to me is that he made this measurement with that degree of accuracy with nothing more than those crude instruments 2,200 years approximately before the first human being saw the curvature of the earth. That is, he measured something before 2,200 years before anybody saw it, which is not bad. The measurement involves not a measuring of something you can see, but measuring the error in what you see. Now, this is very much like what happens in music, of course. Some people sing the notes. Some people sing between the notes. Because the two notes don't mean anything. It's the interval that means everything. And what that interval means is everything. That in particular in the area which I'm most interested, the discovery of a method of composition or improved method of composition by Mozart, who applied an idea, a discovery by Haydn, to the later work of Bach, and developed a method called motivic thorough composition, which is a characteristic of the classical repertoire from about 1782 through the death of Brahms. This method rests upon the ability to perfect the idea of a composition so that as you prepare yourself to perform it, the idea of the composition, which exists in a kind of timeless sense, that the idea of the composition begins with the first note and ends with the last note, and it's there all the time. It governs the way each note and each interval is performed. Complete concentration. And this is a perfection of that idea of music, to make a composition represent clearly and consistently and coherently a single idea. Just as an example, Eratosthenes reduced the difference between 2 points on the meridian to a single idea, which is the idea of the circumference of the earth and its measurability, before anybody saw it.
We are skipping our intermission. And as soon as the accompanist gets her music, we will resume. I don't see that there's a reason to be that formal at this point in the program. Okay. For those of you who were never at a LaRouche conference, we've now just had a LaRouche conference moment.
Music, I should say, is a very serious business. It is done sometimes in a playful spirit, but it's a very serious business. It's a scientific business. It's not something that goes on the side or simply recreation. It's an essential part of language. It's an essential part of developing the moral and intellectual capabilities of those who participate in it. Man is God's creature in the universe for a mission which we do not know fully, but we know we have to go in a certain direction. And so we should go happily in that direction. And we are able to do so because unlike any other living creature, we have the creative power of reason to change ourselves for the better, to increase our mastery of nature, and to solve the problems that face man with the creatively directed efforts. Now, this occurs normally. We have scientists in laboratories who discover things. They go to the laboratory, they make a proof of principle experiment. When they perfect the experiment, you take it to the machine tool shop and you develop a machine tool principle. And if in the meantime you've educated your population, people can go to work and use a machine which involves that machine tool principle, and we increase the productive powers of labor, and thus man is able to better his condition.
A great man's deeds continue to work upon other men's lives through the ages. For the good a virtuous man can do cannot be done within the span of one man's lifetime. So lives he on beyond his death and works as truly as in life. The virtuous deed, the well-spoken word, fight on, immortal, as he, a mortal, fought. So livest thou too, through measureless time. That idea is the idea that Lyndon LaRouche lived by, lived for. The final line of this poem, dedicated to the composer Ludwig Beethoven. Rejoice in thy eternity. To conclude today's process, we have several things, several pieces of music, and we are passing one of them out to everyone in the audience at the moment. But in terms of the final words we'd like to say today, it's my honor once again to introduce Auguste LaRouche.
I want to give you a quote which William Warfield gave as a contribution to the Festschrift for Lynn's 80th birthday in 2002. Yes, the great Johannes Brahms' Vier Ernste Gesänge has been for me as well his last will and testament. My friend, what can be better than now there remains faith, hope, and love. These three, but the greatest of them all, of these three, is love. Liebe, die Liebe, is the greatest of it all. Lynn, we love you so very much, who you have loved mankind so in such a way, that we make the sacred commitment to carry out and realize your vision, to contribute with all our potential to make the world a better place. You are with us, and we are with you forever. And I say to you what your last words were to me. Ich liebe dich.
Rose lieblich und hold, mit duft'gen Zypressen und Fliedergold, mächtig zieren dies Buch wie nen Totenschrein und sagen meine Lieder hinein. O könnt ich die Liebe Sargen hinzu. Auf dem Grabe der Liebe wächst Blümlein der Ruh. Da blüht es hervor, da pflückt man es ab. Doch mir blüht's nur, wenn ich selber im Grab, wenn ich selber im Grab. Hier sind nun die Lieder, die heim so wild wie ein Lavastrom, der den Ätna entquillt. Er fortführt aus dem tiefsten Gemüt und rings wie blitzende Funken versprüht. Nun liegen sie still und totengleich und starren sie kalt und nebelbleich. Doch aufs Neu die alte Glut sie beliebt, wenn der liebe Geist einst über sie schwebt. Doch aufs Neu die alte Glut sie beliebt, wenn der liebe Geist einst über sie schwebt. Und es wird mir im Herzen Wilhelm laut, der liebe Geist einst über sie taut. Einst kommt dies Buch in deine Hand, du süßes Lieb, du süßes Lieb im fernen Land. Dann löst sich des Liedes Zauberbann, die blassen Buchstaben schauen dich an, sie schauen dir fliehend in schöner Aug und flüstert von Liebmut und
But then I'm going to die. Like all people, I will die. I'm now at an age where I'm riper for that harvest than I was younger. Therefore, the challenge then becomes the transition from you as an emerging leader in society and my role in continuing that and in pushing you and other people like you to make this kind of creative surge forward. And I will pass on. Now, two things happen. First of all, if these creative principles, which have been developed by earlier generations, are realized in the future, that means that mankind is an immortal species. We are not personally immortal. But to the extent that we're creative, we're an immortal species. And the ideas that we contribute to society are permanent contributions to the human society. We are therefore an immortal species based on mortal beings. And the key thing in life is to grasp that connection. To say that we are creative and die doesn't tell us the story. If we, in our own lives, who are about to die, can contribute something that is permanent, which will outlive our death and be a benefit to mankind in future times, we have achieved the purpose of immortality.
Everyone is welcome to sing. We concluded with a moment of silence, but we will not be silent as long as Lyndon LaRouche is not exonerated. And I don't think we will be silent as long as the cause for which he fought must be won. On behalf of the Schiller Institute, I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. This concludes our memorial service, the triumph of Lyndon LaRouche.
Let me tell you all the history that I have read, of all of the knowledge of presidents and individuals running president. I could say honestly to all of us, there was one man who impressed me, that his desire serve the people honestly, fearlessly, and with courage. No man spoke to me and spent 4 hours with me that traversed the universe the way Lyndon LaRouche. Let me here declare that what you have just told us is the earmark 1988. My knowledge of politics takes me to the point where, fearful of the future, the Democratic Party is in shambles. There's only one man at the present moment that they are afraid of. Because if you took this man, Lyndon LaRouche, and said to all of those who are aspiring to become president of the United States, none of them fit, and said, gentlemen, stand up against the wall. Tell us what you're going to do for the people. As against the great outline of Lyndon LaRouche. Now I'll tell you something. They'll all stand up all right. But I'll bet you the guys who will grab their hats and get the hell out of there.
By his ability to gather the best people around him and to stimulate them to produce their best. On that occasion, I used the German verb anregen, which can be roughly translated in this way. As a result of this, he gave me the big opportunity of meeting Norbert Breinin, leader of the Amadeus Quartet, whom I had a 15 years collaboration, giving concerts and recording CDs. Because of this, I will be grateful to him for the rest of my life. He was a great economist. Already in the early 70s of the last century, namely some 50 years ago, in the path of Karl Marx, he had predicted the collapse of the Western economy and tried to prevent it from happening. Unlike many Americans, he was a cultivated person with interests in various fields such as philosophy, literature, fine arts, and music. This is why he has succeeded in attracting and impressing so many people and became a friend of some of them.
He was lucky to live a very long life, but unfortunately, nobody lasts forever. We will miss him a lot.
Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it. During this program, travel deep into the innermost thoughts of the man whom Russia's rulers have said they fear the most. He is one of the most controversial international public figures of the decade, chief executive for an international news agency, and hated by powerful international financial circles for his 10-year campaign for international monetary reform. His fundamental discoveries in economic science have made him the world's most successful economic forecaster.
Although perhaps few of you know this today, it was during the Golden Renaissance in Italy that Western European civilization first received the new conceptions, which in due course led to the establishment of our constitutional republic in the United States. Two men of 15th century Italy stand out above all others. The first and greatest of these men of Italy, was a German by birth, Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa. The greatest giant among Cusa's immediate successors was Leonardo da Vinci. In science, no one approximately matches the genius and breadth of Leonardo's contributions, but that universal genius, Gottfried Leibniz. After Leibniz, among men of science, only Carl Gauss is to be compared with these two. The strange thing is that most of you have at least some vague idea of Leonardo's importance, but most of you perhaps know nothing about Leonardo's great immediate predecessor, a man who was undoubtedly the greatest genius, the most universal and profound mind of the past 600 years, and the one man to whom modern European culture is more indebted than any single other personality, Nicholas of Cusa. In science, taking into account the full scope of Leonardo's scientific genius, the entirety of modern European science could not have developed but for the work of Cusa in establishing the foundations of a rigorous scientific method of discovery in writings such as Cusa's great De Docta Ignorantia. Even few leading scientists of the 20th century know much at all about Cusa's work, although modern science could not exist today without continued dependence upon Cusa's fundamental discoveries in mathematics. We're indebted to Cusa for many other things. For example, it was Cusa who defined the doctrine of international law governing the existence of the modern form of sovereign nation-state republic. It was Cusa who established the doctrine of natural law, as the founding fathers of our constitutional republic knew of natural law. Although Cusa perfected the preceding work on these matters by St. Augustine, by Dante Alighieri, and by Petrarca, it was the direct influence of Cusa which led to the founding of the first of the modern sovereign nation-states by France's King Louis XI during the 15th century, and the establishment of the second modern nation-state, Tudor England, not long afterward. Despite the numerous contributions to mankind made by ancient civilizations earlier, the rate of scientific, technological, economic, and political progress affected in Europe and the Americas over the 400 years from the beginning of the middle of the 15th century to the middle of the 19th century has been equaled nowhere in the history of mankind. Yet, despite the miraculous contributions of the 15th century's Golden Renaissance. These contributions were essentially nothing but an unleashing of a very special kind of potentiality embedded in Judeo-Christian Western civilization from the time of Jesus Christ. Although these are fundamental differences between a civilization based on the law of Moses and what the New Testament defines as the new dispensation of Christ, Christianity and Judaism have a common basis, a basis rooted in the opening chapter of the book of Genesis. Implicitly, the secret of everything is embedded in the commandment given to mankind in that great 28th verse from the first chapter of Genesis. In the remainder of this broadcast, many of you will discover for the first time some of the profound wisdom in that verse in the book of Genesis. You will recognize rather easily by the close of our broadcast that there's a very profound truth in that verse. And if you were astonished by that, you will perhaps be even more astonished at the simplicity which the point we present here is proven. I am persuaded by both knowledge and by experience that what you shall learn in the remaining hour or so of this broadcast will greatly enrich your life.
The following program is one of 5 parts of The Power of Labor, an educational special on economic science written by Democratic presidential candidate Lyndon LaRouche. The Power of Labor was produced for classroom use and is intended to be accompanied by Mr. LaRouche's textbook, So You Wish to Learn All About Economics.
What we're going to do in this broadcast is to make you a master of the ABCs of economic science, starting from verse 28, chapter 1 of the book of Genesis. Let us begin with the first clause in that verse. What does it mean to be fruitful? In other words, how can we as citizens judge whether or not the United States as a nation is being fruitful or unfruitful, in the sense that that verse implies? Let us turn our attention to another verse in the same book of Genesis, chapter 3, verse 19. You know it very well. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust thou shalt return. Let us simply combine the commandment, be fruitful, with this second verse. By combining the two verses, we have in our hands the first fundamental statement in economic science. The first measurement of the degree of fruitfulness of a nation such as the United States is best described by a term which may sound frightening to some of you at first hearing. After I've explained what this term means, step by step, it should no longer appear to be complicated and confusing. To help you at this point, I shall write the term on your television screen: potential relative population density. Let us take that complicated sounding phrase apart, piece by piece, and remove the mystery. Population density means, first of all, the average number of persons dwelling on an average square mile or square kilometer of habitable land area. Economic science begins by interpreting the term population density in a very special way. Assume that a society inhabiting a certain land area is supported by nothing but the fruit of that society's own labor. How many people can be sustained by the amount of that labor applied to an average square kilometer of that land area? A little discussion of this may be needed at this point. The most primitive form of human life we know is what the anthropologists have named a hunting and gathering form of social existence. In this form of society, mankind has only a few very simple tools. The best estimate of the population density of mankind in such a level of technology is that about 10 or more square kilometers are needed to support the life of an average individual with the fruit of human food gathering and related labor. This is a population density of about 1/10 per square kilometer, or not more than 10 million people living on this planet at one time. Those poor primitive ancestors of ours lived a pretty miserable sort of existence. The average life expectancy was way below 20 years of age. It was a society whose population must have consisted mostly of pre-adolescent children. Their conditions of life in many ways were worse than those of troops of faster and stronger baboons. It was the kind of paradise to which some of our radical ecologists have been demanding we all return as soon as possible. Today, the world's population is estimated to be more than 4.5 billion persons. You see how the population has grown during the recent 400 years? Look at the estimates on your chart now on your screen. Through various stages of technological progress, our population is more than 450 times the level possible for primitive mankind. Under conditions made possible by modern technology, many persons can expect to live to more than 70 years of age. The potential population density has increased by more than 450 times. We can restate that this another way. The productive powers of labor have been increased by more than 450 times. This increase has been the result of successive technological revolutions. First, there was the development of fishing near the mouths of major rivers. Out of this came the development of simple water vehicles and the beginnings of simple urban settlements based on fishing. Out of this came the development of simple agriculture. Agriculture developed best in settlements near the mouths of important rivers and spread upriver. There were revolutions in the development of materials and tools. There was the use of animal power, water power, and wind power to supplement the muscles of human labor. Then, beginning the end of the 17th century in Europe, there was the revolution based on burning of coal to produce heat to power machines. Out of this came chemistry, and later the use of electrical power. These successive technological revolutions are the key to the increase of productive powers of labor, the increase we see in population density. This is the first rough measure of man's obedience to the commandment of Genesis to be fruitful. Now let us look at relative population density. Not every part of the land we inhabit is equally suitable. Given the same quality of technology, the amount we can produce from some land is less than we can produce on other land. This means we cannot treat each and every square kilometer of land as representing the same rate of potential population density. The quality of this land is not permanently fixed. We improve the land. We also deplete those improvements. The case of the Imperial Valley in California is an example. Desert land was transformed into some of the most valuable agricultural land in the world. If that land in the Imperial Valley were not maintained, it would revert to very poor land. This brings us to potential relative population density. This should be pretty obvious. To determine how fruitful society has become, it is not enough to know what the present relative population density is. We must discover what the relative potential population density potentially could be at the given level of technology. Therefore, we must measure the potential relative population density. This measurement becomes our approximate measurement of the fruitfulness of society. This is the approximate measure of the productive powers of labor. So far, we have stated simply what most adults used to believe in the United States. Our nation was founded by people who believed in the advantages and necessity for technological progress. We declared our independence from Britain and fought wars against Britain to obtain and defend that independence. The most immediate issue of those wars against Britain was that our founding fathers refused to accept the attempts of the British East India Company and of Adam Smith to suppress technological progress in the English colonies in North America. Until near the end of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s, that belief was part of our national culture and was national policy. Is continued technological progress still necessary? In other words, can we as a society be fruitful, as the book of Genesis commands us to be, if we were to halt technological progress at the present level? Even the radical ecologists, such as Dennis Meadows and Jay Forrester, who wrote the book The Limits to Growth, admit that if we halted technological progress, our society would collapse through depletion of some vital classes of raw materials. Let us look at this problem of depletion of raw materials for a moment. The production of every material need of populations begins with the production of raw materials through agriculture and mining. For this purpose, we define the word agriculture broadly to include things such as fishing and forestry. The production of raw materials depends upon what we call natural resources. Let us look at this a bit more closely. As natural resources become poorer through depletion, or as we must travel further to obtain natural resources needed for raw materials production, the average amount of labor required to produce any fixed amount of a certain quality of raw materials increases. The cost of production of everything increases. Therefore, the average amount produced per person decreases. In other words, the productive powers of labor are decreased. The potential relative population density for the society as a whole falls. If this depletion continues, sooner or later, the potential population must fall below the level of the existing population. Then the society collapses through such effects as famine and epidemic disease. It can never recover from such a collapse unless there is an advance in technology. Improvements in technology overcome the problems of depletion in two ways. First, by increasing the productive powers of labor, so that the average labor produces more output with the same human effort. Secondly, technological revolutions redefine in a fundamental way at least part of the spectrum of natural resources which mankind may employ efficiently. Without endless technological progress, society is doomed sooner or later. One of the unavoidable byproducts of technological progress is that the division of labor in production becomes increasingly complex. As a result, the size of the population must be increased. This means that the precondition for survival of society is an endless increase in the potential relative population density. Therefore, we must refine the definition of what it means to fulfill the commandment of Genesis. Mankind's behavior is not fruitful unless mankind is increasing the relative potential population density. Therefore, what we must measure is not simply potential relative population density. What we must measure is the increase of potential relative population density. In other words, the man who labors in the exact same manner as his father, his grandfather, and so forth before him, is not being fruitful in the way Genesis requires a society. It is technological progress which makes mankind fruitful. It is changing our behavior in the way scientific progress implies, which makes our labor fruitful. The increase of potential relative population density, which expresses the fruitfulness of mankind, reflects in us a special quality which no creature but mankind possesses. No species of animal could willfully increase its potential relative population density by even 2 or 3 times, to say nothing of 450-fold. No variety of beast has the power to modify its behavior in this way. Man's power to discover the laws of the universe ever more perfectly and to assimilate that improved knowledge in the form of technological progress is a special quality of mankind, the quality properly associated with the name of the human soul. The commandment of Genesis is a command that we conduct our lives in such a way that we oblige ourselves to call from within us those special powers which separate men from beasts. In order to survive as mankind, we must base our mental life upon the development, the perfection of those potentialities for scientific progress which distinguish us from the mere beasts. Unless we sustain technological progress in that way, our society becomes unfit to survive. If we continue to fail in that way, our society will surely not survive. Therefore, we repeat, mankind is fruitful only to the degree that mankind increases the potential relative population density of society. This increase cannot occur except through technological progress. That technological progress cannot occur except as we perfect those creative mental powers through which we produce and assimilate the fruits of scientific progress. These creative mental powers, properly understood, are the essential primary subject matter of economic science. Before turning our attention to the mathematically comprehensible connection between well-defined creative mental activity and scientific progress, we must describe the way in which the individual member of society contributes to increasing the potential relative population density of his or her entire society, in both the present and in the future.
The following program is one of 5 parts of The Power of Labor, an educational special on economic science written by Democratic presidential candidate Lyndon LaRouche. The Power of Labor was produced for classroom use and is intended to be accompanied by Mr. LaRouche's textbook, So You Wish to Learn All About Economics.
To analyze an entire society, we must treat the society as an indivisible unit. We can approximate this method of study by treating national economies as if each were a consolidated agro-industrial enterprise. Imagine that all of the agricultural and industrial production of physical goods were under the management of a single firm, and the transportation system were an internal conveyor belt of that single agro-industrial enterprise. In that case, those members of the total labor force employed directly in transportation or in various forms of agricultural production or in manufacturing, construction, mining, and maintenance of basic economic infrastructure represent in sum, in total, the direct labor costs of production of total physical output. The remainder of the total labor force represents the equivalent of overhead expense. Therefore, we define the first class of employment as productive and other employment plus unemployment as non-productive. This does not mean that all non-productive labor is either useless or unnecessary. It means that only the physical output of goods bears upon changing directly the potential relative population density of the nation for the better. We measure the performance of the national economy in terms of the output of productive labor, and then examine various subcategories of non-productive employment to discover how this affects the increase of the productive powers of productive labor. For example, scientists, teachers, medical professionals, and similar categories of non-productive services should contribute substantially and directly to improving the productive powers of labor. However, the improvement they contribute is measured by the increase in the average productive powers of labor accomplished as a result of scientific work, of education, and of medical services. It is the same with other kinds of services and administration. We analyze a national economy in the following way. We begin with the population as a whole. Since we are measuring increase of potential relative population density, we do it that way. We measure the population first as a census of households, since it is through the family households that the population is reproduced. We measure individuals as members of households, not as individuals per individuals. We divide the households into 2 general categories. First, households whose labor force members are employed normally as productive labor. And secondly, households whose labor force members are normally employed in non-productive occupations. There are, of course, some households which might seem to fall into both classes. This represents no serious problem for analysis, since it is changes in the ratios of the 2 classes of employment and classes of household with which we are primarily concerned. We use a consistent rule to distinguish the 2 classes statistically in the relatively small number of ambiguous cases. Each of the 2 classes of households we analyze in 2 ways. First, we analyze the composition of households by age interval groups. And second, by function performed according to age interval group. For example, the 3 primary age levels are A, under labor force age, B, within labor force age range, and C, above labor force age. Within the labor force age range, we distinguish the differences in function between being a member of the labor force and performing some other function. In this way, we analyze the relationship between total population and labor force. And we also analyze at the same time the reproduction characteristics of the population. For example, such measurements show us whether the number of present and future entrants into the labor force will be greater or less than the rate at which people leave the labor force for reasons such as death, illness, and retirement. The productively employed portion of the labor force must produce the total physical output required to sustain the population as a whole. Therefore, once we have analyzed the two categories of households, we concentrate attention upon the four principal categories of output of the productively employed segment of the labor force. Figure 1 on your screen shows the general nature of the production distribution cycle. The lower bar on the left-hand side represents the households of productive labor. Above it is the bar signifying the households of non-productive members of the labor force. At the right is the production bar. Productive labor flows from the lower left-hand bar to the production bar. Productive labor is the input to the production bar. Administration and services flow from the upper left-hand bar to both the lower left-hand bar and to the production bar. Output of physical goods and transportation flow from the output side of the production bar to the input sides of both population bars. Some part of the output of the production bar is consumed by production itself. That defines the production distribution cycle in general terms. Now focus on figure 2, now showing on your screen. This is a close-up view of the production bar. Note that the bar is divided into 3 major segments, and that the top segment of the bar is divided into 2 subsegments. The middle segment, labeled by the symbol V, capital V, is easily understood. This represents the physical goods portion of the market basket of consumption by those households associated with productive labor. This represents the level of consumption per person required to provide present and future productive labor of the quality required by the technology of production. The lowest of the 3 segments of the production bar, labeled with the symbol capital C, represents goods which must be consumed by production itself simply to maintain production capacity and to maintain also the inventory of goods in production at the same level of volume and productivity. In the upper segment of the bar, labeled by the symbol capital S, is the gross operating profit of our consolidated agro-industrial enterprise. The lower subsegment of the segment labeled S is labeled by the symbol capital D. This represents the portion of total physical goods and transportation output which is required by both, first, the market basket requirements of households of non-productive labor, the capital goods and analogous requirements of the activities in which non-productive labor force members of these households are employed or unemployed. The remainder, labeled by the symbol S prime, represents the net operating profit of our consolidated agro-industrial enterprise. Now, you can see on your screen chart 1. This lists some of the basic ratios of national income accounting. First, basic income accounting ratios. S equal T, where T stands for total physical goods output, less C plus V, gross operating profit. C over V, or C divided by V, is a measure of the capital intensity of production. S divided by C plus V is a measure of productivity. S prime divided by C plus V is a measure of the rate of profit. D divided by C plus V is a measure of the expense ratio. I should warn the viewer against pulling a copy of Karl Marx's Kapital from a library shelf. These accounting definitions here were developed by American system economists, including, of course, U.S. Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, the two Carys, and Friedrich List. Marx did plagiarize as well as denounce these economists, but his definitions of these accounting categories are radically different than those we are using here. It should be fairly obvious from what we have reviewed so far that if the economic process is to describe an increase of potential relative population density, that the physical content of the market basket per person must increase, but that the average amount of labor expended to produce that market basket must decrease. This is expressed by the constraints we have listed in chart number 2, now on your screen. The conditions, as you see on the chart, are these. First, the per capita market basket output must increase. Also, the per capita market basket consumption. Secondly, the ratio of C over V, or C divided by V, must increase. Thirdly, S, that's the gross operating profit, divided by the sum of the production and labor costs of production, must increase. That is, the gross operating profit ratio must increase. And similarly, fourthly, the net operating profit ratio must increase. S prime over C plus V must increase. Before turning directly to the matter of technology as such, we must pass through an intermediate next step. It is the case that as the potential relative population density rises, the number of kilowatt hours of usable energy consumed by society increases both per capita and per square kilometer. There's no need to go into the details of the matter in this broadcast. It is sufficient to note that we can construct statistical functions which show a relationship between rising potential relative population density and increase of kilowatt hours of consumption per capita. It is clearly necessary to construct a thermodynamic image of economic processes. It happens to be necessary to do so to isolate the most crucial fact about the kinds of economic processes we are describing in this broadcast. It is high school thermodynamics to say that the simple analysis of any thermodynamic process proceeds in the following way. First, we divide the total amount of the heat equivalent transmitted through any process into two general categories. In the first category, we include the portion of the energy throughput which the process itself must consume to prevent itself from running down. We use the term running down in the sense of the unwinding of the mainspring of a mechanical clock. We call this portion of the energy throughput the energy of the system. This includes the waste heat consumed, such as frictional losses. If the total energy throughput is greater than this energy of the system, we identify the remainder as the process's free energy. In the economic analysis we've just described, the combined productive costs and overhead expenses, as shown on chart 3 on your screen, correspond to the energy of the system of the economic process. The net operating profit, S prime, represents the free energy of the economic process. Just note the categories we use to measure these kinds of relationships. The sum of C plus V plus D represents the energy of the system. The sum of C plus V represents the energy of the system of production itself. S prime represents the free energy of the economic process. S prime over C plus V is the ratio of the free energy to energy of the system of production. S prime over C plus V plus D represents the ratio of free energy to energy of the system for the society as a whole. Although the proper term for energy of the system is the sum of C plus V plus D, overhead expense includes a variety of components which vary in a way which has no functional relationship to the development of the economic process. Governmental expense in pure waste, for example, may increase in a way which has no relationship to the processes of production themselves. except as a kind of arbitrary tax on the wealth produced by the productive process. For that reason, we use the ratio S prime over C plus V as a substitute for S prime over C plus V plus D. Just as we were concerned chiefly with changes in the rate of net operating profit in national income accounting, in elementary thermodynamics we are concerned with changes in the ratio of free energy to energy of the system. In thermodynamic processes, in which the energy of the system is greater than the energy throughput over successive cycles of the process, we say that the process is entropic. In chart 4, we've indicated summarily some of the conditions which distinguish between a negentropic, that is a positive process, and an entropic, a process which is running down. In the case that the S prime over C plus V is always negative in value, the system is entropic. In the case in which S prime over C plus V is becoming and will remain negative, the system is entropic. When the S prime over C plus V is always positive in the present and future, the system is negentropic. When S prime over C plus V is becoming and remaining positive, even though it may be negative at the present, we say also it is negentropic. If it is both positive and increasing, it is definitely negentropic. If S prime over C plus V is positive but decreasing, it may be considered relatively entropic. That it is not yet an entropic process, but it's tending to become entropic. If S prime over C plus V is negative and falling at an accelerating rate, we describe the process not only as entropic, but as degenerate. Entropic has the general meaning of running down, as we used that term earlier. In a few minutes, we shall introduce a proper meaning of negentropic. But for the present moment, the way we're using the term here is obvious. It should require little explanation to say now that the consolidated agricultural-industrial enterprise being analyzed is assumed to be a closed thermodynamic model, in the sense that all of the sources of energy are from within the economic process being studied, and that all the energy transmitted is being consumed by the process or is being given off as waste. This means that we must concentrate our attention on the effects of reinvestment of the free energy or net operating profit back into the process which is generating it. At first glance, it seems to be inevitable that reinvesting the free energy must have the effect of increasing the per capita energy of the system. This is certainly the case if the population or if the local productive labor force is not increased in number. Now, let us consider a hypothetical case for the moment to get this idea clearer in our minds. Let us imagine the hypothetical case that an economy which has been chugging along at some rate of technological progress suddenly decides to halt all technological improvement in the capital goods it produces. However, this economy continues to invest its free energy or net operating profits in the productive process. Okay, now chart 5 shows the effects of this type of investment in terms of relationships in the economy measured per capita. That is, we are assuming that the society has halted technological progress in capital goods design at that point, and that all of the available net operating profit is being reinvested. In this case, the rate of profit will decrease, as is shown, S prime over C plus V being greater, that is today, being greater than the equivalent value tomorrow. And that is shown by the ratio which shows the numerator as being S prime minus D S prime, where D in this case signifies differential, where the denominator is V plus C plus D S prime. Therefore, the rate of profit is declining. But we have also to consider the fact that the costs of production are being increased as a result of depletion. We noted earlier that whenever a process, a society, is functioning in a fixed technological mode, the effect of depletion is to raise costs. Therefore, we must add these rises in costs to the numerator of the and denominator of the expression. And therefore, the process, an economic process, which is investing in this mode, would be entropic. In other words, the economy would be in the process of running down. To assist you in following the simple set of comparisons in Chart 5, consider the following elementary facts. First, at first, the cutting off of technological improvements in capital goods will not halt technological progress. As newly purchased capital goods replace obsolete stocks of capital goods, the productivity of labor will be increased. However, as more and more of the old capital goods stocks are replaced, there will be less and less increase in the productivity of labor caused by new purchases of capital stocks. Second, at that point, the point at which the obsolete stocks are replaced, or being nearly replaced, the per capita rate of S will decline by a combined factor of minus ds prime minus function of u. Now, the term ds prime signifies some differential, some portion of s prime is being added as a cost factor, the increased energy of the system cost to the system. The function of u in this case signifies the economic effects of depletion of natural resources. So that the profit is being reduced by this factor at the same time that the denomination of the ratio will be increased by an amount correlating with plus ds prime. Third, therefore, the process will become absolutely entropic. This is another way of stating what we stated earlier. Without technological progress, a society must collapse. We stated at that earlier point of the broadcast that technological progress solves this problem. Let us restate the function of technological progress in the terms of reference of national income counting, the model we have described so far. This brings us to Chart 6. Chart 6 simply gives you an example, a worked out example of what we were described just before. If the improved technology of new issues of capital goods results in an increase of the productivity of labor by, for example, 10%, then the amount of C required to meeting C's energy of the system requirement is about 90% of the labor cost as measured at a preceding lower rate of productivity. In this case, let K represent the factor of improved productivity correlated with improved capital goods purchased. Then, as you see the calculations on your screen, you see that this results in this case, an improvement in the rate of profit. Therefore, as technological progress in this way, in the manner indicated on the screen on Chart 6, causes a rise in the rate of profit, whereas in a society which reinvestment is occurring under conditions of fixed technology, reinvestment of profit in industry causes a decline in the rate of profit. In this case, as shown in Chart 6, unless there is a very high rate of depletion of natural resources, the rate of profit must increase over successive reinvestment cycles. Or, for a more rigorous examination of the same point, look now at Chart 7 on the screen. You see the comparison made. First, we're comparing the rate of profit in the before the new investment is made and the rate of profit after the new investment is made. And therefore, if the productivity is increasing, as shown, the process is at least relatively negentropic. If the rate of increase in the rate of profit is greater than the increased energy of the system costs plus the depletion costs, then the process is absolutely negentropic. The discussion of charts 1 through 7 has now situated the significance of the term negentropy in terms of national income accounting. Now we shall examine the meaning of negentropy in terms of economic science itself. By the term economic science, we mean that science as first developed by Gottfried Leibniz during the period 1671 through 1716. Economic science, strictly defined, is a branch of physical science. Leibniz's discoveries establishing economic science include his development of the proper scientific meaning of the terms work, power, and technology. Terms which Leibniz defined as an outcome of his mastery of the principles of design and function of heat-powered machinery. All machines involve two categorical principles of design and function. First, the motions essential to accomplishing work useful to humanity as a whole are studied. And these motions are incorporated into the design and design of use of a machine. This machine is then powered by human, animal, water power, wind power, or heat power effort. With the development of heat-powered machinery, the possibility was set into motion, in Leibniz's words, by which one man could perform the work of 100 others. Secondly, the most characteristic feature of machinery and similar processes in general is the transformation of the power supplied to the machine, or to an analogous process, to a relatively higher energy flux density. Energy flux density of applied power. This transformation of energy flux density is key to discovering the physical meaning of the term negentropy in economics. We shall now explain simply the meaning of the term energy flux density. Supply 1 ton of pressure to set a process into motion. Now measure that motion. Motion can be measured in the distance of displacement, or the cross-section area of displacement, or the volume of the displacement. Wherever the term energy flux density is used, one must keep all 3 kinds of displacement in mind. However, we measure energy flux density in terms of the cross-sectional area of the displacement affected within a process, such as kilowatts per square meter. For example, if 1 ton of effort supplied to power a machine is originally at an energy flux density of 1 ton per square meter, and the machine applies this effort to its work through a cross-sectional area of effort of 1/1000th of a square meter, then disregarding the friction within the machine process, the work effort is applied at energy flux density of 1,000 tons per square meter. For reasons we will make clear as we proceed, we measure the work action of machinery and analogous processes with 2 successive degrees of refinement. In both of these degrees, the geometric definition of effort used is the following. Effort is measured in area. We define the physical meaning of area mathematically as the area enclosed by circular action. Instead of saying circle, we define a circle as the most elementary of the products of simple circular motion. Next slide. Given an area of effort, we measure the amount of effort by the number of rotations of circular action per second. For the case in which the area of effort is constant, the greater the rate at which the circular action rotates to generate that area, the greater the amount of effort. In other words, the greater the energy flux density. As you can see, in the mathematical measurement of the term energy we are describing here, it is the amount of circular action which is the measure of the effort being applied, the measure of energy. The faster the point moves around the circumference of the circle, the more energy is being applied to the area of the circle. Next slide. Therefore, if the speed at which the point moves around the circumference of a circle remains constant and the circle becomes larger, the number of rotations per second is less. On the other hand, as we make the area of the circle smaller, keeping the speed of the point constant, the number of rotations per second increases. These 3 slides give you an initial working definition of both energy and energy flux density. Before turning our attention back to Leibniz's conception of technology, let us make the definition of energy 1 iota more precise. Now we've expanded our discussion of the definitions of energy and energy flux density from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. Now, instead of seeing circles and circular action, we are seeing the cylinder whose end view is the circle. The end view of a spiral on the outer surface of a cylinder is the circumference of the circular cross-section of the cylinder. In this case, for reasons which will be clear a few minutes ahead, we have drawn on the cylinder what we call a self-similar spiral, a spiral in which each cycle of rotation is a geometrically similar figure to each and all of the preceding and following cycles of rotation. Now we see the cylindrical three-dimensional image of increasing and decreasing speeds of movement of a point around the circumference of a circle. Next slide. Now we have drawn a time axis parallel to the cylinder. The arrow points in the direction of the clock's movement forward in time. This means that we are now measuring the distance between complete cycles of rotation of the spiral around the cylinder in cycles per second. We measure the wavelength of each complete cycle as the amount of distance light travels in that amount of time. Next, we observe the point moving along the spiral again. If we attempt to speed up the speed at which the point moves along the line, we must sooner or later reach the speed of light. If we attempt to go at faster speeds than light, we must either change the speed of light, which is a theoretical possibility in mathematical physics, or we must create what mathematical physicists call a singular condition in the physical phase space in which this attempt is being made. Let us avoid these advanced problems in physics and assume for the moment, for the present discussion, that the speed of light is unchangeable. And let's assume that we can never go faster than the speed of light. In that case, at the speed of light, the only way in which we can increase the energy flux density of the self-similar spiral action is to increase the frequency of the rotation, which means that we must shorten the wavelength of each of the cycles of the cylindrical spiral. So, as we shorten the wavelength of the spiral, the point speeds up. As we make the cylinder narrower, the point speeds up and the wavelength changes in terms of cycles per second. As we make the cylinder thicker, the opposite effects occur. At the speed of light, we cannot increase the energy except by making the circular cross-section thicker. We cannot increase the energy flux density except by increasing the frequency. If we narrow the cylinder of spiral action, the frequency increases. The wavelength shortens. What we have described is based chiefly on what Leibniz calls the principle of least action. The importance of that principle for economic science appears in the following way. Imagine two heat-powered machines, each of which consumes the same amount of coal equivalent per hour. However, if these machines are used for the same kind of work, the same operator, using the first of the machines, produces more output per hour than with the second. The difference in quality of the two machines is a difference in organization of the machines. This is an illustration of the following general fact about machines and analogous devices and processes. The difference in quality of machines and analogous devices implies the existence of principles of organization of machine designs, such that improvement in organization signifies a greater increase in the productive powers of labor, greater relative to a constant level of supply of power to the machine. These principles constitute the meaning of the term technology. The measurement of technology is the principle of least action. This brings us to the matter of defining the term work. Although Leibniz's treatment of his principle of least action implies the correct definition of work, the required mathematical physics definition of work was not possible until the successive work of three 19th century German scientists, Karl Gauss and Gauss's immediate leading successors, Lejeune Dirichlet and most emphatically Bernard Riemann. As we've already outlined, the existence of society depends upon increase of the potential relative population density. Let us now measure potential relative population density mathematically by areas of circular action. This means that an increase in such potential corresponds to an increase of the area of a circle. This increase becomes now our proper, strict definition of the meaning of the word work. We must now examine what happens in between the transformation of the relatively smaller circle to the relatively larger. If the rate of increase of potential is constant, then the geometrical figure which describes such a process mathematically is a self-similar spiral on the outer surface of the cone. This is what a constant rate of increase of potential relative population density looks like mathematically. You should recognize that this is a special form of Leibniz's principle of least action. It is a higher form of that principle than the cylindrical version we described just before this. In other words, functions of cylindrical self-similar spiral action are functions of energy, while conical self-similar spiral functions are functions for measuring work. Next slide. By drawing a straight line down the side of the cone, from the apex of the cone to its base, the straight line so drawn cuts through the self-similar spiral at points which correspond to one complete rotation of the spiral around the cone. This figure shows the circular cross-sections of the cone at those points. These circles correspond mathematically to the increased potential relative population density at those points. Next slide. This time we have drawn the time axis in the same way we drew the time axis for the case of the cylindrical self-similar spiral. Observe that in half the time taken to go from one cycle to the next, the spiral has moved less than half the distance between the two circles along the central axis of the cone. The point which corresponds to half the time elapsed is called the geometric mean. The point which corresponds to half the distance along the central axis of the cone is called the arithmetic mean. Next slide. Now we have cut the volume of the cone between two of the circles. The plane cutting through this volume creates an ellipse. Observe where the two foci of the ellipse stand with respect to the arithmetic and geometric mean. This ellipse describes something which is mathematically characteristic of the process of increase of potential relative population density. Next slide. In order to show the significance of this elliptical cross-section of the volume between the two circles, we have cut the volumes between the two foci of the first ellipse with the second ellipse. We mean to indicate that we continue to cut smaller and smaller volumes within this cone in the same way, either indefinitely or until we have some reason to say we have reached a limit. This cutting process is the basis for a general theory of elliptical functions. The successive cutting of smaller and smaller subdivisions of the volume of one cycle of the spiral's rotation is what we call an iterative process. In the foregoing case, we said cut the volumes between the two foci of each ellipse. We might have defined the rule for successive subdivisions in some other way. For our purpose of illustration here, we chose to subdivide the volume between the foci of the ellipses merely because that is the simplest illustration available for classroom purposes here. Next slide. Let us assume that there is a lower limit beyond which we must no longer subdivide the volume of the cone by elliptical cross-sections. As Riemann and others have shown, there is such a limit. In fact, that limit is the basis for Leibniz's rejection of the argument that the interval of some physical action could be infinitely subdivided. The principle that there is a limit for subdivision of intervals of physical action is one of the fundamental differences between the calculus which Leibniz published in 1676 and the different sort of calculus which Newton published approximately 10 years later, and is also the difference between Leibniz's calculus and the version taught in many calculus courses today. The figure on the screen shows the mathematical significance of such a Leibniz-Riemann lower limit of subdivision in terms of functions of a complex variable. Whatever that next ellipse is, which we are forbidden to construct, that forbidden ellipse represents some volume between the two circles, as we've illustrated that by the figure now showing on the screen. This smallest volume between the two circles has some definite height, as measured along the central axis of the cone. It also corresponds to some definite length of the spiral on the outer surface of the cone. It also corresponds to an interval of time. It also corresponds to some small wavelength of electromagnetic radiation at the speed of light. This small interval of action defines what is called the singularity of the conic self-similar spiral action for the increase of the potential relative population density between those two circles. Imagine that a cylinder is constructed as an extension of any of the circles generated by the self-similar conic spiral function. This would correspond mathematically to the propagation of energy in the same form as an ideal laser beam. If that ideal laser beam reached an appropriate form of obstacle, the result would be a conical function in which the apex of the cone would lie in the future, and the largest circles of the cone in the present and the past. In this way, a singularity or singularities would be created by the impact of the ideal laser beam with that obstacle, and it would then appear that the energy of the ideal laser beam had been converted into work. For comparison, let us apply what we have just shown about conical functions to the case of self-similar cylindric functions. The most obvious of the mathematical differences between cylindric and conic forms of self-similar spiral action is that in the cylindric form, as shown here, the geometric and arithmetic means coincide. Next slide. The iterative subdivision of the volume of one cycle of a conical spiral, leading to the indivisible residue, does not occur in the case of the cylindric spiral, as we see on this next slide. Now imagine energy radiated in a coherent, laser-like mode over some distance. It encounters a barrier. This barrier must be an object, or it might be a limit, such as the speed of sound or the speed of light. Bernard Riemann examined such a case for the propagation of sound waves up to and past the speed of sound. At this barrier, the cylindric self-similar spiral shrinks into a conical tip and vanishes. In the case of sound waves, in Riemann's 1859 thesis on the propagation of plane air waves of finite magnitude, driving the speed of propagation of sound waves up to and beyond the speed of sound generates a shock front. Ignoring what occurs as we attempt to exceed the speed of light, let us look more closely at what occurs in the case of acoustical shock waves and applying radiated energy against a physical barrier. Next slide. Here we see what we might view as the destruction of energy in producing work or in converting energy into work. Next slide. Remember that energy is generated by work. Next slide. Now energy is converted into work. It should be obvious to us that what we must compare is to compare the work required to generate energy with the work accomplished by using up the energy generated. We must measure the work in both cases in units of increase of potential relative population density. Looking at the next slide may help to make the point clearer. Imagine a flat piece of paper or a motion picture screen hanging behind a side view of a cylindrical, self-similar spiral form of action. On the screen, we see a sine wave, like the image of ordinary house current on the screen of an oscilloscope. This is the general form of all coherent electromagnetic radiation, including perfect laser radiation. This is the geometric image of energy in a two-dimensional framework. If energy is transmitted in the form of a light wave of this form, the amount of work accomplished by the light wave on meeting a barrier is measured in a smallest unit, called a photon. This amount of work corresponds to the singularity of the conical work function occurring as we attempt to convert the light ray into work. Ordinary light waves are about 1/10,000th to slightly larger than 1/1,000,000th of a centimeter long in wavelength. Imagine that the frequency is increased. So there are about 800 million waves packed in the distance of the wavelength of visible red light. This is a cosmic ray. How much energy does a cosmic ray represent in comparison to a ray of red light? Yet these cosmic rays have wavelengths much greater than the radius of the electron. These illustrations indicate the mathematical meaning of the terms energy, work, and technology in the more advanced sense made possible by the successive work of Gauss, Dirichlet, and Riemann, and others during the 19th century. My own discovery in economic science was chiefly to recognize that the definitions of work and energy, as they occur in Riemann's mathematical physics, must equate the value of work to an increase of the potential relative population density. By making this discovery and elaborating the significance of that discovery over the years since 1952, my collaborators and I have returned to economic science, the standpoint of Leibniz, to recognizing that economic science is a branch of physical science, and is in fact the most important facet of physical science in general. This seems to be a very large statement. Therefore, let us examine the way in which Leibniz defined the terms power, work, and technology. Leibniz defined work in terms of the physical output of the operator of a heat-powered machine. He defined technology as those principles of organization and design of machines which enable us to apply power to increase the rate of output of the operator. In general, that definition of work was the definition used by Leibniz and his followers in mathematical physics. That definition of work, based on the evidence of economic science, is the proper basis for defining the terms power, work, and technology in physics. Therefore, if we refine the definition of work, as I have done beginning 1952, we must also change the definition of work employed in mathematical physics generally. No term in physics can mean anything other than it means in its original definition. Physical science is, after all, nothing but the study of the laws of the universe. We study those laws in terms of human practice. By improved knowledge of the laws of the universe, we increase man's power to command the universe, as the instruction of Genesis commands us to do. As we are able to increase mankind's power to survive and live per person through use of improved knowledge, we prove that those improvements in knowledge have practical validity for man's practice. Therefore, the only valid experimental proof of the accomplishments of fundamental scientific investigations is proof based on showing that the application of those principles to the organization of human economic practice, by which we must mean physical economy of a society's practice, yields an increase of the potential relative population density of entire societies. That is the meaning of the role of economic science within the body of physical science as a whole.
The preceding broadcast was one of 5 parts of The Power of Labor, an educational special written by Democratic presidential candidate Lyndon LaRouche.
Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it.
The following program is one of 5 parts of The Power of Labor, an educational special on economic science written by Democratic presidential candidate Lyndon LaRouche. The Power of Labor was produced for classroom use and is intended to be accompanied by Mr. LaRouche's textbook, So You Wish to Learn All About Economics.
Now I must ask you to concentrate your thinking. Within the point I've just made to you, there is one of the most fundamental principles of scientific method in general. It is the everyday definition of a fact, that a fact is the name we use to identify some object toward which we are pointing. In other words, it is commonplace practice to associate facts with nouns or with phrases and statements whose referent in experience is defined in the same way as a noun. Formal logic, so-called, is based on the axiomatic assumption that all facts are to be defined in no other manner but this. However, the majority of these figures of science, responsible for what are called fundamental discoveries of science, used a different definition of fact. The first recorded discussion of this issue of method is from the writings of the founder of the study of the principles of language, a great Sanskrit scholar from about the 5th century BC, named Panini. Panini insisted that all terms of language and the structure of language in general are derived from verbs, not nouns. In other words, a true fact can never be described by a noun. A true fact of human experience is always the experience of some physical action, an experience which can never be described by a noun. Physical action is described by use of transitive verbs. What we experience is a change in the physical space observed. All experience is either of the form of the statement A becomes B or A did not become B. In other words, all experience occurs as either a change or a lack of change within a definite amount of space and time. Matter has the form and content of a physical transformation in a definite, minimal amount of space-time. Any attempt to introduce the ideas of matter by itself, or space by itself, or time by itself is an absurdity. Only transformations in physical space-time have real meaning. Look at our mathematical definition of work as a statement of a transformation in physical space-time. The volume defined by the iterative elliptical function has the physical meaning of a transformation of the economic process from the potential relative population density at A to the increased potential relative population density at B. Let us express this transformation by the symbols P parenthesis sub A and P parenthesis sub B. The transformation occurs in space and time. So all definitions of fact concerning economic processes must be of the mathematical form of processes involving change of potential in physical space-time. Let us choose an example of this, a very relevant sort of simple statement. The statement is, this is a living process. Let us take this statement out of the noun form and restate the same fact of experience by using the same geometrical method we have employed to define work. It is our best information today that the first persons to succeed in defining the meaning of the term living process were Leonardo da Vinci and his colleague Luca Pacioli. They reported quite accurately that all living processes have one geometrical property in common. The proportions of growth and function of living processes are in self-similar proportion. And this proportioning is congruent with a very special geometrical rule called the golden section. All growth functions associated with living processes are harmonically proportioned according to the principle of the golden section. This is one of the simplest of all cases. The shell of the chambered nautilus, or the shell of the conch, or more common sea snail. Next slide. The same harmonic ratios govern the growth of all plants. Next slide. The human form, like the form of all animals, is determined by the same harmonic principles of geometry. There's nothing mystical about this function of the golden section. Let us remove the mystery by examining another case in which the golden section determines something commonly experienced, the well-tempered musical scale of Bach. The determination of the precise values for the well-tempered scale begins by constructing a self-similar spiral on a cone. Next slide. Now we're seeing the shadow which the cone spiral makes on the circular base of the cone. It looks very much like the shape of the snail's shell. Next slide. Now we've drawn a radius from the center of the circular base, cutting through the area of the spiral on the circular base. The arm of the spiral cuts the radius into lengths. The lengths increase as we go outward from the center of the circle. If you compare the lengths of the radius cut off by the spiral, you'll observe that the ratios of the lengths are in self-similar proportions. Next slide. Here, for reasons of topology, which we shall not discuss here, we have cut the circular base of the cone into 12 equal sectors. This time, let us look at the lengths of the arm of the spiral between the points at which the spiral arm intersects the radii. Imagine that the spiral is like a vibrating string, such as the string of a violin or cello. Imagine that the finger of the violinist or cellist is pressed on the string, and at each point a radius intersects the spiral. You can prove to yourself that the tones heard will be in exactly the proportions of the well-tempered musical scale. The point we are illustrating is this. Wherever the golden section appears as the geometrical characteristic of a process, which we see with our sense perceptions, we know that the process is a reflection of a self-similar conical spiral in higher order physical space. We have illustrated two things here. Let us take the 2 points in order. First, the noun, life, must be translated into the form of a transitive verb. We have indicated by the preceding examples that the fact that living processes have the form of the golden section means that the living process is a transformation in the same form as increase of potential relative population density of a self-similar conic spiral action. The word life and the term living process must be translated into terms which designate self-similar conic spiral action, a term which references this species of transformation of potential in physical space-time. It is to be stressed that the conventional notion of biology is associated with terms such as organic chemistry. Organic chemistry has the same relationship to life as the pathologist's dissecting room has to living form of what is dissected. Biology used in this way does not refer directly to the phenomena of life. Only statements consistent with the kinds of transformation characterized by the golden section actually reference the phenomena of life as life. This is an excellent illustration of the fallacy of using nouns instead of transitive verbs to identify what are treated as facts. The comparison we just made between increase of potential relative population density and life implies the proper definition of the term negentropy. Therefore, we throw away the definitions of the term negentropy, which are commonly used in discussions of statistical thermodynamics and so-called information theory. The only proper definition of negentropy is that supplied by living processes, including successfully growing economies. For most of you, what I'm about to report now will be considered not only unbelievable, but shockingly unbelievable. Nonetheless, for reasons of proof I shall merely identify here, what I have to say is not only true, but has been proven so conclusively by modern science, beginning with the work of Johannes Kepler, that any contrary opinion is necessarily a scientific absurdity. We are now entering into an aspect of physical science in which physical science as such, the productive powers of labor, and morality become one and the same truth, as the passage from Genesis implies. Modern mathematical physics was founded by the astrophysicist Johannes Kepler at the beginning of the 17th century. Kepler did more than to discover the fundamental laws of astronomy. Although Kepler's discoveries do not represent a fully perfected statement of the universal laws of creation, they are a first approximation of those laws and are accurate to the degree that all opponents of Kepler over the recent 400 years have proven to be absurd in their choice of disagreements. It should be obvious that there could not be a universally applicable kind of mathematical physics unless that mathematics were proven to be consistent with the laws of the universe, which are everywhere fundamentally true and efficient. Thus, Kepler must be identified as the founder of mathematical physics. Kepler's great discoveries began chiefly from two starting points: the work of Nicholas of Cusa and of Luca Pacioli and Leonardo da Vinci. From Cusa, Kepler obtained two things indispensable for his work: Cusa's methods for mathematical physics investigation and Cusa's solar hypothesis. Kepler's solar hypothesis is a corrected version of Cusa's, the most essential of the work of Pacioli and Leonardo for Kepler's own discoveries, for Pacioli's and Leonardo's work in geometry, and the demonstration that all living processes are ordered by the principle of the golden section. The story that Copernicus first presented a model of the solar system with the sun at the center is a myth and a legend. In the last section of Dante Alighieri's famous Commedia, for example, the planets moving in circular orbits around the sun were presented and made famous about 200 years before Copernicus. During the middle of the 15th century, Cusa argued for the solar hypothesis used later by Copernicus. Kepler corrected Cusa's solar hypothesis by combining the discoveries of Cusa with those of Pacioli and Leonardo. It is necessary to identify the most essential of the discoveries of Cusa and Leonardo as employed later by Kepler to found mathematical physics. The ancient foundations of modern European mathematical physics are located chiefly in one of the most influential of Plato's dialogues, the Timaeus. It was Cusa first and Pacioli after him who discovered a fresh proof for the physics of the Timaeus. As we have noted earlier, Cusa rediscovered what is called the isoperimetric principle, the principle of geometry which is the basis for Leibniz's principle of least action. With aid of Cusa's rediscovery of the isoperimetric principle, Luca Pacioli was able to master the central mathematical feature of Plato's Timaeus. Plato centered the writing of the Timaeus around the mathematical proof that with ruler and compass alone, only 5 kinds of regular solids can be constructed. The first and simplest of the 5 Platonic solids is the tetrahedron. Each side of the tetrahedron is an equilateral triangle. Next, the second is the cube, constructed of squares. Next, the third is the 8-sided octahedron, constructed of regular triangles, like the tetrahedron. Next, the fourth is the most important of the 5 Platonic solids. There's the 12-sided duodecahedron, each side a regular pentagon. In constructing either a regular pentagon or a duodecahedron by ruler and compass methods of construction, we must first construct the golden section from the circle. Next, finally, the 5th Platonic solid is the 20-sided icosahedron, each of whose sides is a regular triangle. So, we have the 5 Platonic solids. Luca Pacioli wrote a book, probably in collaboration with his colleague Leonardo, a book named in English translation, The Divine Proportions. In this book, Pacioli presented a proof that only these 5 regular solids could be constructed by ruler and compass methods. Later, during the 18th century, the great mathematician Leonhard Euler developed a much stronger proof and derived the principles of a branch of mathematics called topology from this proof. Euler proved that all of the other 4 Platonic solids are created simply by constructing a decahedron first. This means a dodecahedron is a simple, unique figure which expresses the absolute limits for construction by ruler and compass methods. Since the duodecahedron is constructed by means of construction of the golden section, the golden section expresses a fundamental law of geometry, and therefore a fundamental law of mathematical physics too. Kepler constructed his mathematical model of the solar system's laws on the basis of the interrelationships among the 5 Platonic solids. In other words, Kepler constructed mathematical physics entirely on the basis of the golden section as the starting point. This brings us to the shockingly truthful fact about the universe. All living processes are distinguished from non-living by the fact that living processes are congruent with the golden section. Kepler proved that the laws of astronomy are also congruent with the golden section. This means that the universe as a whole is a negentropic process. This shocking truth of Kepler's was challenged by many notable figures later. The founder of British speculative Freemasonry, Robert Flood, wrote a major attack against Kepler's work. Galileo attempted to destroy the influence of Kepler's work, and so did René Descartes and Isaac Newton. All of these criticisms of Kepler were proven to be absurd by Carl Gauss. The case of the asteroids provided the conclusive proof that Kepler was correct and his critics absurd. Kepler's proof demands the existence of a planetary orbit between the orbits of Mars and of Jupiter. Kepler elaborated the reasons such a formerly existing planet must have been destroyed and gave the harmonic values of the orbit for this planet. Gauss was the first to prove that the newly discovered asteroids, nearly 2 centuries later, had the orbital values specified by Kepler for the exploded planet. The fact that Kepler's method for defining the laws of astronomy required exactly this orbit for an exploded planet is the toughest, most rigorous kind of empirical proof that all criticisms of his mathematical physics by Flood, Descartes, Newton, and others are nonsense. The chief criticism made against Kepler by Isaac Newton and others was that Kepler's calculations of elliptic orbits of the planets was mathematically unsound, and that therefore Kepler's laws of astronomy were wrong. Karl Gauss also settled this issue absolutely in Kepler's favor. In the figure on your screen, you see what should now be familiar to you as the elliptic cross-section of one cycle of a self-similar conic spiral. Imagine the cone standing on a piece of paper, and see the image which the ellipse inside the cone casts upon the paper. One focus of the ellipse on the paper is our sun. Now you see our Earth orbiting within the cone, and the image of the Earth orbiting around the sun as this appears on the paper. Let us discuss now an important fact about what we're seeing. Without going into the details of the proof here, the fact that the solar orbits are of this elliptical form shows that the cause of the organization of our solar system is that the universe in which the solar system exists is a negentropic universe. The self-similar conic spiral action is the cause for the characteristics of the solar system. The projected result of this is the solar system as it appears to our senses. In other words, the universe is doing negentropic work on the solar system. Kepler assumed that the work being done on the solar system by the universe was of the form of electromagnetic rotation. This was the conception which Kepler worked out with the help of the work of a great English scientist, William Gilbert, the discoverer of many of the principles of electromagnetism. In Kepler's calculations for gravitational force, which Newton reinterpreted algebraically to state formulations for universal gravitation, gravitational force arises from doing work against the electromagnetic field of rotation. In other words, in every leading respect, the laws of astronomy are characterized by negentropy. This is directly opposite to conventional opinion today. It is usually argued that the universe as a whole is made up of dead things, and that living processes must be explained in terms of mathematical physics based on the arithmetic of dead objects. For reasons already recognized by Newton and debated between Newton and Leibniz, a universe of dead things, the universe as described by Descartes, the universe as a whole is running down, winding down, like the mainspring of a mechanical clock. In other words, it is commonly assumed that the universe as a whole is entropic. It should be clear that any mathematical physics which assumes that the universe is entropic is an incompetent mathematical physics. As we've indicated, Kepler's proof that the universe is negentropic has been repeatedly shown to be universally and uniquely valid over the centuries. Everyone who assumed that the universe is entropic made that assumption in defiance of conclusive empirical evidence. Therefore, all entropic mathematical physics is not merely in error, but is a product of willful incompetence. We now combine our discussions of the meaning of fact and of negentropy. First, for reasons we have shown, things as such are not facts. In science, the term fact should never be used to mean anything but a transformation in physical space-time. All transformations are primarily of three general categories: negentropic, energetic, or entropic. So far, we have shown only the simplest variety of negentropic transformation. There are more complicated varieties of negentropic transformations, but the principle remains the same as in the simplest case. Entropic actions are equivalent to a negative, self-similar conic function. All particular kinds of transformations are treated as subspecies of one of the three principal categories of transformations. There are various subspecies of negentropic action, various subspecies of energetic action, and various subspecies of entropic action. Mathematical physics, properly defined, is the study of these subspecies of transformations and their interconnections within a negentropic universe. Your most important problem in understanding the universe as we've described it is your attempt to reconcile what we have developed so far with the commonplace belief that objects of perception are self-evidently existing things, the noun view of experience. This noun view of experience was the basis for Descartes' image of the universe. Naive belief assumes that objects move around in empty space and interact with each other. In the picture of the universe we have described, the thing is recognized as existing, but we interpret such objects in a different way than Descartes does. First, for us, all objects have been created by a universal, negentropic process. Mathematically, this act of creation resembles the creation of a singularity by conic, self-similar spiral action, as we described that earlier here. These singularities are also used up later on, used up as raw material for the creation of new singularities. So, in our approach to mathematical physics, we define objects mathematically as we defined energy in study of economic processes. We define an object primarily by comparing the work of its creation and the work obtained by its destruction. The proper definition of any object is based on studying the characteristics of the object in terms of reference to both its creation and its destruction. In other words, we do not treat objects as finished things. We treat objects as ephemeral moments of transition between two work processes. Naturally, as measured in human lifetimes, the ephemeral object may have an existence measured in billions of years. From our subjective standpoint, such long-lived objects appear to be permanent existences within the universe. From the standpoint of the limitless existence of a being coextensive with our universe, as Christian theology defines God to be, the proper view of all objects as merely ephemerals is the natural viewpoint. Sooner or later, if after billions of years, objects once created will ultimately be destroyed by being used up in some way. If we wish to understand the universe, we must always instruct our minds to attempt to see the universe and its species and subspecies of transformations as that universal being must view the universe. In a moment or so, we shall show how any human being can train his or her mind to look at the universe in the way we have indicated here. First, we must clean up one loose end concerning mathematical physics of increase of potential relative population density. Potential population density is quite obviously a way of measuring mankind's relationship to nature as a whole. The fact that less and less land area is required by society to sustain an average individual means that the intensity of mankind's mastery of nature has been increased. For reasons we have indicated so far, this means that the energy level per capita has been increased. The energy and energy flux density are increased. This energy is produced. This signifies greater work output per capita in producing this energy and energy flux density. Also, the energy flux density at which this energy produced is applied is increased. This meaning of technology must be employed throughout economic sciences practice.
Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it.
The following program is one of 5 parts of The Power of Labor, an educational special on economic science written by Democratic presidential candidate Lyndon LaRouche. The Power of Labor was produced for classroom use and is intended to be accompanied by Mr. LaRouche's textbook, So You Wish to Learn All About Economics.
Now we come to the last 2 topics of this study of the passage from the book of Genesis. We focus on the practical means by which any human being whose brain functions are not biologically damaged can master the principles of creative scientific work. There are 2 successive steps to be considered. The first of these 2 steps is a matter of defining the moral standpoint of the creative scientific worker. The second focuses our attention on the principles for formulating successful scientific hypotheses.
Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it.
The most obvious empirical actuality of the existence of any human individual is that that individual is born and must ultimately die. The beginning of wisdom lies in understanding the practical significance of this simple fact. If an individual devotes his or her life to those pleasures enjoyed in the flesh, the sum of that person's life goes into the grave. Only to the degree that an individual life is sufficiently dedicated to some higher purpose, whose benefit to mankind endures beyond death of the individual person, does the person rise above the moral condition of a mere beast. That judgment is the beginning of all wisdom. The wise individual dedicates himself or herself to contributing good to the advantage of present and future generations. As each person must desire to accomplish in living something which elevates his moral condition above that of an irrationalistic, hedonistic beast, so the contribution of good to present and future generations of mankind is the only true personal self-interest of any person. The first problem is that of discovering what is this good. The injunction from Genesis supplies the germ of the answer to that question. The good done by individuals is the individual's contribution to the fulfillment of that commandment. The individual must not merely accomplish that in terms of his or her individual acts. The individual must contribute to increasing the fruitfulness of present and future generations. To contribute a useful scientific discovery is the paradigm of the good. Yet we must know that scattering individual good deeds may be of no benefit if society around us destroys that good more or less rapidly as we scatter it about us. We require a society which fosters the good and which acts to nullify that which opposes the good. The highest good we may contribute, therefore, is the improvement of the institutions of our society to the effect that society itself better fosters the good. A contribution to the advancement of science and culture of society is the most powerful and most durable expression of the good. Yet to act efficiently for the good, we must be developed and must work consistently and constantly to develop ourselves. We must increase our powers to know the good and also increase our power to act efficiently in service of what we know to be good. Similarly, we must foster the initial development of such powers in children. We must contribute to fostering in society those institutions and habits of practice which encourage and otherwise aid men and women to continue an efficient process of self-development to these ends. The principle of self-development is the principle of discovering with ever-diminishing imperfection what the lawful ordering of our universe is. In other words, the principle of self-development is a principle of scientific discovery. This brings us now to the subject of scientific hypothesis. Throughout most of Plato's writings, Plato's Socrates returns repeatedly to the subject of hypothesis. Repeatedly, Socrates insists, to discuss the principles of hypothesis, we must speak in the language of geometry. Not only is the subject of hypothesis the most frequently discussed subject of the dialogues as a whole are a demonstration of the principles of hypothesis. In modern Europe, beginning with such writings of Cuses as his Doctor Ignorantia, a title roughly translated into English as On Learned Ignorance, the entirety of the skyrocketing of scientific progress is based on the mastery of Plato's principle of hypothesis by such masters as Cusa, Leonardo da Vinci, Kepler, Leibniz, and Bernhard Riemann. The clearest examples of this include the composition of Platonic dialogues by Leibniz and the famous debilitation dissertation of Riemann's on the hypotheses which underlie geometry. This Platonic method of hypothesis is the method employed in this television production. Now we may describe the basic principles of that method. Socrates divides all scientific hypotheses into three species. These three species of scientific hypothesis are in ascending order of rank. First, simple hypothesis. Second, higher hypothesis. Third, hypothesis of the higher hypothesis. I shall now briefly explain what is meant by each. First, simple hypothesis. Accept the axioms and postulates of some chosen, established body of knowledge as valid. Then, given a phenomenon to be made a subject of such a body of knowledge, construct an assumed analysis of cause and effect relations bearing upon the occurrence and consequences of that phenomenon. This assumption, or simple hypothesis, must be completely consistent with the axioms and postulates of the chosen variety of established body of knowledge. If the explanation of the experimental evidence is consistent with the axioms and postulates, then the hypothesis is treated as proven. In layman's language, this means that one avoids adopting any assumptions which conflict with underlying assumptions of prevailing opinion. This usage of prevailing opinion may indicate the views of some faction within scientific work, or simply the prevailing opinions of some group of people among which one seeks to cultivate a good opinion of oneself. Second, higher hypothesis. In this case, the purpose of the hypothesis is to overthrow one or more of the axioms and postulates of some accepted body of scientific or other opinion. One adopts as the test of this higher hypothesis some simple or experimental observation appropriate to that purpose. If the experimental hypothesis succeeds in proving its assumption, the whole body of knowledge associated with the disproven axioms and postulates is overturned and must be reconstructed entirely on the basis of the higher hypothesis just proven. All fundamental scientific discoveries are of the form of such proven higher hypothesis. This is the kind of thinking responsible for all scientific revolutions. Although the breadth of application of an existing body of scientific knowledge can be expanded by means of simple hypothesis, no valid fundamental discovery in science could be accomplished by the method of simple hypothesis. Neither can any discovery made by higher hypothesis be called competently into question by the method of simple hypothesis. Higher hypothesis is the lowest possible level of creative scientific thinking. Simple hypothesis represents thinking one level below creative scientific thinking. Third, hypothesis of the higher hypothesis. Although successive and valid scientific revolutions must by their nature contradict one another, their relative validity relative to lower levels of scientific progress is not to be doubted. The fact that mankind has produced successive and successful scientific revolutions shows us that there are principles of scientific discovery which are approximately the same for successive scientific revolutions. A principle which efficiently generates successive scientific revolutions is an hypothesis of the higher hypothesis. In other words, an hypothesis whose subject matter is a principle proven to be efficient in generating successful scientific revolutions. Such a principle is subject to certain definite kinds of empirical tests and therefore can be proven. This is the highest form of creative scientific thinking, the highest form of thinking possible for mankind. One of the best examples of an hypothesis of the higher hypothesis is the conception of self-similar conic spiral action discussed earlier. A lower stage of development of the same hypothesis of the higher hypothesis is the isoperimetric principle rediscovered by Nicholas Cusa. These are principles which have in fact been applied to prompt successive scientific revolutions. These two examples are properly seen as a single hypothesis. That is, as science progresses, man's knowledge of the principle of creative discovery should become less imperfect. Gauss's work on the principles of self-similar conic spiral action is not a break with Cusa's and Leibniz's mastery of the isoperimetric principle. Gauss lessened the imperfection embodied in early knowledge of the isoperimetric principle. It is impossible to master the principles of higher hypothesis if one's thinking defines facts in the noun form. Only when facts are defined as species or subspecies of transformations in physical space-time is it possible for the human mind to comprehend the kinds of conceptions involved in the construction of higher hypotheses, or to understand the meaning of the principle of the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis. In other words, as long as one's scientific thinking is in the form of deductive logic, or as long as one has limited methods of inductive reasoning derived from deductive logic, creative scientific thinking is impossible. This brings us now to the outer boundary of our study of the verse in the book of Genesis. On the basis of what we just reported concerning the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis, we're able to demystify one of the most profound mysteries in all human experience. How does the creative activity of a single human mind increase the potential relative population density of all mankind? This is the second greatest in importance of all moral questions. It is the greatest of all questions in scientific knowledge. Fact one: a society's increase of its potential relative population density is a negentropic fact, identical in form with the principle of all living processes. Fact two: this increase of potential is caused entirely by the discovery and application of advances in technology. Fact three: the discovery of advances in technology is entirely a creation of human minds taken individually. Fact four: therefore, the cause for the successful existence of society is human individuals' creative mental activity. Fact five: since the result of our creative mental activity, so realized, is a change in the physical process, which is society's economic process, in this way, creative mental activity is an efficient physical force in the universe. Fact six: although each species of increase of potential relative population density, each scientific revolution, is immediately a product of a higher hypothesis, the cause of higher hypothesis is the principle of creative discovery associated with the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis. The hypothesis of the higher hypothesis, therefore, corresponds to some principle which is the substance of the physical force which the creative mental potentialities of the individual human mind exert upon the universe. Plato's Socrates treats this point in the following terms of reference. Fact number 7. The hypothesis of the higher hypothesis, as formulated by the creative powers of the individual mind, is an imperfect approximation. As we lessen the imperfection of that approximation, our knowledge is approaching, without ever fully reaching, that which is truth. Fact 8. Therefore, we must think of the truth as the unhypothesized principle for which the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis searches. This unhypothesized principle is the only true law governing the universe, known in Christian theology as the Logos, the word of the Gospel of St. John. We have already indicated the fact that the moral person, first, identifies personal self-interest as the accomplishment of a good for present and future generations. 2, recognizes that the essential good is the accomplishment of those improvements in the habits and institutions of society which foster and protect the good. 3rd, that the good is the principle of self-development of individuals of society to the effect of increasing the potential relative population density of present and future generations of society. This self-development is of the following form in substance. First, the development of those creative mental powers associated with a higher hypothesis and the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis. Second, the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis is expressed for consciousness in the form of the geometrical principle exemplified by the succession of the isoparametric principle and the self-similar conic spiral. This geometrical principle is also the measure of technology. Therefore, fourthly, progress in technology is a direct image of creative mental action, of the mental activity which is congruent with the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis. This is the inner secret of the verse from Genesis. We may be fruitful, as Genesis commands, only if we pursue a course of increase of potential relative population density. This cannot be accomplished without developing our creative mental powers for generating successful higher hypotheses. This cannot be accomplished, in turn, unless we develop a less imperfect form of the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis, whether we are conscious of the idea of the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis or not. This implies the question, is the advancement in the material condition of individual life the purpose of technological progress, and development of our creative mental powers merely a means to that end? Or is the development of those powers the true purpose, and the goal of technological progress merely the means to oblige us to develop ever more perfectly the notion of the hypothesis of the higher hypothesis? Or a third alternative, is it not the case that both goals are but two inseparable facets of the same purpose? Is man's work merely a goal to his moral development, or is man's work the complement of that moral development? I believe most profoundly that the two purposes, the moral development of man and the assignment to man of tasks commensurate with his moral development, are one and the same. I believe, therefore, that the ordering of the economic and related policies of republics must direct the economic and cultural development of the republic to the fulfillment of that combined task. We cannot leave the question whether society's work is moral or evil to the irrationalistic hedonism of Adam Smith's free trade dogmas. We, both as individuals and as society, are responsible for the consequences of our policies of practice, for our acts and also for our acts of omission. Our individual acts and policies, and the acts and policies of the Republic as a whole, must be moral in intent and moral in respect of the consequences of those policies and actions. Yet I'm an impassioned defender of private ownership of our family-operated farms and of the generality of our industrial production. To some, this might appear an inconsistency. From the matter we have covered in this televised presentation, there is no inconsistency. Creativity is an individual person's activity. We shall not enjoy the benefits of technological progress unless we foster creativity of the individual and opportunities for the individual to express that creativity in search of good. The government of the Republic has inalienable responsibilities under our Constitution. The regulation of currency and credit, the regulation of foreign and interstate commerce, the development and maintenance of basic economic infrastructure such as water management, public transportation, the production and distribution of general energy supplies, the provision of other public utilities, and the development and maintenance of urban infrastructure. These, by their nature, cannot be competently delegated to unregulated private ownership. Also, the policies of taxation of government at various levels of government determine which forms of economic activity are relatively fostered and which relatively discouraged. By these means, government shapes the environment of the combined public and private practice of the society. By these means, government supplies direction to the exertions of private enterprises. These prescriptions I have just summarized are not original to me, of course. They are policies of the American system of political economy, the doctrine of political economy on which our constitutional republic was founded. It must be remembered that the central issue of the American Revolution was that we could not tolerate the immoral free trade policies defended by Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. It was chiefly against the ruinous policies of Adam Smith that the American Revolution against Britain was fought. Let us conclude this broadcast by reading and adding brief comment to a passage from Adam Smith's 1759 book, The Theory of the Moral Sentiments. I quote, "The administration of the great system of the universe, the care of the universal happiness of all rational and sensible beings, is the business of God and not of man. To man is allotted a much humbler department, but one much more suitable to the weakness of his powers and to the narrowness of his comprehension, the care of his own happiness, of that of his family, his friends, his country. But though we are endowed with a very strong desire of these ends, it has been entrusted to the slow and uncertain determinations of our reason to find out the proper means of bringing them about. Nature has directed us to the greater part of these by original and immediate instincts, hunger, thirst, the passion which unites the two sexes, the love of pleasure and the dread of pain, prompt us to apply these means for their own sakes, and without any consideration of their tendency to those beneficent ends which the great director of nature intended to produce by them. That part of the message, which is underlined on your screen, is key to Smith's doctrine of the invisible hand. Without any consideration of their tendency to those beneficent ends which the great director of nature intended to produce by them. Smith argued that society must act according to the blind passions of hedonistic irrationalism, and to ignore the moral consequences of those actions taken on behalf of such hedonistic irrationalism. On this count, there was no difference in policy among Smith, David Hume, Jeremy Bentham, Thomas Malthus, James Mill, and John Stuart Mill. It was this explicitly immoral philosophy, sometimes called 19th century British liberalism, against which the founders of our republic righteously fought a deadly war of independence. Contrary to the evil Adam Smith, we are each and all morally accountable for the consequences of our policies of practice. We are responsible also for the consequences of the policies of practice of our government, as well as our own actions. Above all, we must measure the consequences of the policies of practice of our government and ourselves by the yardstick of the cited passage from the book of Genesis. That is the kernel of the natural law, as Western Judeo-Christian civilization defines natural law. The purpose of individual life is to accomplish with that moral life a good which endures to the benefit of subsequent generations. Hence, all moral persons must reject angrily the doctrines of Adam Smith and British liberalism generally. The very essence of true personal self-interest of each among us is to ensure that what we do will be a durable contribution to good over generations to come. For this, we must each hold ourselves accountable, and we must also hold our nation, our government, accountable. If we practice any contrary policy but this we have recommended here, we are degraded as to the level of mere beasts. We would then become morally as nothing. The scientific discoverer, by his act of discovery, contributes something which is of implicit value for all mankind. Even as that discovery is superseded and made relatively obsolete by new scientific discoveries to come, each such discovery implicitly endures forever as part of the necessary foundation upon which all future progress depends. So in science and in other ways, the fruitful exercise of the creative powers of an individual mind makes that person of universal importance to all mankind, past, present, and future. The more creative minds we develop among our people, the greater the rate of progress of all mankind. The larger the total human population of persons whose fruitful creative potentials are so developed, the greater the rate of improvement of each and all persons living in the present and distant future. Let us so live, as the verse from Genesis instructs us, to develop our fruitfulness. Let us rejoice in living according to that beautiful commandment.
The preceding broadcast was one of 5 parts of The Power of Labor, an educational special written by Democratic presidential candidate Lyndon LaRouche. This program was produced by the LaRouche campaign to inform citizens of the economic policies which would go into effect beginning the minute Lyndon LaRouche were sworn in as the new President of the United States. The program was originally released in late May 1984, at the height of the primary period. The purpose of this special, Mr. LaRouche stated at that time, was to give my fellow citizens the opportunity to see the inner workings of my mind. The Power of Labor was produced for classroom use and is intended to be accompanied by Mr. LaRouche's economics textbook, So You Wish to Learn All About Economics. Class series using this textbook and videotape are going on right now in LaRouche campaign offices in almost 100 locations around the country.
Avant l'élection présidentielle de 1981, dans mon pays, Lyndon LaRouche et moi-même avions publié un ouvrage de réflexion et de passion, La France après De Gaulle. Il commençait par la célèbre citation « Ce que j'ai fait sera, tôt ou tard, source d'ardeur nouvelle après que j'aurai disparu ». Cette citation, aujourd'hui, peut s'appliquer aussi bien à Charles de Gaulle qu'à Lyndon LaRouche. 1974, je suis nommé en poste à New York alors que je voulais aller en Chine ou au Japon. Là-bas, j'ai exploré tout ce qui se passait aux États-Unis en saisissant l'occasion. Et c'est ainsi que j'ai découvert Lyndon LaRouche et son mouvement politique. Alors, ils étaient les seuls à combattre à la fois la dictature financière qui s'était établie après le 15 août 1971 aux États-Unis et la contre-culture du sexe, de la musique bruit et de la drogue qui était répandue et détournée du combat politique contre la guerre du Vietnam, la jeunesse américaine, et aussi la jeunesse du monde. Fort de cet engagement, Lyndon LaRouche proposait l'alternative. Et il était encore plus différent des autres par cette proposition. Un nouvel ordre économique et monétaire international, dans l'esprit des non-alignés de Bandung, rendant justice à tous les pays du monde, sans exception, et une culture de la vie, de la découverte, des capacités créatrices de l'homme. Pour cela, pour y parvenir, Lyndon LaRouche nous a toujours dit qu'il fallait changer de manière de penser et d'agir. Les États-Unis, malheureusement, ne sont pas allés dans cette direction. Et le monde transatlantique les a suivis. Nous sommes aujourd'hui dans une situation qui est pire que celle de 1981. Les États-Unis ne sont devenus que ruines de leur âme, car ils ont cédé au pouvoir d'une oligarchie extérieure à eux-mêmes en tant que nation, qui est une véritable force d'occupation, comme nous avons cette force d'occupation en Europe et en France. Alors, notre engagement, mon engagement, c'est à l'image de Lyndon LaRouche, de l'immortalité de sa vie et de son œuvre, de cette part d'immortalité, de nous battre pour un monde qui soit émancipateur, qui serve le bien commun et les générations à naître. Aujourd'hui, le nouveau Bretton Woods, pour lequel nous nous battons, est précisément dans cette perspective qui est celle de la paix par le développement mutuel, avec les États-Unis et la Chine, la Russie et l'Inde, et le Japon, et l'Europe, et la France, médiatrice, inspiratrice comme elle devrait l'être. C'est cela notre engagement. Et c'est ce monde dont nous tracions les perspectives avec Lyndon LaRouche en 1981, la France après De Gaulle, qui est le monde que nous devons mettre en place et nous battre pour qu'il soit, car l'autre perspective, celle qui nous menace, est le chaos économique et la guerre, bien plus encore qu'en 1981. C'est pourquoi, en ce 100e anniversaire de la naissance de Lyndon LaRouche, j'appelle tous ceux dans mon pays, et bien au-delà, dans le monde, tous ceux qui sont prêts à un combat, de le mener, et de le mener avec toute l'énergie et toute l'ardeur nouvelle dont ils sont capables.
Greetings everyone. I, Engineer Munashe Chiwanza, a member of the Sheila Institute from Zimbabwe in Africa, would like to stand with the world in celebrating Mr. Lyndon H. LaRouche's 100th birthday and his outstanding legacy. As a member of his organization, I've become very interested and driven by his concepts of potential relative population density and energy flux density of the world's physical economy. Therefore, this interest led me to consider how these ideas can be means to understand how some cultures flourish over others, particularly in examining the great Zimbabwe ruins, that is House of Stones, located in the southern part of Zimbabwe, and what fueled their growth and later led to the underlying cause of their collapse. In addition, Mr. Lyndon H. LaRouche is a great scientist and an economist, a real fighter against predatory economic policies and practices internationally. His focus of a global financial collapse many years before it happened is being witnessed now as the world is facing various challenges such as threats to the energy and food supply, leading to global hyperinflation and a superpower World War III. All this shows the need to adopt these policies to increase energy flux density on our planet and beyond. To Mrs. Helga Zepp LaRouche, the founding members and the entire membership who are still carrying the genuine views of Mr. LaRouche, I say, happy 100th birthday, Lyndon H. LaRouche. May his soul rest in peace. Happy centenary anniversary. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kevin Pearl, an activist in the LaRouche movement since 1985. How do you honor the 100th birth anniversary of a universal thinker like Lyndon LaRouche? His contributions span the full spectrum of human thought, from hard sciences to music to economics to poetry. I think maybe it's that universality that had the greatest impression on me. He simply cared enough to investigate every issue and every culture, and to propose solutions for every corner of the globe. He sought truth more passionately than anyone I have ever known. His appeal was also universal, as evidenced at the conferences we used to hold twice a year. Both the audiences and the speakers panels featured people who probably would never have gathered together under any other auspices. Scientist and student, world-class musician, and economic refugee. Black, white, liberal, conservative, Jew, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, and atheist, all gathered in common search of truthful solutions for the challenges that faced mankind. Perhaps it was best said in a poem I remember composed by his friend and collaborator, Fred Wills, the former Foreign Minister and Trade Minister of Guyana. With everyone that he did find, he shared the fruitful theses of his mind. In everyone, as he went on, reflective gratitude did linger on. It's time to exonerate Lyndon LaRouche and his ideas.
Hello, my name is Jen Pearl, and I've been organizing with the LaRouche movement for 20 years. In 2004, Lynn sent me and about 75 other young organizers up to Boston, Massachusetts, to intervene into the National Democratic Convention. The inside of the convention was typically bureaucratic, controlled, and useless. So we set up our own convention of sorts by forming choruses of LIM, LaRouche Youth Movement organizers, all over the city of Boston for the week, with big banners and signs, distributing thousands of leaflets, singing cannons, and provoking everyone we met by singing politically satirical songs set to classical music. The response to us was electric and transformative, both for me as an organizer and for the population. So much so that when we returned home, Lynn asked me to put together a chorus of LaRouche Youth Movement organizers to send back up to Boston soon after. And that became the Boston LaRouche Youth Movement, a 15-person chorus composed of amateur singers. Lynn laid out that our mission was to learn Bach's vocal motet, the Jesu meine Freude, and furthermore, to sing it with bel canto voices. It was such a brilliant intervention into the city of Boston, the nation, but also it really built and shaped our identities around classical artistic thinking. I was suddenly thrown into a position where I was conducting and vocally training an unruly and inexperienced choir of 15 to 20 organizers, aged 18 to 25, for 2 hours a day, when we weren't intervening politically in every possible way. We became truly a music conservatory on wheels. This period of intense study and focus upon Bach and Kepler completely shaped and changed my identity and many others. Bach became a way to think, a way to solve and approach problems. We also developed the authority to challenge other music institutions and to recruit musicians out of the vacuous classical music world, which is even far worse today, into our political and passionate approach to classical art. To sum it up, anytime we were experiencing periods, as any political movement in history has, of tension or confusion among our membership in the Boston LIM, Lynn would simply ask me, "Are you guys singing?" And more often than not, we had not been. Thank you, Lynn, for everything. Happy heavenly birthday.
Hello, my name is Anastasia Battle. I'm an organizer with the LaRouche organization, and welcome to the LaRouche Show. And today I would like to introduce to you a very special lecture to me, which is part of a series that Mr. LaRouche did back in 1973 at Columbia University. This is part of a series that he did called Beyond Psychoanalysis. So it was paired with a series of papers as well, which we'll link that down below in the description. But this lecture, we'll listen to the first one today, is very important at this time because, especially if you're new, you probably have run into a situation where maybe you're trying to talk to someone about the ideas that we're putting forward, and you keep running into a problem. Someone just doesn't get it, and you don't know why, and you're frustrated, or maybe the other person is frustrated, and it's just not coming together. And in this series, Mr. LaRouche gets at what are the laws of human thought. You can understand that. You can understand why somebody thinks the way that they do in real time as you're talking with them. You can understand what the axioms are and the assumptions that they're making while you're talking with them. And it's never really the words that someone says. And I'm not saying a person is lying, but words are a reflection of a thought. And if you can identify the assumptions that someone's making, then you can better understand how to help that person break through. Now, if you're going to help somebody do that, you also have to make the breakthrough yourself. You have to be able to reason through and understand your own mind, because there's a lot of stuff in there. You know, we all have our own family situations. We've got culture. We've got the history that we're in as a nation or as a people at that moment. There are all sorts of things that are playing in to what makes a person neurotic. And actually, Mr. LaRouche said once, man, if you weren't so neurotic, you all be geniuses. This is true, right? So if we can work through these emotional ideological blocks and figure out how to control what Mr. LaRouche calls the oceanic emotion, then you are better equipped to communicate to another human being, another person, so they can understand their own mind and how they can make the breakthrough as well. I'm sure maybe you've experienced this as a young person or a child, that when you work really hard at something and then you get it, you solved a problem, it's all of a sudden everything just makes more sense. And you're so excited that you want to tell everybody, you want to talk to everyone about it. And that's what we want to evoke in people. It doesn't matter if somebody agrees with you on everything, but if you can give someone to have a thought, that is the greatest action that you could ever accomplish with that person. So in these lectures, and the paper included, I want you to take some time. You could pull aside a notepad, a pencil. Maybe Mr. LaRouche, will provoke you in some way. Maybe you're reacting to some words he's saying. I mean, he is talking about Marxism. This is the 70s, so, this may not jive with how you think. But really take some time to think about what he's saying. Identify what he's talking about. What are the different parts of the human mind that control you? Where did they come from? Think about how, if you've tried to talk to another person, what the difficulty was when that happened. Was there a reaction that you had that maybe prevented you from making a breakthrough with that person? Right? These are the key things to really analyze with ourselves right now. Not to, whip yourself and make yourself feel like crap or something, but, but to really challenge ourselves and not let ourselves off the hook at a revolutionary period, especially. If we're going to have a successful revolution, we cannot go along with a romantic idea of, if you just go out there and you chant some slogans and wave the flag hard enough, then we're going to win. Because I'm sorry, but that has never worked. It will never work. And oftentimes it ends in a pretty tragic failure. But actual successful revolutions come from an intellectual revolution. That doesn't mean, that you're going to become a professor or you're going to understand, every single thing in the universe. But it comes from being able to understand this process of human thought. And it's actually quite fun once you figure out how to work yourself through this, and you can begin to live in the tension of the moment and enjoy it. It can become a lot of fun once you learn how another person's mind works, because you understand yourself and you can see the reasoning process of another person. And the first time you get somebody to figure something out, you'll be just as excited as they are. So I'd like to leave that introduction there, and I hope you enjoy this, and feel free to message the LaRouche organization, or you can leave comments in the YouTube comment section below. If you have any reflections, definitely do that as well. And if you know anybody else who you feel wants to make this revolutionary change, please share this lecture with other people, share this paper, share these ideas, and definitely get active with us. We've got readings going on throughout the week, working on various papers, scientific papers, classical literature. If you're a young person, definitely reach out to us. We have a youth movement going on. Mrs. LaRouche will be giving a class coming up on the 12th of June, just before the conference the week after. So I'd like to leave you there, and I hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Without any further ado, I would like to introduce L. Marcus, National Chairman of the National Caucus of Labor Committees, author of the textbook Dialectical Economics, out of the groundbreaking paper Beyond Psychoanalysis, and smaller companion papers which have appeared in recent weeks, which have introduced a revolution in psychological science. L. Marcus.
During a period of reaction which occurred among British intellectuals in the wake of the French Revolution, there was an attempt to explain creativity in art as being something which occurred within art itself, as independent of political movements of that time. In rebuttal of this, Shelley wrote an essay, one of his several important essays, and I'll refer to another one later tonight, entitled In Defense of Poetry. And I shall read a section from the conclusion of that, which is a thesis from which we shall work to provide a setting for the purpose of this program. The literature of England, an energetic development of which has ever preceded or accompanied a great and free development of the national will, has arisen, as it were, from a new birth. In spite of the low-thoughted envy which would undervalue contemporary merit, our own will be a memorable age in intellectual achievements, and we live among such philosophers and poets as surpass beyond comparison any who have appeared since the last national struggle for civil and religious liberty. The most unfailing herald, companion, and follower of the awakening of a great people to work a beneficial change in opinion or institution is poetry. At such periods, there is an accumulation of the power of communicating and receiving intense and impassioned conceptions respecting man and nature. The persons in whom this power resides may often, as far as regards many portions of their nature, have little apparent correspondence with that spirit of good of which they are the ministers. But even whilst they deny and abjure, they are yet compelled to serve the power which is seated on the throne of their own soul. It is impossible to read the compositions of the most celebrated writers of the present day without being startled with the electric life which burns within their words. They measure the circumference and sound the depths of human nature with a comprehensive and all-penetrating spirit. And they are themselves perhaps the most sincerely astonished at its manifestations, for it is less their spirit than the spirit of the age. If Shelley's thesis is correct, that is, that great periods of revolutionary transformation are
heralded and accompanied by an intellectual renaissance, then the Bolshevik Revolution and the period following it is ironical. For the Bolshevik Revolution was preceded by approximately a quarter century of general decay, accelerated decay of intellectual life in Europe and the United States, and has been followed by 50 years of accelerated decay in the arts. The situation in the sciences is not that much better. While there has been much elaboration, which is called fundamental advance in the physical sciences, so-called, there actually has been no breakthrough during the past 50 years, nor any sign of a new breakthrough in development, but rather an elaboration of those achievements, the fundamental achievements, which were made in the first 2 decades of this century. There's been, of course, a rather revolution in biological sciences, but that again falls in the same category. Essentially, from approximately the end of the First World War, this has been a period of accelerated decay. And if Shelley's thesis is borne out, there must be some correlation between the intellectual decay of capitalist culture and world culture generally throughout the past 50 years and the fact that there have not been heretofore successful socialist revolutions in the advanced sector. I would say that Shelley's thesis is correct, and that without an intellectual revolution, it will be impossible, perhaps not impossible, but extremely unlikely, that there will be a socialist transformation in the brief period left to us to do that. However, it's not quite so simple. We are, in fact, in the Labor Committee tendency, initiating an intellectual revolution. And the question of beyond psychoanalysis is essentially an attempt to get at the lawfulness or the lawful processes by which we will accomplish this revolution. We are not concerned, except in a peripheral and secondary way, to deal with problems of psychoanalysis per se. What we're concerned to do is to get at certain lawful aspects of the human power for cognition in order to unblock those mental powers which are necessary if we're going to initiate and convey, communicate the kind of intellectual revolution in progress. Is exactly what that is will become clearer in the course of the 4 lectures. This is not unprecedented. If one turns to the major works which preceded and followed the French Revolution, we'll find that this attention to examination of the laws of mind is by no means unprecedented. As I indicated in the article itself, the first systematic effort to deal with the lawful processes of cognition was undertaken by Descartes, particularly in the 2 theorems which I cited, which I'll refer to again tonight. More significantly, the principal work of Kant was essentially psychological in its purpose. That is, it was essentially psychological science. Hegel's phenomenology is nothing but a report of the laws of the mind itself as explored by one of the greatest creative thinkers of modern times, who used his exploration of his own mind as the means for developing his dialectical method, his phenomenology of mind. In the case of Hegel's immediate successor, Ludwig Feuerbach, the same applies. Feuerbach's essence of Christianity is, as he professes it to be, an exploration into the laws of human thought, the laws of human mentation. What we are doing here, then, is to make a further exploration, in a sense, in the tradition of Descartes, in the tradition of Hegel, the tradition of Feuerbach, and also though with less emphasis in Marx's case, the tradition of Marx. Now, what we shall do tonight is to concentrate on the question of the context, the grounding within which we have to situate any attempt to establish a science of mind. However, before doing that, I shall just indicate some of the empirical features of the mind, and so doing will enable us to refer to these things as we go along, and then I'll develop these points in later lectures. If you examine the contents of your own mind, your own mental processes, you will discover, with a minimum amount of analysis, that there are essentially three accessible identities within your head. The first of these is a relic of infancy, which nonetheless is predominant, the predominant sense of self in most individuals in capitalist culture. It's the so-called ego, which is more properly should be termed the infantile ego. This is the aspect of your identity which becomes clearest when you say, I sincerely feel that I must do this, or I do this because I feel that this is true. It's the part of yourself which is immediately associated with immediate action and is associated with three kinds of emotion. One of the types of emotion immediately characteristic of the infantile ego is simple infantile elation at object possession. And object possession to the ego includes possession of people. That is, the elation that a child feels in having its mother, its wife, its girlfriend around is simple elation of object possession. There's nothing very human about it. The second of these emotions is the emotion of infantile anger or rage. And this type of emotion is what you are seeing manifest in the work of logicians and mathematicians and so forth. The essential emotion of mathematics is infantile rage. And that is no exaggeration. As a matter of fact, this becomes clearest in chess play, where there's a similar relationship. Across the board, chess play involves an emotion. The emotion is pure infantile rage. There is no human relationship between the opponents across the chessboard. The third emotion associated with the ego is infantile sense of fear or depression. And these three emotions are associated with the ego. Now there's another entity, a second entity to consider, which you can experience by, and Hegel describes this somewhat in the introduction and preface to the Phenomenology of Mind, but it's something you can get at very easily, that you can, in a sense, be conscious of what you are thinking. You can be conscious of the mechanisms or certain of the dynamics involved in understanding why you feel certain things. Rather than simply feeling something, you can be conscious that this feeling is generated in you in a certain way. You can, in a sense, come up behind your own back, the back of your mind, and see what you are thinking, see how you are operating. This is self-consciousness. Now, self-consciousness, which in an adult society, which capitalist society is not, that is, in which human beings became adults and outgrew the infantile ego, the location of the sense of identity would be entirely located in this self-conscious self, which you can know empirically as that part of you which is able to look at what the other part of you is doing. In capitalist culture, in alienation, the self-conscious self is a rather weak creature emotionally. It generally does not know any emotions. It's simply a passive creature which is tolerated and utilized like a slave by the ego. It's used for thinking. Give an example. Some of you were exposed to a hideous experience which is called secondary school geometry. And in the U.S., that is a hideous experience. The pedagogy in the U.S. is, well, I'll get to that later when I discuss a German medical examination, which is one of the most hideous things that can be done to a human being. But in U.S. geometry, you're drilled in the following way. You're given a theorem or a problem, and the first thing you have to do is to develop a solution concept for this problem or this theorem. Then, that being a brief part of your classroom or related activity, if you're in a typical U.S. secondary school, you go through the literally anal process of detailing a proof, detailed logical argument. Now, in this process, there are two phases. In the first phase, in getting at the solution concept, you access self-consciousness and get what you might regard as an intuition of a solution. You play with this intuition until you are virtually certain that, at least as a hypothesis, this is a satisfactory solution. Then you turn your mind off and you get down to writing out the proof. There is no reflection in what you do for your grade in that class. There is no reflection of actual human mental activity. Because you do not reflect in what you write, you do not reflect the fact that you actually accessed your powers of reason and developed an intuition of a solution concept. What you report is simply the anal process of detailing this logical proof, something which is done in the ego state. Well, I'll go to that German thing. We had a problem in Germany among our members there that we found that we have a significant number of members who are medical students. It's a fluke which one of the individuals here is partly responsible for. And we found that as they had to take their examinations, they would take off for 6 to 3 months to prepare for an examination. Didn't make sense, not to me. Then we found that after having the examination, that the individual was in a poorer state of mind, in poorer emotional health, exhibited more acute neurotic symptoms, was less able to think than before taking the examination. Well, I was curious as to what had happened, and I found out when I got to Germany and dug into it with them. We did some sessions and found out the horrible things that had done to them. Now, the first thing about this 3 to 6 month period was that during this period of 3 to 6 months, the people taking the examinations, that is, absenting themselves from politics and actually all other kinds of intellectual activity, had plenty of time to whore about and perform what would normally pass for students' recreations. But precisely all of their recreations were of the most banal and degraded sort. There was no real intellectual recreation, really bestialized forms of recreation. A number of them who went through this tried to do political work during the period that they were preparing for the examinations and found they could not prepare for the examinations. What was the reason for this? When you look at the content of the preparation for a German medical examination, it may not be much better here. I just know the case in Germany. I don't know the case in the United States. It's strictly drill. It's a more extreme version of the same kind of problem which you run into in preparing the geometry proofs in the secondary school in the United States. Now, the mind will not tolerate the kind of memory drill required to prepare for such an examination if your self-consciousness is turned on. It's too degrading. So what the student was doing in absenting himself from political work, and it wasn't just political work, it was any kind of intellectually stimulating activity. The student had to cut himself off from all intellectually stimulating activity and reduce his life to merely grinding and drilling in memory for this medical examination, and otherwise keep himself on a fairly bestialized level in his social life and recreations. Then, of course, would come the end of this preparation process. He'd go into a room, generally buy a suit for the occasion, and go into a parlor-like room, a dozen or so or a half dozen of them, sit around with one or two examiners. 2 or 3 questions would be thrown at them out of the hundreds for which they had prepared themselves. And then the student would leave the room and would have a real letdown and begin to manifest rather acute neurotic symptoms, as well as a general inability to do intellectual work. Well, we got into the depths of some of this stuff, and in effect, if you begin pulling up, and I'll get into this later, if you begin pulling up in analysis what had happened to these people, on the unconscious level, the effect was as if a large, more than slightly man-sized black beetle had performed sodomic rape on them. In other words, there was an acute sense of degradation in going through this kind of experience. And then, as we got into this with some of the physicians and medical students who'd gone through this process, we located a relationship between what is done to medical students in Germany and the sadomasochistic relationship among doctor, nurse, and patient in the hospital. So in general, in capitalist life, people who have any kind of intellectual activity access their self-consciousness, that is their reason. They are somewhat aware of what they're doing, what the ego is doing, but they're not able to do much about it. In the article on the sexual impotence of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, I outline this in some detail. In the case of the macho sexual pattern, an intelligent Latin American macho or Italian pappagallo, which is a feathered macho, finds himself in the presence of a woman under certain kinds of relationships. And in these cultures, there's a Madonna whore pattern to which women and men are both subjected. Is that when a man is playing the whore pattern as a pappagallo or macho, he is often aware that this is a degrading thing. He's degrading himself, he's degrading the woman. She is playing the same game. She's being either a Madonna or a whore and is aware of her degrading role at the time she's performing it. Yet neither of them, though they are aware of this on a self-conscious level, are able to stop themselves from doing it. They're like an alcoholic. And the alcoholic says, I shouldn't be drinking all the time. The alcoholic has liquor in front of him, drinks it, gets drunk, says, I shouldn't be doing this, and afterwards said, I shouldn't have done it. But he still does it. His self-consciousness is not able to intervene to prevent the ego from controlling his or her behavior. So that's the second entity, this self-consciousness, which in a healthy individual, that is what ought to be a human being, would be the location of the sense of identity. And then the ego. Now, this self-consciousness, this self-conscious I, is properly associated with a very special kind of emotion and its derivatives. I call this emotion the fundamental emotion, and we'll get to this a little bit tonight to qualify what it is. Normally, that is, among alienated people who are looking at this emotion or experiencing it from the standpoint of locating their sense of self in the ego, this emotion is experienced as what is sometimes called an oceanic feeling. It's an overwhelming, intense feeling which is usually experienced as a religious experience It's what happens to people when they get into these evangelical orgies. It's also experienced more rarely in what people often call an overwhelming feeling of non-erotic loving. Now, the reason they call it non-erotic, because people generally identify what they mean as erotic loving as a sexual impulse associated with the elation of object possession. And they find that in this case, they are experiencing an overwhelming feeling, which they identify as some kind of feeling of love, but they identify this as being different than and opposed to the ordinary banal erotic feelings. This same emotion, this oceanic emotion, is sometimes experienced as a feeling of impending insanity or death. It's sometimes known as the love-death emotion. In Freudian analysis, nonsense is perpetrated, not as bad as Herbert Marcuse's version of it. Herbert Marcuse is a quack from all standpoints, both philosophy and analysis. But in an attempt to dichotomize this fundamental emotion, or this so-called oceanic feeling, and report that there are two such emotions, one an overwhelming feeling of love and a counterposed overwhelming feeling of death. They happen to be the same emotion. It's just the sense of love and death are experienced in different ways. For example, in an evangelical orgy, that is, one of these fundamentalist religious sects is having a revival, and in the Baptist sect, for example, or Methodist sect, and they get the people whipped up and they evoke this kind of alienated expression of this fundamental emotion, which comes over these people as an oceanic swarm of intensity without shape and so forth, just a swarm. Or they feel it about to come. Now, here's where this trick of baptism is cute. Because of the nature of the emotion, it's easily identified with the ocean. That's why it's called oceanic. It's identified with water. The idea in these revival services, the idea in the mind of the individual that he or she is about to subject themselves to immersion in water, helps the individuals to release this emotion. That's why baptism developed. This is an alienated experience of this type of emotion. However, in a more or less healthy individual, that is, one who can locate the sense of identity in self-consciousness, this emotion is experienced in a less overwhelming manner. It's experienced as a normal kind of emotion, this emotion and its derivatives. In which case it becomes the normal emotion of loving, and also is the affective state which correlates with creative thought. There's a third entity of importance in this, in your mind, which in most cases in analysis would come up rather quickly as the image of a witch. This image is associated with the ego, that is, it's in direct relationship to the ego, and usually you will identify it with the mother. Now, the image of the witch is not, and we'll get to this a little later on in the session, is not an image or a product of the existent mother, but is a product of an alienated and infantile relationship between the infant and young child and the mother. And is this relationship which is alienated and distorted because the child has a dependency relationship on the mother which is established in infancy and continues usually through early childhood. The mother image, of course, is the dominant figure in the sense of infantile ego identity in the child and in the later adult. But because of the reflection of bourgeois relations in family relations, the image of the mother, or the image which is associated with the mother, it's not a picture of the mother, and I'll qualify that in just a moment, usually comes forth as the witch. The belief in witches is a projection of this. Now normally this witch image, and there's some others which I won't go into here, but one can say that the paintings and sketches of Bruegel, Bosch, and Goya, particularly Goya's dark period, were not inventions, but they were drawn from life. They represent the type of images which people will get very readily under extreme stress, in which the contents of their unconscious processes come into consciousness, or in analysis. These kinds of images come pouring out easily. The witch is a third category. Now normally the witch is not able to take over the personality directly. However, in certain psychotic states, that is extreme disassociation, the individual will find even the ego will be blocked from direct control of the person, and some other person is controlling the behavior, directly or indirectly, the witch. So these are the three entities which we will primarily deal with, and the emotions in dealing with the mind. Our concern, as I've already indicated by this outline, our concern is to understand the fundamental emotion, to understand the problems of self-consciousness, and of course from a clinical standpoint to understand how to enable people to begin to make the transition from being alienated people dominated by their infantile egos into people who have more or less subordinated their infantile egos and have effectively located their sense of self in their self-consciousness. That is, in which the power to act, the power to control what the body does, is located in reason, in self-consciousness, in which this fundamental emotion is used to control to activate what the body does, as opposed to the infantile ego's rather banal and hideous, greedy little infantile operation. I'll just make one reference to, again, to another essay of Shelley's on life. Shelley says this: "Let us recollect our sensations as children. What a distinct and intense apprehension we had of the world and ourselves. Many of the circumstances of social life were then important to us which are now no longer so. But that is not the point of comparison on which I mean to insist. We less habitually distinguished all that we saw and felt from ourselves. They seemed, as it were, to constitute one mass. There are some persons who in this respect are always children," and so forth. That in my experience, that most people who have any talent as adults for creative activity generally had a fairly strong identification with this kind of fundamental emotion up until the time they were about 2 or 3. And then in the process of stultification, they generally lost the connection with this fundamental emotion, and were increasingly reduced as they grew older to banalized creatures who are capable only of these 3 infantile emotions which I indicated earlier. That is, of sensing them. The fundamental emotion is always working in a distorted way, at least. But in terms of direct types of emotional behavior, only the 3 fundamental, or the 3 banal types of infantile emotion were experienced. You get this in music in particular. For example, in Germany, in dealing with the problems of sexual impotence among a group of extraordinarily talented people, not ordinary emotional imbeciles, but very talented people, that never had they experienced a deep and intense emotion related to the fundamental emotion, or like the emotion of Wagner's famous Liebestod duet. They never experienced that in a relationship with a person of the opposite sex. Never experienced it in a love relationship. Had never experienced the emotion of love in a love relationship. but they had a weak feeling of love for a person. The minute they began to approach the bed, this banal feeling of infantile object possession took over. They behaved like a couple of animals, and so forth. But they never experienced the emotion of love in a love relationship. They had experienced it weakly or otherwise in another location, in music. One of the few places that people experience this kind of emotion normally. And we find it characteristic among musicians that early in childhood, up until about the time of puberty, they would approach music with a feeling of this kind of emotion, which they would begin to lose in puberty, and would lose their real musical insight, and would have to substitute their formal skills, virtuosity or whatnot, to maintain themselves as musicians. They had become, in effect, emotionally castrated musicians. Common problem in puberty, the loss of this emotion. So our concern is to locate, identify what this emotion is, and define its relationship to this creative process. All right, I should just review what I covered in the article in this respect. Is prior to capitalism, the emergence of capitalism, there was no positive conception of man as man. That in no culture prior to the emergence of capitalism is there a distinct positive conception of man as man. There are essentially religious feelings which reflect man's perception that he is qualitatively different from the animal, but man is unable to account for this. It's simply something he feels and believes and ferociously attempts to defend. But it's only with the emergence of capitalism that man has begun to discover a positive conception of man, that man is absolutely different from the beasts. This emerged, and I've used a concentrated circumstantial basis for explaining this. That is, from approximately the middle of the 16th century into the middle or latter part of the 17th century, Europe went through an orgy of depopulation and misery in general, which I'm afraid, if capitalism continues, we're on the verge of now, or the like of which we're on the verge of now. There was general depopulation, cannibalism, and so forth. Yet at the same time, in a number of centers, England one, the Low Countries another, certain parts of France another, and a few other pockets, there was a flourishing development, a flourishing material progress. Now in every case, as in the case of Tudor England, and under the Tudors, from the accession of Henry VII to about 1589, the Tudors and others expended fairly substantial sums for such tightwads on fostering technology. In addition, the London merchants and others also contributed heavily to this. So that in the prosperity of England, in the prosperity of the Low Countries and other regions, there was a direct connection perceptible to all of the educated layers. A direct connection between the relative prosperity of these regions as against the misery of the others, and the fact that these regions were centers of invention. Invention not only in ordinary sense of technological inventions, but inventions in social and political forms. There was obviously a direct connection between creative innovations by individuals, innovations which, being actualized by the surrounding society, advanced that society. So man in that time discovered a connection between the necessity of his existence, that is, the misery of the world if you didn't make changes. If you tried to go on in the old way, the world collapsed, as opposed to the progress, the improvement of the human condition, which was associated with these innovations. Now, despite the fact that these innovations were actualized through collaborative social effort, through production and so forth, each of these innovations could be attributed to an individual mind. And thus, in this kind of setting, man for the first time was able to locate a direct connection between the very essence of continued human existence in general and the creative potentialities of an individual human mind. Therefore, the conception of man as a scientific conception, first emerged in this period. The notion that the business of humanity, that humanity was distinguished by the fact that its members, its individual members, were capable of creative thinking from individuals, which was essential to the existence of the society as a whole. That is the essence of humanism. And therefore, society had to be concerned with, first of all, fostering those conditions which resulted in creative innovations by at least a certain proportion of the individuals of that society. Fostering the conditions under which these inventions could be realized, which included fostering the education and material conditions of life so that ordinary labor could employ this new technology, use the printed word, and so forth. So the whole humanistic conception developed from this. This is embodied in a concentrated way in the work of Kepler, who said this most hubristic of all things. He said, the universe as a whole is rational. Since the universe as a whole, and he took the solar system, the astronomical system, as his frame of reference, as the empirical location of totality, said, this whole is rational, therefore it can be comprehended by man, it can be comprehended by me. There's nothing God can do that I can't understand. Therefore, I shall set out to examine this astronomical evidence, this astronomical totality, and I shall adduce from the totality as a totality, I shall adduce a fundamental law, the fundamental law of the universe, which, in a sense, in his own frame of reference, is precisely what he did. But the first effort to understand this creativity and where it comes from was Descartes, particularly the two theorems I cited. And I'll just go over them here in summary form because there's a fundamental point, fundamental psychological point, among others, to be made. Now, the first one, the cogitor, I think, therefore I know, therefore I am. I don't have a blackboard, so I shall painstakingly recite this. Can be represented symbolically in the following way. The symbolic form it can be described as follows. Is that for every particular knowledge, perception, etc., which I have of the world about me, this knowledge does not occur as knowledge in and of itself, but occurs as a subject or predicate of a process of thinking. Without the activity of thinking, there is no knowledge. Therefore, if some knowledge in particular is real, then thinking is as real as anything else I know, and it is more real than anything else I know. Now, thinking, the I think, is not in the same category as the perception of objects. I think is not an object, not in the ordinary sense. It is a subject for a category of predicates. I'll give an crude example of this, what I mean by this relationship. The concept number is not a number. I can describe all kinds of numbers, can give lists of all kinds of numbers, give rules for enumerating whole arrays of different kinds of numbers. And I can say that what I mean by all this is number. But number, as the category which includes all possible numbers, is not a number. Similarly, the category I think is not one of the elements of thought, of ordinary thought or ordinary knowledge. Now, the second theorem is a theorem of perfection. Man at any given point has certain knowledge, knowledge which is practically demonstrated to be real and appropriate. However, through the development of knowledge, man's knowledge of any particular category of experience is improved so that his behavior becomes more appropriate. There is a change in his knowledge. Now, this change is the effect, obviously, of creative innovations by individuals, socialized creative innovations by individuals. This knowledge is not the result, however, of merely existent individuals. You, as an individual, do not create new knowledge all by yourself. The problems which confront you are created by society. The culture from which you start in solving a problem is provided to you by society. The entire contemporary society is involved in the development of knowledge, directly or indirectly, but nonetheless necessarily involved. Preceding humanity. To this, Descartes applies the concept perfection. That the process of thought in respect to knowledge is perfecting itself. There is progress, there is advancement in knowledge. Now here's where the gimmick comes, and here's where the problem arises. We could say that the subject of Descartes' theorem on perfection, that the subjects are the different knowledges which can be had in the same category of experience at successive stages of development. But that is not the case. The subject, the primary primitive phenomenon of perfection, is not a particular form of knowledge. The primary primitive phenomenon is the process of change connecting two successive states of knowledge. That is, the existent thing is not knowledge in the ordinary sense. The existent thing is a process of change connecting two successive states of knowledge. That's the primary fact. Let's go back to the geometry example I gave earlier. When you develop a solution concept to a problem, you do not calculate a solution concept. It is incalculable. There is no logical procedure by which gestalts can be innovated in the human mind. Logic will not do it. Logic cannot permit you to discover anything. Discovery is based on accessing reason, self-conscious reason. And when you do this from the standpoint of the infantile ego of capitalist society, the beneficial result you get from this, you call intuition. It's a process of reason, but you call it intuition. After you have, so to speak, intuited a satisfactory solution concept, then logic begins. You try to fit your new discovery consistently into the existing plenum of knowledge, of formal or logical knowledge. But the process of logically analyzing a concept to demonstrate its consistency with a body of knowledge is not the process of discovery. The process of discovery of knowledge is what we vulgarly call intuition. Same thing for Descartes' theorem. Knowledge cannot be logically defined. And to the extent that you logically compare two successive bits of knowledge, you have not gotten at the point of Descartes' theorem. What Descartes is concerned with is the process which we would vulgarly call intuition, by which man progresses from one state of knowledge to another. Therefore, the empirical phenomenon to be considered is not the knowledge in particular, the primary primitive phenomenon, the empirical phenomenon, is the process of intuition by which two successive stages of knowledge are realized. Now, if you take what I said seriously, and don't simply take it from me as a plausible, edifying explanation, then most of you are in trouble. Because any of you who locate your identity primarily in the infantile ego are incapable of conceptualizing what I said. Because to the extent that your sense of identity is located in your ego, there is no available referent to you in your own mind by which you could locate something inside your head which you would deem corresponding to what I've just described to you. That is, to the extent that you are in an ego state, it is impossible for you to find anything inside your head to correspond to the phenomenon I've just identified. You can only isolate what I've said, take the words I've said, repeat them, paraphrase them, but you still will not understand what I've said. You can, so to speak, draw a circle around what I've said. Define what I say in terms of that I don't mean this and I don't mean that, negating logical knowledge. But you cannot positively identify the concept which I have just identified. I'll just illustrate without going into it here. I presume we'll have a blackboard next week and I'll go through this again, with this particular concept. We know necessarily that the so-called physical universe is not made up of what is normally thought of as energy. That is, the universe is not made up of simple, homogeneous quanta called energy. The physical universe is necessarily composed of a continuous process for which the term negentropy would have to replace what we call energy. This has been indirectly and implicitly recognized by a great number of people. Einstein, in his last years before his death, restated something which he'd stated before, that this problem of defining a unified field required a complete change in mathematics. That is, an essential superseding of existing mathematics by an entire new conception of mathematics. The difficulty in doing that is not formal. The difficulty is that the kinds of concepts required to solve those kinds of problems demand that the thinker who's trying to solve them be able to access in his own mind some category of mental behavior which corresponds to the phenomenon in the external world which he's trying to understand. To put it another way, if I ask most of you to identify what you know in any field, what will come out of you is more or less a catalog of facts or things which are like fixed objects, facts, together with a set of rules or procedures by which you organize these facts. That is, your mind normally is capable of regarding as positive knowledge only two things. First of all, what we can regard as object images, discrete images. When you try to become conscious of something, you normally become conscious of discrete images. You combine this with notions of what we call relationship, which you represent ordinarily by procedures or rules. You can define that kind of knowledge. That is logical knowledge, or alienated, or better perhaps, anal knowledge. But ordinarily you have no reference in your mind for conceptualizing directly and deliberately process concepts. I give just a list of cases, historical cases. Spinoza attempted to define this, and did, to a certain extent, successfully define this notion of continuous process, and did that specifically in his ethics. Joseph Schelling attempted to understand this. That is, Joseph Schelling tried to conceptualize a universe which was continuous, as opposed to a universe made up of discrete particles. But he could conceive of only a linear continuity, that is, like a homogeneous straight lines, homogeneous sheets, and so forth. He could not conceptualize a continuity which was self-changing. That is, when you think of something continuous line, you say, well, it's a homogeneous line. You can cut it up, it's always the same. It's like butter. You keep slicing it. It's always butter. What you cannot conceptualize is a continuity which is self-reproducing, self-changing. A line which changes itself as it moves. Something which changes itself with respect to time and is not composed of parts as such, but which necessarily creates discrete things. Schelling couldn't. And therefore, because of this failure, Hegel said appropriately that Schelling's philosophy, his conception of infinity and continuity, was of a night in which all cows are black. That is, Schelling could not account for the existence of discrete objects in a continuous universe, and therefore he simply had to assume that there was this wonderful continuous essence which somehow permeated everything, and therefore everything was like a cows, as Hegel said, in a night, in a black night. Hegel did have such a conception. Feuerbach tried to get such a conception but failed. Marx did develop such a conception. His notion of expanded reproduction, specifically his criticism of the physiocrats in the first part of Theories of Surplus Value, is an illustration of the fact that Marx did have such a concept. The famous freedom necessity passage from section 7 of volume 3 of Capital is another example of this, that Marx did have such a concept. That is, Marx was able to locate in his own mind a quality of the type which I've suggested that most of you could not find in your own mind, and Marx could conceptualize continuity. Well, that's the essential point here, is that to perform deliberate creative mentation, to conceptualize processes as processes, that is, real positive processes, it is necessary for you as thinkers to free yourself of, or free yourself to a significant degree of the type of mental behavior, mental life, personality or character which is given to you by bourgeois society. To free yourself from slavery to the infantile ego and the witch. If you do not, you cannot conceptualize these types of processes. Now this recently, just to indicate how real and concrete the problem is, we've had to deal with the problem of food. We are now confronted with dealing more intensively and programmatically with the question of energy on a worldwide scale, the same way we've dealt with food. But we have terrible problems, even within the Labor Committee, in effecting an understanding of the positive connection between this food campaign on the energy business and other kinds of political work. People will say, well, we have a food campaign, or we have an energy campaign, or we have an anti-slave labor campaign, or we have an election campaign, or we're doing contact work. This kind of fragmentation in which there is no understanding of the direct connection, the integral relationship between the food campaign and all other work. The problem here is of the same type. Is that, what does the food campaign involve? Conceptually. It involves communicating to a working person a different sense of personal identity than he's experienced heretofore in his life, except perhaps when he was 2 or 3 years old. Since then, he's lost entirely this conception of identity. instead of seeing himself as an isolated heteronomic individual who, if he gets enough money, will be able to get food, and therefore sees food simply as a matter of how much money he has, and sees how much money he has as the social status of his position in life and so on. Instead of seeing that, he now has to see the production of food, his food, as being willfully determined on a worldwide scale by an interrelated network of productions which involves most of the people in the world, directly or indirectly. Therefore, he has to see his situation and his existence in a new way. He has to see himself not as an isolated individual against the world and against nature, but he has to conceptualize himself as a Spinozan person. He has to conceptualize himself as in positive relationship to the rest of his class on a world scale. Has to think in terms. Well, obviously an individual who thinks like that cannot be a trade union chauvinist, cannot be a black nationalist, cannot be heteronomic in any other sense. An individual who understands the food program really is a revolutionary socialist. He's got to be. Therefore, what's the dichotomy between this and any other kind of work? It's the most sophisticated, most direct kind of political education imaginable. Well, there are some problems that come up, and I'll just identify what the problems are. You find them among workers. We reported one in Solidarity a couple of weeks ago. You go up to a man, a worker, discuss food with him. He says, well, I don't know. My wife takes care of that. But I'm worried about it. But my wife takes care of that. Total alienation. He assumes that food is somehow something magical that his mother and wife provide for him. He gives his mother or his wife money and she provides him food. It's a magical relationship. You start to discuss how food is produced, how he's going to get it, and he's blocked. But even among us, we find the same problem. We find difficulty in conceptualizing this kind of relationship. Well, the way Eric and others have laid this out, even so far, you can see that what the production of food involves. It's not a simple matter of having a fixed technology of food production, having enough people work at it. The problem is we have to develop new technologies, and we'll continue to have to develop new technologies to meet human food requirements. So the question of a food program is not a package of technologies and recipes like a production program. That's only the beginning. But once you start that production program, you have to recognize that with existing technology, without new technologies, there still won't be enough food to meet the requirements that we have for the human race as a whole. Therefore, to meet the requirements of man as he exists today, we will have to increase technology. And as we increase technology, we'll find new barriers. We'll have to increase technology still further to raise the human standard of living higher and to reduce the total amount of human effort required to produce food itself. That is, to produce the ratio of effort just to find enough to eat. Therefore, this is the kind of process which people can get at algebraically by piece, step-by-step methods. But when they attempt to conceptualize this as a process directly, they find themselves blocked in it, both as a concept, and they find that there are relationships to their neurotic problems which are connected to this. And that's exactly it. If we treat the fact that people have an infantile ego, which they haven't freed themselves of, that this ego is essentially under the control of a witch, who in Catholic theology is known as the Virgin Mary or the Whore of Babylon. They're both the same thing. Now, the Virgin Mary and the Whore of Babylon are the universal for the witch. If they could free them, if they were not subjected to this, then human beings would be able to operate on the basis of self-consciousness. Their self-consciousness would access this fundamental emotion willfully, and they would find there's a direct correspondence between the basic content and form of this fundamental emotion and the types of processes that we have to conceptualize of the type I indicated. Therefore, the inability of any human being to be a creative genius That inability is entirely neurotic. The only reason that any human being who is not physiologically traumatized, any biologically normal human being, the only reason that any such human being is not a creative genius is that he has severe neurotic problems. And the fundamental neurotic problem is bourgeois ideology itself, which is like a universal religion, in respect to which people's private neuroses are like private religions, which they have in addition to the universal religion. The way in which we're going to approach this in the organization and outside is this. First of all, we are producing a series of articles, some of which I'm writing, which will explicate the process almost by a case study method. In the first article, Beyond Psychoanalysis, outlined the background to the approach. And the second article, which is appearing in this month's Campaigner, is the sexual impotence of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party. It's a case study of a particular kind of problem, why Latin American revolutionaries are impotent in particular, which is merely an exemplary case for a problem which is rather pervasive throughout capitalist society. The case of the macho or the papagallo is only a more acute form of the sexual impotence which is commonplace throughout capitalist society. In the December and January Campaigner, there's a case study of Feuerbach, which in addition to dealing with his systematic problems, locates the root of his difficulty in a neurotic problem which is very evident in the contents of the essence of Christianity itself. That is, Feuerbach himself comes right out and details his neurotic problem for you in the pages of the essence of Christianity, which is a way of getting at the relationship between these neurotic problems and the general problems of religious belief as the conscious reflection of the general neurosis of capitalist society, that is Christianity. Beyond that, we are doing a study of the cult of Trotskyism as an exemplary case of sexual impotence in the form of a political movement. I will deal in a published article subsequently with the case of R.D. Laing, whose blunders in this respect are most interesting, precisely because Laing is a clinical worker, and therefore even though his interpretation of his evidence is wrong and his procedures are worse than wrong, nonetheless Laing is clinical, and therefore his material has some merit for treatment, as opposed to cretins such as Althusser, who is also part of the pro-insanity movement among structuralists and existentialists in Europe. Oh, that's quite serious. There is a pro-insanity movement coming out of the structuralists in France and others in England. This is understandable from the standpoint of the French form of the problem. Camus expresses it perfectly in his idea that the world is absurd. This is also expressed by Foucault in his book on folly about 15 years ago. And recently, in the case of the clinical schizophrenic Althusser, these and others are pushing a movement which is advocating insanity. In their own cases, they've succeeded. We'll also do a study of some of the last period of Malcolm X, which is most instructive. In his last period, what he was doing in his addresses, particularly at the auditorium uptown where we had the RIM conference, was to actually use analytical methods, in a sense, to try to deal with the characteristic problems of the black cultural nationalist, to try to convert him into something else. In addition to that, we are doing a considerable amount of clinical work, as much as the handful of qualified people available can handle, and therefore it's limited.
But as this work progresses, because it intersects our general political work, the results of the work with a few is being transmitted to more in two ways. First of all, by making the results of the findings available. And another aspect of this, which I'll get into in the next few weeks more intensely. The reason we're able to do certain things in clinical work within the Labor Committee with success where we could not get the same success outside is that in order to transfer the sense of identity to the self-conscious self from the ego, it's necessary that the self-conscious self have the objective perspective on identity which corresponds to what it's trying to reach. You say, I wish to become a self-conscious person. Well, to be a self-conscious person, to make that convincing to yourself psychologically, you have to organize your life to act in a self-conscious way. But to act in a self-conscious way, as we shall indicate, to act in a self-conscious way means to act as a human being, a self-conscious human being, which means you take the existence of future humanity as the essential criterion for your own existence. That is, the criterion of your own existence is to develop yourself, to express as activity those kind of acts which are necessary to ensure the future existence of humanity as a whole. Now, unless the individual is actually committed to acting in that way, it is impossible for him to tell himself that he is becoming a self-conscious human being. You cannot become self-conscious if you say, I want to improve my mental state so that I can have a better relationship with my girlfriend. That won't work. That's not a self-conscious relationship. Your sense of identity is not self-conscious then. So therefore, it's only among people who are politically committed, who locate the very meaning of their lives and the criterion of every day of their lives in developing themselves and in acting for the furtherance of the future existence of humanity, only among such people is it possible to actually effect systematically progress from this infantile alienated ego state to a self-conscious self. Therefore, what we can do within the Labor Committee, particularly among the most committed people in dealing with this problem, is something we could not do, we could not replicate with John Doe and Jane Doe from the street, who said, help me with my psychological problems. It couldn't be done. They have not accepted the task-oriented precondition of really making a breakthrough. In such a case, we'd say, well, go to any psychoanalyst, they charge various rates, and they will probably do a fairly good job for you. We can't do anything more for you. We can only do something for ourselves to the extent that we are applying this knowledge on the basis of this special leverage, this tool, this political commitment. And there's a corollary to that. Is the reason we have to do this. This is not simply something to improve our functioning. We have to do this because we find among ourselves extraordinarily gifted people who are unable to mobilize the resources they have to do the acts which they want to do. Someone says, I want to understand this. I want to teach a class to these workers. I have to work with these kids in RIM. Well, this individual has all the essential mental gifts, that is, all the culture, the ability to handle the elements of culture, the dedication and so forth to do that job, but can't do it competently. Why? Because it can't control these kinds of processes. Now, this is particularly significant in dealing with workers generally and in dealing with the youth in RIM. These youth have terrible problems. if you can't cope, if you can't develop insight into the relationship between their emotional problems and their problems in life generally, you can't deal with them. You can only deal at them and hope that some of it sticks by luck or by accident. Every worker, in general, every typical worker who is drawn into neuro, drawn into activity, is going to usually have a problem with his wife the minute he tries to be politically committed. If you can't understand his problem, and if you haven't got the competence to begin helping him free his wife from her oppression, her self-induced oppression, then you can't build a movement among workers that's worth anything. In organizing masses of people, you depend upon precisely the qualities which I referred. To be an effective mass organizer means to become, at least to some degree, self-conscious. To be able to locate your identity in larger masses and in terms of the long-term process, the future of humanity, rather than the immediate situation. You cannot operate as an effective political organizer if you are controlled by the opinion, or what you imagine to be the opinion of you, by the people among whom you're acting. If you're influenced by public opinion in the short term at all, if you're influenced, if that controls your judgment, then you're no good as an organizer. If you say, well, people don't like us if we do this, if that controls your judgment, you're no good as an organizer. That's your ego saying, I've got to get my goodies. I've got to be petted. I've got to be liked. Or I can't function. If people give me funny looks, I can't work. But that's typical of people. You get the typical organizer among our own members. Knows perfectly well what he wants to do. He starts to speak before a group of 4 or 5 people, and something happens to his mind. Something gets turned off. And where there was a clear conception a moment before, there's just ephemerai. The thoughts, fragmented thoughts, come buzzing about. Various kinds of feelings and emotions, conflicting emotions, come buzzing about. He gets himself together with rage and tries to express a formal argument for his case, which is really a banalized, Baudelarized version of our politics, which he's saying because he got up to speak. But before he got up to speak, he had a clear conception of what he wanted to say. But the minute he gets up to speak, his mind gets turned off. He can't think clearly. Typical member confronts a couple of workers. The workers show a little hostility or resentment or begin to exhibit their neuroses. A moment before, that member was perfectly clear on what he wanted to say to the worker. Confronted with this kind of emotional display or reaction of the worker, this member's mind gets turned off. He goes through one or several rituals, and there's no effective communication between him and that worker. So we're compelled to deal with this problem among a leading strata, in particular of our membership, because if we don't, we cannot fulfill the task to which we're committed, or only a handful will do it. And the great problem, which relates to what I said in the beginning, even from the standpoint of a revolutionary organization, in socialist movements in the past, and this is the mystery of the Bolshevik Revolution in a sense, entire mass-based organizations at best had a handful of individuals in them who are capable of doing thinking and organizing. The majority of members of so-called socialist organizations were merely errand boys of one sort or another working around a handful of actually qualified leaders. That's the mystery of the Bolshevik Revolution. You take Lenin and a handful of other individuals, and the rest of the Bolshevik Party from the standpoint of political quality was absolute crap. Look at Zinoviev, a totally bumbling fool. Kamenev, an absolute fool. Stalin, a degenerate Philistine lout, whose qualities were essentially those of a well-organized stick-up man. No, this is true. This is true, and this was recognized among the Bolshevik leaders. There were a handful of qualified leaders. You cannot make a socialist transformation in an advanced country with that kind of organization unless you're engaged in a process where you're taking ordinary, committed people and enabling them to liberate that potentiality within themselves to become effective organizers. You have not got the striking force necessary to organize workers. Every time we meet a group of workers at a plant gate or elsewhere, there's a critical opportunity. And if in the follow-up, contact and follow-up of those workers at those plants, we had qualified cadres, that is, people who are intellectually developed along the lines I'm indicating, we would not miss those opportunities. But because our members are only an approximation of what they themselves intend to become, they make the contact and they goof it up. Not because they don't understand workers, that's bunk. Not because they don't wear a leather jacket. Not because they don't carry a lunch pail. That's not their problem. The problem is not they're not proletarianized. The problem is they're not able to mobilize what physiologically is their potential for creative intelligence. They're not able to overcome their own ego reactions, to rise above the interpersonal ego situation, to look into the worker, try to understand what's going on inside him, and try to locate within him that to which they have to address themselves. So unless we do this, there's no hope for the human race. Okay, well, I think we'll get to the questions.
Okay, I'll call on people and they can then proceed to the mic. Questions and comments, please. Are there any? I see one in the back, yes. Is he the only one?
The issue number myself, I've been doing some research into Haitian ideology, Haitian, as it says of Haitian social structure, Calgary matters. And in particular, I was reading a CIA type of book written in this country on Haiti a few years ago, and quite impressed at the degree of sophistication of these bourgeois scholars who had written the book into natural psychiatric characteristics in Haiti. Now, what I would like to up to the point where the psychiatrist, or the man writing the book, was unable to conceptualize what he called a jump between this warm, physically nourishing infantile period and suddenly the Haitian individual being thrown into a hostile outside world which he couldn't deal with. In particular, the author couldn't conceptualize this idea of development as opposed to a codification or negation idea. Now, the question is this: could you discuss what the problems are that the most sophisticated bourgeois scholars on this subject are capable of reaching, and comparing that with also the Soviet work?
Well, first of all, let me say one thing. I don't think the project's a very good one. First of all, you'll see that more clearly when you read the PSP article and think about it, and think about how it was put together. Is that to get at the mental life of any section, the subculture of culture and humanity, requires a certain qualifications beforehand. And you're not going to get reliable results unless you bring those qualifications beforehand to the work. It might seem that good, rational study and so forth and comparison of sources on method would get the result. It doesn't. Because in any kind of psychological study, what the investigator is working with is his own mental processes. And what he cannot confront and locate within himself, he cannot see. That is, if there are aspects of one's own nature for which one is blocked, or if you cannot gain access when you need it to, in a sense, empathize with the inner mental state of the people you're investigating, you're going to come up with very bad blunders. It's commonplace. I want to, at this point, just to be sure, I want to stress the fact that as a leader of a political organization, the fact that I, with a few others, am undertaking this kind of work does not mean that I'm advocating in any sense the passing out of a license to practice psychoanalysis to a bunch of laymen, either from the standpoint of clinical work, which can be absolutely deadly, is a person who is blocked running around trying to lead group sessions or individual counseling is a menace, an absolute menace. And it's only less dangerous because it will probably end up as largely a waste of time to attempt to investigate a culture. I mean, I'll just cite this PSP thing. Why was I able to put this question of PSP together? Because I had the clinical experience with actual cases dealing with this kind of phenomenon in general, to be able to understand in detail the inner life of the Latin American. With clinical qualifications. I could not possibly, from textbook knowledge, or college classroom education, or degree in psychology, or any of this other crap, I could not possibly have competently attacked that problem. You have to be able to see and feel inside the people you're analyzing. If you have not gone through the confrontation in which you yourself have gone through what we call depth analysis, that is where this fundamental emotion has been brought up, where you've had your sense the first time of your own depth inside yourself, and until you've learned to cope with that, when that's no longer dangerous to you, when you don't faint, vomit, choke up, or the usual phenomena, when this starts, or jump into a baptistry faunacy, only then can you do any analysis, because you never know. I never know. I generally get a hint of when it's coming on. But I will never know in advance when someone says, I want to talk with you. I will never know that within 2 or 3 hours, if I say I'm going to talk with you for 2 hours, I don't know that in the course of that time this person is going really brought up something, and that I've got to deal with this kind of crisis with that individual. If I don't know what I'm doing, if I don't know what this emotion is, how it behaves, if I don't understand how their mind works, I'm as dangerous to them as a plumber. Now, let me suggest, as I say, I qualify this. Under no cases, in my view, should people be attempting to launch projects in the psychology of a population until they are qualified to do individual analytical work, which means having gone through depth analysis, having recognized the roots of your own sexual impotence, recognized the problems of formalism and all the other correlatives, there are things that can be done, and one of the efforts we make is to chop out, from a few of us who are able to get at the basic problems, is to chop out pieces which people can work on. I'll give just one example, or two examples, two kinds of examples of what we're doing that fills those qualifications. For example, the case of the German medical student, we have a number of our members in Germany, including some of the medical students and physicians themselves, who are qualified and who are therefore continuing the preliminary analysis that we did with a population of these students to develop the complete clinical case on what is the psychopathology of the German medical examination system. That's going to be published. All right, these people are qualified. They've gone through all the way down the bottom. They've gone through depth analysis, and they're qualified to do this kind of work. Some of them are matured clinicians. In Italy, we're doing an article on the case of Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci, which includes a study of Gramsci and of the Socialist Party Executive Committee of the 1919 to 1922 period. The minutes of these meetings are published. In the proceedings of the Socialist Party of Italy during the period of the general strikes in 1919 to 2021, the minutes of these meetings are the most ugly display of political impotence you ever saw outside the Spartacus League. Here's a general strike as a revolution. And these revolutionary leaders, these clowns, are sitting at meeting after meeting trying to pass the buck on ongoing executive responsibilities for activities, including Gramsci himself. Now, in the case of Gramsci, who had a hideous mother, a hideous childhood, he was hung up from a ceiling on a board to try to straighten out his back, crucified as a kid, tortured as a child. It comes from Sardinia, a hideous place to come from. I mean, in terms of the circumstances, it's backwardness, oppressiveness. Well, the person who's doing this, principally, along with others, are people who've gone through depth analysis. They're qualified to work on the case of Antonio Gramsci. Other people are qualified to do peripheral work. Then we have other projects which are being done in Europe and being done here, which are on specific problems of epistemology. What we do in this case is for people who have not gone through that, have not qualified in the broader sense, but who have special 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 in the broader sense. From two standpoints. First of all, from the history of the various main philosophical currents in France today, their incompetence and their development, along with an examination of French family life, descriptively. We discussed this with the people in France, and they're going to put together, along the outlines of our discussions with them, put together a documentation of what is significant in French life, where one Frenchman really never knows another. They meet, the more often they meet, the less they know each other. Which is why the French believe the world outside is absurd. Because it doesn't exist. They're never in it. They don't know any other people. And they're also doing something which they started on their own, but which we're furthering. Apparently, in translating into French, we find that an advanced conception which can be identified in one sentence in English or in German will require several paragraphs in French. And there's a similar problem in Spanish. But the reason for this is partly the immortals, that the French language has been conceptually degenerating for the past 3 centuries. It is demonstrated that if you use a modern French vocabulary, but otherwise use the form of French as exhibited by Rabelais, that you can express modern conceptions in French, which you cannot do with conventional French of the immortals. So people who are qualified are doing that. But this business of people running off and taking an area of culture and trying to do a psychoanalytical job on a people is a mistake. The only way we get at this sort of thing is the same way we get at the PSP phenomenon. You actually dig into the problem psychoanalytically with people who are representative of that culture. You dig into literature. You learn what to look for. Just one example. The Madonna whore pattern. And this is not only true in Spanish culture, is that the typical man and woman, or the typical man and child, son and daughter, see their mother as simultaneously a Madonna and a whore. This is true throughout Latin culture. There's a reason for it. On top, she's a Madonna. On the bottom, she's a whore. As a matter of fact, in Puerto Rico, they have a precise saying for this. The face of Madonna, the body of a whore. This is also true in Italy, and it tends to be true in other cultures. In the sense that a Latin man, a typical macho, must have two women. He must have a Madonna, his wife, to whom his relationship is one of rape, essentially, and he has a whore. He must have two women. This is not restricted to Latins, restricted to Italians. It's a common problem, particularly in this day when impotence has increased in the culture that I know in the United States in the past 25 years. The present generation of sexually liberated youth are qualitatively more sexually impotent than their fathers, their parents, as a result of this whole suburban culture and the impotence of the culture. But the significant thing here is that in order to deal with this kind of thing, you have to recognize these phenomena, and you have to be able to go through the literature and other phenomena of the society to see that you actually are dealing with a phenomenon throughout the society. So in general, I would say on that, don't get into those kinds of projects. To get into such a project, you have to have people involved who have gone through the kind of pre-qualifications to which to solve the problem. In these various areas, the research should be restricted to the groundwork within which, at a critical point, a more profound or depth analysis of the problem can be made.
Further questions, comments? Yes. Do it a lot louder or use the mic.
Can everyone hear me now? I just want to find out two things from Lynn on this, which is dealt with in the paper. One is from where or how does the infant get this feeling, this fundamental emotion, which you lose there, too. And I can see somewhat how it from where?
Okay. What was this, the second question?
Yeah, line them up.
Yeah, well, you're the only one. Yeah, go behind it.
The main thing I find out from where does the infant or how can it get this fundamental emotion? And the other thing, why does it appear as a love-death emotion? Or why does it death emotion at all?
Okay, well, the infant gets it from his physiology, essentially. As I indicated, well, let me just back up and say one thing about progress. Where in the article on Feuerbach, the case of Feuerbach, part one is a period which deals essentially with the Feuerbach's neurosis as such, and its significance is appearing in the December issue of the Campaigner, and will be accompanied by a two-part piece on the case of Alfred Schmidt, who is the leading pornographer of the Frankfurt School. And that's literally the case. Alfred Schmidt is a pornographer. He's the professor of philosophy at Frankfurt and is the leading disciple of Adorno. The two-part thing, first of all, there's an article which in shortened version is being published, which is by Helmut Bödiger, which was delivered at a Feuerbach referat held at Bielefeld this last September 7th and 8th. There's an introduction to that which is being prepared. Is that in the confrontation at Bielefeld, Alfred Schmidt left the session, his session, in a state of rage, saying, "I will not be subjected to this." What he was being subjected to was the criticism which is published. So those two things are complementary. But in the January campaigner, together with the second part, which deals with the epistemological implications of Feuerbach's blunder, there'll be a companion two-part thing. First of all, a translation, English translation of Georg Cantor's 1883 Grundlagen, together with an introduction by Thomas Merz, which is a summary of the significance of Cantor's contribution in terms of the general development, a certain line of work done by Riemann, Cantor, Felix Klein, into Einstein. There's another project which is in ways which relates to that, which is a general project grounding anthropology and ecology on a new basis. As a matter of fact, as a byproduct of that project, that the food and energy materials have been produced. When these projects have been carried further, and some of the people in Germany wanted to get into the physiology of this thing as well, we will be much more explicit with the aid of these materials in qualifying and elaborating certain things. But the point which was made in the article is the essential point. That is, the fundamental emotion is the characteristic physiological feature of mentation, which is developed in this psychophysical parallel sense in early development infancy. It's developed automatically. This emotion, because it is developed, elaborated in social relations, and is fundamental, has the quality of love. That is the affective name which goes with the emotion. But the emotion is nothing but the elaboration of the fundamental physiological feature of the processes of mentation. What happens then is that in the first or infantile period, probably during the first week or two, is the most after birth, the most frantic rate of development of the infant, even in hours. That in the first period of infancy, in most families, the infantile relationship of the mother to the child is least damaging and probably most positive in this culture. And during that period, this type of emotion develops to a certain degree, and generally continues to be experienced unless there's particularly brutal type of early bowel training. It generally seems to continue in a weakened form into about the age of 2 or 3. That is, people can recall experiences and can recall the exact emotional experience that goes with the experience back to 2 and 3, where they recall such things, and then recall a diminution of this afterward, and usually there's a whole history that can be developed which accounts for the particular way in which this capacity to feel this emotion was aborted. But in most reasonably healthy family relations, particularly one in which there is a positive relationship between the mother and father, or mother, father, and siblings, and the infant, that most children develop a fairly strong preliminary experience of this kind of emotion up to the point of 2 or 3. Then in the process of socialization, this is rapidly attenuated. There is usually a crisis point somewhere about 5, 6 years of age, in which there's a very sharp attenuation of this. Then there's another sharp setback in the capacity to feel this kind of emotion, which generally occurs at about the point of puberty, before or after. It's not puberty as such, it's social effects which are determined. So why does it feel as death? Well, is an epistemological point here is that the ego cannot tolerate this emotion. What happens is essentially that if this emotion is experienced, the normal sense of ego is lost. that if you do not have a sense of self-conscious identity, then the effect of the emotion is complete oceanic disassociation. That is a loss of a sense of identity, a loss of a sense of ego. Only if you have a self-conscious identity is there any preservation of the sense of I under the impact of this kind of emotion. Now, what it therefore is that in a love relationship, that is, in which the relationship among people is particularly intense, and this can be among parents and children, or it can be between young loving people, etc., is that when this relationship involves self-consciousness of the other's self-consciousness, we'll get into that later in the sessions, that there is an intensified sense of I in self-consciousness. In that case, if this emotion starts bursting forth, you get the kind of phenomenon which Wagner was trying to celebrate in the Liebestod duet. You get this intense outpouring of emotion where it's experienced as love. Otherwise, the outpouring of the emotion is a feeling of death or a feeling of insanity. The same thing. Another aspect of this is that this emotion is counterposed to what's called mother love. That is, what people identify as mother love is not love. The idea of mother love is the idea of possession of a mother. I'll tell you an ugly secret. There is no such thing as an electrocomplex. An electrocomplex. That is, Freud postulated there was an Oedipus complex of the man's relationship with his wife or his girlfriend or what have you, or his boyfriend as the case may be, as being an extension or projection of his relationship to his mother. That is an acting out of a repressed unconscious desire for coitus with his mother, his existent mother. Well, that kind of Oedipus complex is, in a sense, it's true. Is in the ego state, the normal individual, so-called in society, when he's performing coitus with his wife, if you could perform depth analysis on him at that time, you would get his mother's face as the object of his sexual lust. This is what we mean by the Oedipus pattern. That virtually every man performing coitus with his girlfriend is not performing coitus with his girlfriend, but is using her as a surrogate for the image of his mother in his unconscious mind. And only when you get to be self-conscious do you stop doing that. Now, it's assumed, the electrocomplex assumes that now the girl naturally, when she's in a bed with a man, is using the man as a substitute for a father. Not so. It ain't true. And it ought to be obvious. When a woman is performing coitus, she usually has a male image, fantasy image, consciously or unconsciously, which she identifies with the person she's using at that time. And the usual sexual relationship is using another person to give credibility and sensibility to a fantasy. You're not making love to somebody sexually because you love them. You have a fantasy, you want to actualize that fantasy. So you use a person in the same way that a playwright uses actors on a stage. Okay. Now, the woman will have such a male image usually. But if you go a little bit deeper and peel away the male image, her mother's face. That when a woman is in bed with a man, she is making love to her mother, not her father. As a matter of fact, to the extent that there is an electro pattern, which is more superficial, what it involves is the woman's identification with her father is the idea of sharing her mother's bed. That is, using her father. It's like, like a typical homosexual fantasy with two men using the same woman or two women using the same men, which is just a slightly disguised homosexual relationship. A typical pattern of repressed homosexuality is, for example, is the male who is only interested in women who are having a sexual relationship with another man, and therefore he tries to seduce them. form of homosexuality. Or a woman who tries to seduce men who have a relationship with other women. So just a form of homosexual behavior. They have to recognize it. So there are these involutions, but essentially, this is the pattern. Now, in general, all through all life, all psychological life in the ego state is dominated by these mother images. The mother image is not mother. It's a synthesis which is created out of the basis of the attachment, dependency primarily on the mother, but older sisters, maids, nurses, all kinds of people from the early stages of life generally get flooded in making that image. For example, your child, if your parents brought in 2 nurses or 3 nurses at different stages of your early childhood, your mother image has got these nurses mixed up with your mother in building up this kind of mother image. Just to make it perhaps clearer, that in dealing with people, you ask them to describe their parents, mothers and fathers. How do they feel about them? What is that parent like? They'll describe it, the person. Then you probe the thing further. You begin to get a case history sort of picture of what the parent is like out of this person. Say, what did your parent do in such and such a case, and so forth. And you get a completely different picture than the person gave you in the first place. And yet the person still feels, even after disclosing all this and having it fed back to them, they still feel that their parent was the way they felt about them before. It just demonstrates in a crude way that the existent parent is not, the mother image is not a copy of an existent parent, but is a synthesis, which is primarily fixed on possessing the mother. But the normal kind of love, or what is called mother love, is the idea of sexual or sensual, more strictly, sensual possession of the mother. It's a banal, infantile greed relationship. Possess the mother. Possess the mother's attention. Possess the mother's feeding. Possess the mother's good wishes and so on. But this is generally confused as being love. Feuerbach makes that kind of blunder. It's absolutely opposite to the real emotion of loving. And all you have to do is see the difference between degraded sex, the kind of thing a lot of people do, where they go out and get their sex for the night, or the brutal, sadistic, or sadomasochistic relationships which pass for mating relationships. And you contrast the emotion, the degrading emotion which is associated with that, which is mother love. Contrast that with real love, and you see the difference. But in general, therefore, because this is a suppression of the ego, it's a swarming of the ego, overwhelming of the ego, a drowning of the ego, and a suppression at that point of the mother image, therefore it's experienced as death. I'm losing my identity. The effect of bringing forth the emotion can be blackouts, fainting. In general, the first experience of this kind of emotion, or the experiencing of this by most people, is experienced as pure terror. Though, therefore, to sum it up, is that on the one hand, this emotion can be experienced by a normal individual in the way that Tristan and Isolde supposedly experienced it, according to Wagner. And that's under unusual circumstances. Normally, the emotion is experienced with a sense of death or pure terror. It's the same emotion, the same feeling. What the difference is that the love feeling is when there's some intensity of the self-conscious identity, I location, and the feeling of death and terror is the feeling of the death of the ego. The infantile ego is being obliterated at that time.
Let me get a number of people to line up by the mic, yes. Are there? You got the only one? Bob. And behind the man is right there. Anybody else? Yes. Okay. So why don't you step to the mic so it'll save time. And yes, over there. Good. Okay.
My question is, if you continue what you were speaking about in this past answer, in relation to Wang's notion of adults, this psychoanalytic notion around ontological despair, ontological insecurity. I'm clear.
Yeah, this is cute. Lying is really cute. generally when I run into these existentialist psychologists, I just shrug and say, well, here's another filthy fraud, a faker, a charlatan. But Lang is not a charlatan. He's wrong, but he's not a charlatan. That is, he's actually done some work. What Lang does, and well, let me just backstep 1 minute. There's a problem here. Is that if one performed analysis, psychoanalysis, from the conventional standpoint, saying, well, this is the normal form of society, not recognizing the problem of ideology or the alternatives, one would assume that the infantile ego represents a normal location of the sense of identity, that this is the normal modal form of natural, normal human existence. It doesn't. So that psychoanalysts generally have a tremendous problem in disorientation on just this account. They assume that the prevailing phenomenon of the location of the sense of identity in the ego itself, the infantile ego, represents a natural state of mind rather than a pathological state of mind. Now this is the root of Lang's problem. Now Lang makes another error. The other error is he recognizes that there are entities apart from the ego which are attempting to control the ego. In a sense, there are two principal entities trying to control the ego. On the one hand is self-consciousness, which is burbling and bubbling and to some degree wishes to control the ego. It stands opposed to the banality of the ego. On the other hand, the witch is trying to control the ego, the internalized mother image. And in addition to that, there's a whole gallery of all kinds of chimeras of the type portrayed by Bruegel, Bosch, Goya, etc., and usually seen in paintings of St. Jerome, generally. These little monsters, rats, beetles, whatnot. So these are others to the ego. Now, if you could strip away these alien controlling devices and let the ego run on its own without self-consciousness and without the witch, then the ego would really locate itself in its immediate sensual relationship to the world around it. But that's absolutely nonsense. That's absolute idiocy. It is literal idiocy. It results in schizophrenia. What happens when you try to do that? Oh, let me back up again and describe one thing which is very interesting to me. Is that in histories of individuals who've been taking LSD, the ironical thing was that people who were schizophrenics would frequently show no significant external effects of taking a dose of LSD. Whereas a person who was only a fairly reasonable neurotic and not a schizophrenic would go through all kinds of hell, visibly. You say, why is it that under these conditions the schizophrenic seems to show more mental health outwardly than the healthy person? What is this? Are schizophrenics healthier? Is everything wrong? The schizophrenics are really saying they can take the LSD and the rest of us can't? No. And this shows up in the history of people who've taken a lot of LSD who are simply neurotics. As they begin to get to the point where they no longer seem to show visible effects of LSD dosage. They build up a schizophrenic pattern. What's involved here? Disassociation. In extreme pathological states, that is when you're driving a neurotic up the wall, driving the witch up the wall, clinically you'll get the following kind of phenomena. You're looking at a person and imagine a sudden total personality change. That person is no longer there. Their voice is no longer there. The voice that you hear is not their voice, not their inflection. The pitch of the voice is changed. The intonation of the voice pattern, the intonation pattern has changed. Speech has changed. That is, the idiosyncrasies of speech have changed. Cliches have changed. Facial expressions have changed. Bodily movements have changed. It is though somehow the same physique, the same physiognomy, had been transformed to be a different person, as if somebody had inhabited that person and taken them over. Well, what has happened mostly in that case is you're usually accurate if you say, that's their mother. You're looking at their mother's face to the extent that their mother's face could be approximated on their physiognomy. It's a parody of their mother's face, usually in a state of extreme rage, either cold rage or hot rage. Their mother's tone of voice or something of that sort. Or otherwise, it would be their tone of voice back at the age of 4 or 5 when their mother was harassing them. This sort of thing. You'll find that in listening carefully to the sense of I at that point, that the I is no longer refers to the ego or the self-conscious self, but that the person speaking makes slips of the tongue which indicate to you a third person who is neither the self-conscious self nor the ego is doing the speaking. The which has taken over. Now, to a large degree, that sort of phenomenon happens in schizophrenics or in dissociation, where the ego and the self-conscious I are both sitting inside the head, watching a performance over which they have no control. The which is running the body. It's like the mother came in and said, get out of here, I'm running this household, and takes over the body. And then you bring the person back out of it, and they will report exactly the phenomena they went through. The disassociation of the ego and self-consciousness both at that point. You can watch this thing. Once you become used to it, you can see it. It's an empirical reality. It's a gestalt. There's no question about it. Now, what Lang does is become totally confused about this and assume that you can get the ego all by its alienated heteronomic self functioning in direct relationship to society. The fallacy of that is that the ego itself is a synthetic character. The ego is not a little hard ball which you secrete at the age of 1 day or 1 hour or whatever. The ego itself is a social product. It's a product of an infantile form of social relationships. It's a construct in that sense. It's a product of social relations and cannot exist without social relations. One qualification on this, which we'll get to again later, but it's got to be clear here. When you think, you may imagine that you make logical decisions. Bunk. You don't make logical decisions. What you do, in effect, is scan the internal, your mind, and you go unconsciously down into a gallery, into a pit, where there are a lot of opinion makers in which this mother image is dominant. And you say, in effect, what will be your opinion of me if I say this, do this, think this, act this? And they hammer at you, and therefore you very cleverly, in this sort of perpetual trial, Kafkaesque-like trial of the ego, you perpetually are trying to propitiate these bastards down this pit. And if you do something bad, you feel depressed because these monsters shut down your ego. They deflate your ego, usually in direct proportion to the emotion involved in the error you make, according to them. So that everything you say, everything you think in the ego state is controlled by the monsters in this pit. For example, we find this in the socialist movement. In the relationship of young people to their parents. They're afraid that the movement will do something which will offend their parents. Their political behavior and judgment is trimmed by what they think are the limits of tolerance of their parents for their organization. This is particularly the case at Swarthmore. Yes, at Swarthmore, typically, Swarthmore, by the way, is known as Mother Swarthmore. This was not developed by us. This is something which grew up naturally. And of course, the Swarthmore mother is a wealthy or petty bourgeois suburbanite, typically, which means that she's been demoralized, castrated, and her life has been made meaningless in the post-war period in which nobody does anything of any importance. They just do a lot of things and they get status, but they don't do anything useful. Some of them were ex-workers, you know. A worker has potency. A worker is useful. He creates something. He knows that his role in the outside world contributes to the world's wealth. But what the hell kind of an identity can you have if your father is a salesman? What use is that? Or if he's a paper shuffler? It's a meaningless life. So, young fellow from Swarthmore goes home to his mother and says, "Mother, I'm in the revolutionary movement." And she probably will say, "Well, that's nice." And goes to a Republican tea. And laughs about it, you know, and laughs about it in her own way. But then the point comes at which because she conceives of his being in the socialist movement as something that which you do when you're at college, or something you may do when you're at college. I'll give what happens in Latin America, for example, in Colombia. In Colombia, at the university, you can have radical activities on campus. But if you go off campus and begin to organize workers, you get shot. So Mother thinks it's safe as long as you're going through this, it's sort of either on campus, or if you're just into this sort of radical socialist periphery which does sort of mill around the streets or something, anti-war demonstrations or things like that, that's all right. But if you actually start to go out and organize workers in a serious way, if you begin to confront the potencies, like if you say, "Look, Mother, we're having a campaign against Rockefeller." She says, "You mean you're running a sort of a token candidate?" "No, we're attacking Rockefeller directly, and he's mad about it." Then her reaction becomes quite different. This is no longer play. This is no longer a childish prank. And what happens, you find typically, that these people have great problems precisely at the point, at the form of political behavior of the organization can no longer be rationalized in fantasy as equivalent to a childish prank. They can no longer explain it to Mother as a childish prank. Then they get frightened, they become depressed. In self-consciousness, the self-conscious identity, instead of being dependent upon a body of opinion, of internalized social opinion, you are dependent upon the social value, your rational determination of the social value of your act for humanity. That which you deem useful to humanity elates you. That which you consider is a danger to humanity and its interests depresses you. But in this case, the location of your identity is still social, it's real society. In the infantile ego state, you're dealing with a different society, an internalized gallery of these internalized images, dominated by the mother image. So in both cases, the sense of identity can be maintained only. The I can exist only on the basis of a relationship to society. So the idea of an ego being in the world all by itself is pure idiocy. And what happens is something quite different than what Lang thinks happens. But why does Lang say this? Here's where Lang commits fraud. Lang, in his Divided Self, which he wrote as a young man, I think it was 25, 26, something like that, started as an existentialist structuralist. It's his profession. He professes to be an existentialist structuralist. He professes to be a student of Sartre and others. And therefore what he does is he, at that point, rationalizes his approach to psychoanalysis from the standpoint of his prejudices, his heteronomic prejudices, respecting Sartre's and existential and structuralism as well. And therefore he reifies or reinterprets a phenomenon, which is nothing more than reducing an individual by various degrees to an id-like state, that is, a stripping away of ego ideals, a desocialization, which finally will result, if you carry it far enough, in complete disassociation, can only result in total schizophrenia or equivalent syndrome. That is, it can only result in insanity. And that's the significance of lying. I'll deal with that in more detail in this article that I'm dealing with. But the essential thing is he fails to recognize that the external controls over the sense of self, are not controls over one I, but they're two different I's. There's a self-conscious self and there's a ego. That in the dynamics of the ego, there is both the self-conscious self externally seemingly trying to control the ego, and there's also this gallery of witches and other monsters trying to control the ego. Therefore, he completely reifies and confuses the question and makes the case muddy because of his own obsession with this existentialist or extreme heteronomic conception of what the human mind is.
First of all, you spent most of the time in the opening presentation talking about, this actually how it's investigated. So most of the time in the opening presentation talking about love and fundamental feeling. And then you tacked on the end of that a discussion about sex orientation and family reason. And I'd like to know why you think that they're separate. I mean, why do you think that? It came out in the lecture that you think those things separate topics.
No, not really. The problem is that the task orientation cannot be understood, as I exemplify by the problems of people dealing with the food campaign, which is a very clear task orientation, which is made very clear again and again and again, and people were saying, well, there is no concept of the food campaign, when there was a very clear concept which had been elaborated over a period of 6 weeks. What was the problem? Is there was an erotic block to admitting that a clear concept had been elaborated. The problem, as I identified, the problem is that task orientation is not understood precisely because of the neurotic block. Therefore, in order to get at the task orientation, which you return to, it's a perfect dialectical thing. You start with task orientation, which is almost like on an ego level. It's a simple task orientation, and you find there's a block to effecting it. So you get away from task orientation, you become self-conscious of the response to task orientation. Having become self-conscious of it, then you return to task orientation, which now appears in a new guise. And that's the point.
I mean, the point is what is social society, right? The point is task orientation will exist to a degree forever, but building is not the content of social society. It's a fundamental feeling. And you, in your presentation, distinguish between task orientation and fundamental feeling.
No.
And in fact, it seems to me that in any actuality that we bring into existence, they'll be that. Not identical, but they'll be.
That's absolutely correct, Bob. But the problem is this, and the problem is just exactly the problem I identified. I'm not dealing with abstractions here. I'm dealing with real people who have one problem in general. The one problem they have is that if I identify continuity in which the fundamental feeling and the task orientation are one and the same thing, they can't conceptualize it. Therefore, what do? I identify the two elements which have to be put together as a unity. They are identified as two elements. What I do in the program, in the series, is to increasingly identify this process and to say these two things are the same thing. However, then I cannot directly communicate them as the same thing. Because to directly communicate them as being one and the same thing, I would have to have the result of the process already achieved. That is, I would have to have people who had already accessed, who had already become self-conscious in their sense of identity, and who had direct access to this fundamental emotion. Such people could immediately understand what I'm saying, but I wouldn't need to say it to them. The point here is to identify the two elements which have to be put together so that people can recognize in the inability to immediately perceive the unification of the two concepts as one, to perceive exactly what the task is to understand that. Because the point is these two things cannot be put together except from the standpoint which I'm saying has to be achieved.
I always say that physiology is patient. And I say, well, okay. You seem to be saying something that's right. And then you said it tonight, you said explicitly that
the source of the fundamental feeling is physiology. Now, it sounds like baloney to me.
Mm-hmm.
That, I mean, it generally has a lot to do with a lot of things people do. Physiology, but it seems anomalous. Why do you locate that in the love that he gets that is extended by parents?
I know exactly what you're referring to, Bob, on this.
What?
On physiology. Now, what I'm telling you is that the standpoint from which you studied neurophysiology was reductionist and wrong. That's where the problem is. That's where the problem is immediate with you. Others would have the same problem in a less informed way. You have it from an informed standpoint, therefore you can focus it more acutely. Others have a vague sense that there's something, hey, there's something fishy here, something. What's this guy doing? All right, now if we demonstrate that the human mind, in forming gestalts, in creative activity, is doing something, then the physiology of mind is doing that. What's doing it? The Holy Ghost? The physiology is doing it. What we've demonstrated, if we demonstrate that this is the fundamental quality of mentation, then this is the fundamental quality of the mental physiological apparatus. But physiology says, no, this ain't true. And it uses the authority of genetical mechanics, etc., back to inorganic nature.
But that's fine. The question is, where does the individual get a sense of self, a positive sense of self?
This just the way Feuerbach identified it. The sense of self is... all right, look, I get what you're getting at. It's very simple. First of all, this is physiological. But how does it operate in the infant? What's the infant's task as a physiological thing? What's this poor little baby's task? It's born. What's it got to do? Survive. Well, that's not the answer. How is it going to survive? It survives on the basis of appropriate development of its powers to develop. That's how an infant develops. That's what's fundamental. Now, when is the infant able to do this? Can the infant act for itself? It can't. When is the infant able to act? It's able to act principally when its mother is present. That's when the infant can act, which means that the emotion is turned on by the mother. When the mother's away, this emotion is turned off. It's depressed. I'll give it the kind of thing to look for. Take a child, a young child, infant, 3-4 months old. Now, have a stranger try to care for that infant. And the infant will either withdraw, become depressed, scream, etc., or when the mother returns, it'll scream. It'll scream at her. Why? Because the infant is trying to learn how to control its world. It controls primarily by mediating control to the mother. A father who is home occasionally finds that the only way he can deal with the infant is to find the pattern of the mother's behavior with the infant, and as long as he follows something according to that pattern, the infant can respond to him. If he tries to impose a different pattern upon the infant will be enraged, terrified. Well, the infant, in this way, there is a relationship between the positive presence of the mother and the infant. Now, another little thing, the mother herself can become another person. Mother is not always herself. A woman who treats an infant normally in one way and then varies the behavior to treat the infant in a completely different pattern is the same thing and worse than an ugly nurse coming in and starting to be cruel to the infant. A child who is raised by a schizophrenic mother is in real trouble if this was impressed on in some way, in an effective way, in infancy. So this physiological process, which is this potentiality, this physiological process of self-development of the mental apparatus at this early stage, is focused on the adult society which cares for the infant. The adult society represents primarily, in the normal case, the mother. Therefore, the onflow and regression or suppression of this emotion is initially associated with the image of the mother. You see a baby, when it begins to recognize its mother, the mother comes into the room. What happens to the child? The child is elated. If the mother ignores the child or rejects the child at that point, the child is depressed. If the mother does not respond in a normal way, from the infant standpoint, the child is depressed. If this goes on too long, the child is absolutely terrified. If the treatment is inconsistent, the child is terrified. It's in this form that the infant, as such, develops and encounters this emotion. Such 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 develops the alienated or infantile aspect of this relationship becomes apparent, and the emotion is suppressed. In other words, it's a stopping. In other words, it's a stopping of development, which is the way in which this emotion gets shut off. Is that what?
The question is in the early, very early history, first, I don't know if you could put it, say 2 years, 2 years of training. You have phase 2. I'm talking phase 1, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
When the parents actually extend love to the kid.
Oh, I see what your problem is, Bob. I got it for you. Your problem, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that the fundamental emotion, you're assuming that the fundamental emotion is homogeneous. It's not linear. It's not a homogeneous quality which you know, with a coefficient, where you get more or less of the same quality. The emotion must necessarily change in internal quality as the child develops. The quality of this emotion is it is a self-developing emotion. Self-developing. It isn't something that's the same all the time. The emotion, the character of the emotion is it is self-developing. It is not linear. It is not a magnitude, you know, an essence where you turn on the faucet and get so many ounces of it. It's a self-developing thing. It has the quality of life itself. It's self-subsisting, negentropic. Okay.
Yes, next. Who's that? Jean-Claude. Could you speak slower and more discreetly? Louder.
As the voice, the capacity for becoming emotion should start. Saying that itself. I'm not concerned about trying to have a relationship between this somehow relationship that starts and that emotion. And I don't know any better term to use, which I think I feel when experiencing the discovery or acknowledgement of truth or beauty. I think my works, just exceptionally works, which elicited myself such a feeling. Now, I want to find out whether there is an actual relationship between the experience of self-pleasure and the fundamental emotion which you saw. And I'd like to find out also, because that's a corollary to the first question, whether it be possible for self-pleasure to emerge in any given situation at the point at which you acknowledge the work of art, the actual possibility for increased raw material towards fantasy. I'd like to know whether the procedure by which any individual differentiates between this methodologically increasing life of fantasy and consciousness of actual truth.
Well, first, on the first thing, on the elation of actual discovery of an idea is generally, I mean, you can generally say that is an expression of this fundamental emotion. It's not a direct expression of it, it's an indirect expression of it. The direct expression occurs in two cases. The direct expression occurs either in going at, that is trying to get a referent directly for a negentropic conception of the type I've indicated, or in the emotion of loving, that is actual loving, which is a direct which we call the infinite form of the emotion. That in any creative activity, that is the formation of new gestalts, by what we call reason, or what you might call intuitive reason, the formation of these gestalts is accompanied by emotion, which, to the extent that that's what's involved, is an expression of this fundamental emotion, the elation of discovery of new ideas, which is really an elation of an enlargement of the cognitive capacities of the mind as a whole, because you never really discover an isolated thing. Any discovery involves the entire cognitive processes of the mind. And the difficulty in answering something like that, in respect to a particular case, is that in the case in which the solution to a problem results in the anticipation of the infantile possession of an object, the very solution to the problem can become the elation of object possession. For example, let's take the chess player again, the poor unfortunate chess player, who sees a combination by which he is going to slaughter his opponent. It's very difficult in that case to determine exactly how much of the elation may be due to a small amount of discovery and how much more of the elation may be due to the possession of the opponent's pieces. That's the kind of difficulty involved. One has to consider the actual situation to really judge whether what this is. But in general, one can say safely that the emotion of discovery of new cognitive powers is an experience of the fundamental emotion. Now, as to the problem of fantasy, there's only one criterion, and that's a revolutionary one. To the extent that one's efforts are directed to directly solving a problem of insight, that is, a creative insight, or to the extent that one's activity is creatively or cognitively related to the actual processes of the world, then that's not fantasy. The best way to get at this conceptually, however, is perhaps not by someone discussing it, except to call your attention to the way to locate it in your own experience. It's not difficult, once you begin to get a certain amount of self-consciousness, to realize that you've flipped down into an ego state of fantasy. Mind wandering is perhaps a term for it. What is difficult to do is to communicate to a person who's living in fantasy totally that they are in fantasy. For example, undoubtedly, most of the people who enter the acting profession are totally dominated by fantasy. Most people who have a professional involvement with English literature, for example, are totally dominated by fantasy. Because what is this whole business? Plays, drama, so forth, it's pure fantasy. It's merely patching up more fantasy material, so people can masturbate better, because their old fantasies aren't working out. But the only way that one can directly know what is fantasy and what isn't is by comparing the two states, which is particularly perceptible when one's mind wanders and one finds that this wandering is destructive of the process to which one is committed, and then in turn looks back and sees where one's mind was wandering to. And then you begin to find out what is the underlying relationship. Why do you go to that particular form of fantasy at that point? Then what does the fantasy conceal as a deeper fantasy, etc., etc.? So the real way to distinguish the distinction of reality from fantasy is a process. It starts from what might be called purely rational criteria. That is, what is a rational form of the individual's behavior in the interest of humanity as a whole. And in certain respects, that kind of decision is clear, and one can distinguish the state of mind in which that decision is made. Now, working outward from that to subordinated tasks, which otherwise it might be muddy, one can find where fantasy, fears, depression, etc., are interfering with performing tasks of which one should be intellectually capable. For example, anyone who can't study can find immediately the reason they can't study, they will find a fantasy which prevents them from getting into creative study. There's no such thing as a person who can't study. There's no such thing as a person who organically otherwise can't do intellectual work. If you examine what's going on in the person's mind, you'll find that something happens whenever they try to study, whenever they try to do intellectual work. You'll find some form of fantasy is either immediately in the surface of their mind or is buried. You'll find their mind wandering to certain things, and if you look underneath that with them, you begin to find out what their mind is wandering to, and you begin to uncover fantasy. So ultimately, while we have certain clear indications of what is reality as opposed to unreality, that the ultimate test of, that is, the ultimate psychological truth from the standpoint of one's own self-knowledge is an ideological approach. That is, you examine your own pattern and begin to recognize how your witch behaves. I qualify this as I did once before, is that in dealing with a witch and the assorted horrors of the pit, that one learns in working with people, one learns very quickly that these damn things have a pattern. They're just like a personality. And once you get the hang of them, you begin to recognize them. You find that you can recognize what the person is thinking simply by looking at them, because you recognize what the pattern is. Once you begin to recognize your own pattern, you can begin to smell the witch. You can smell her up to her tricks. And you can ferret out fantasies. See, as I said, just to end this, the one problem of fantasy, of distinguishing fantasy states, among most people, they are not aware of the fantasy occurring. They are unconscious of the fantasy as an occurring fantasy. Their attention has to be called to the fantasy before they recognize that it's occurring. In many cases, not only are they unconscious of the superficial fantasy occurring, but the actual fantasy is buried much more deeply in the unconscious processes. And one would have to dig for that, and usually it comes out as a real horror. But once you find that horror, once you dig it out, smoke it out, get it in a cage, look at it, learn its tricks, then you know what the difference is between fantasy, because you know how the damn thing works. You know what it's up to.
In your case, the example on prehistory, you had for the inorganic earth, you had 3 parameters, and for that particular case, I don't understand why the 3rd parameter must be the case.
Good. Yeah. That's exactly the problem of continuity, which I was referring to, which I'm sure is what you're identifying. The best way to see it, without going into questions of different modes of thermodynamical processes, is to go backward from the case of biological evolution, species variation, and recognize that the same pattern occurs in the evolution of inorganic processes, so-called. There's a differentiation of different qualities in a certain relationship to one another. The 3rd parameter is, well, let's say a special kind of vector, to keep it as simple as possible. And the value of this vector is an exponential tendency, which is increasing in value, for an increase in negentropy, which is negentropy. That is, an exponential tendency for the increase in simple negentropy, which is the notion of negentropy which we're getting at. And the state of negentropy is the actualized effect of this tendency upon the whole universe, or the whole phase of the universe we're dealing with. Now, in animal species, or plant species, the increase, I'll use this one and work backward. The increase of one species, or the increase of a population of a species, or the introduction of a new species, means that more energy in effect. It's consumed from the entire process around it. But this is not merely consumed as raw energy, not as undifferentiated energy, but it is consumed as negentropy. That is, it occurs in specific forms, like an animal will eat certain kinds of plants and animals and so forth. These must be present in a certain abundance for a certain mode of behavior which is characteristic of that animal, or of its technology, so to speak. Therefore, the precondition for the existence of this species in a certain density and population is initially a number of preconditions. These preconditions in themselves express a stratified moment of negentropy. Now the question is this: does this increase in the population of the species under consideration result in an increase or decrease in the negentropy of the ecology of the biosphere as a whole? If it results in a diminution of the negentropy of the biosphere as a whole, then the proliferation of the particular array upon which this species depends, there will be a diminution of this resource. Then the species itself will tend to contract through its reaction to the holistic reaction to the environment. Now, in inorganic processes, essentially the same thing occurs in the evolution of layers of what we might call roughly thermodynamical modes. Is that a process is feeding on an existent process or combinations of processes in the surrounding universe, or that phase of the universe. The question is, what is the effect of the process which is being maintained upon its context? If the effect of the process is to increase the negentropy of the whole system, and the elements on which its existence is dependent themselves reflect increased negentropy, then it is going to tend to perpetuate itself up to the point that a further differentiation is required, that is, a new species to complement it, etc., a new process, to bring the whole thing back and keep the process of negentropy going. In a crude way, that describes exactly what the problem is of conceptualizing a unified field, is that we start from a certain level of actualized negentropy. At that point, we can conceptualize the introduction of a new process, a special quality of process, out of these preconditions, which represent negentropy. If this process represents a mediation for the further increase of negentropy, the initial effect is to tend to reinforce its own existence and amplify its own existence. However, it's not so simple, because its expansion itself alters the structure, and thus tends to demand a complementary differentiation which supersedes it. Thus, we can say that the complexity of systems, in terms of their apparent number of modes, their apparent number of kinds of discrete events, that this complexity of the system will tend to increase in its particularities with respect to an increase in negentropy. Thus, since the whole system only connects in the way I've described it, when we consider this, for simplified terms, this vector, or this exponential tendency for increase in simple negentropy, when we consider that, the whole system connects and becomes self-subsisting. And every feature which would be determined by the two preceding conditions is automatically subsumed as a predicate of this notion of negentropy. Therefore, once you've gotten to the third by these two preceding approximations, you no longer need the previous two. Therefore, the third now accounts for every phenomenon which you previously would have accounted for in the other two phenomena.
I'd like to ask two questions. I've narrowed down all the questions I'd like to ask two. First one concerns self-consciousness, where you discuss it. If you have a mass strike, a period of mass strike permanent, it leaves behind it the signs of the heightened self-consciousness of the working class in the form of workers who are self-conscious, who weren't self-conscious before. You frequently see members of neighborhoods going through periods of what appears to be self-consciousness, which then appears to leave virtually no sign of self when it runs into various kinds of barbed wire. Goes into whatever. It evidently is there to an increasing degree But it's negative in the sense that you were referring to it before. It's kind of that smart part of it that looks from behind. But, you know, it's weak and negative simply knows one. And we think of our contacts this way a lot, that, you know, if they drop foreign out of work with us, they're as if they have minutes. They become like a person in minutes. But I'm speaking directly about our own organization now, myself and others I know. What do you think happened in that case? Is it that the person is not actually self-conscious of what he's doing? Or is it that other people in the organization don't realize, sort of congratulate yourself, themselves, about that person, don't realize the point at which they have to intervene? The second question is much briefer and more distracting. The second question is, do you think that if you have a particularly sadistic family background, that dealing with the actual person in your family personally subsumes solving the problem coming from that background in another way?
Yeah. Well, let's take the second one first because it is shorter. No. The object of analysis is not to make you healthy by your going back to somehow improve the family models on which you base your capacity for functioning. That the relationship to the existent parents, for example, or settling accounts with the memory of the existent parents, is essentially a matter of understanding yourself in part, and is also getting the garbage out of you. That is, you are establishing a human relationship with existent human beings, and thus freeing yourself of the crap of having an erotic relationship to existent human beings. In other words, the relationship of the adult person to his parents is not one of need for their giving him identity, etc. The relationship to the adult parents is simply a matter of having human relationships wherever you have relationships, whether they're actual relationships with existent people or whether they're your understanding of your past relationships with existent persons. It's simply a sanitary thing. Now, apart from its analytical significance. The pathetic thing, the ultimate form of ideology, or let me back off and explain it this way. People will say to me, well, gee, you know, I saw my father, I saw my mother, I talked to them, we now have a more human relationship, but gee, my father's still a failure and my mother's still somewhat of a sadist and a dummy. With a father who's a failure and a mother who's a dummy, how can you expect me to do anything? That is a sort of a hereditarian genetic kind of nonsense, which is really a real fraud. This is the real ultimate rationalization. Since my father is not well educated and my mother is something or other, therefore, what can you expect me to do? Blaming their parents for what they should do with their existing gifts. The basic neurotic gimmick is saying, I am able to do nothing except as my parents and other people in this pit give me the sense of identity for doing it. The function of analytical development, at least in our context, is to free oneself from all of that crap. That what you're capable of doing has nothing to do with what your father or mother were capable of doing, or not doing, or whether they had athletes or whatever it was. This has nothing to do with your responsibility. Your relationship to them, analytically, is first of all clearing up, analytically, your past relationship to them. And secondly, is they are also human beings with whom you have close personal ties of one's past or present. Therefore, you want a human relationship with them, whatever they are. Yeah? But that's completely independent, except as a sanitary thing, from the fundamental task, which is to free oneself from any sense that what you're able to do has anything to do with what your parents did or didn't do. Huh? Right. Now, the other thing. Self-consciousness is normally accessed, as I said, from the ego. Is that when you're being self-conscious, you're not really being self-conscious in the sense of locating your sense of identity in self-consciousness. You're locating your sense of I, and Feuerbach says this. The I is located in the ego. The thou is the other. That's self-consciousness. And you use self-consciousness as a mirror in which the ego can see itself. Therefore, the ego becomes more intelligent. Now, how does the witch come in on this? Well, if you've got a good mother image, you know, sort of a good witch, not the wicked witch of the West type, but the good witch type, then the good witch lets you get mana, a sense of elation, from being having favorable intercourse, and I don't mean necessarily sexual intercourse, but favorable intercourse in general, with people. So that the young radical gets into a mass upsurge, finds that certain ideas which correspond to reason, self-consciousness, that these ideas are associated with activities in which a larger number of people are viewing his activities favorably. Oh, gee, a bunch of workers think we're pretty good people. And I associate what I do that the workers like me for with my being reasonable. Right? In that sense, the importance of the mirror has increased as a determinant in judging, mediating, what you'll do. But you always refer, first of all, check with mommy. You're self-conscious. Yeah, you look at the mirror of self-consciousness to determine what reason says you ought to do. But before you actually do it, check with mommy. And she says it's okay, fine. With a mother image. And that's the way it works. Now, what they find is immediate opinion attenuates. Workers aren't around patting you on the back anymore. Oh, well, that didn't work. So that the fact that there is an ebb as a result of the experience itself indicates that this was done in the ego state all along. Because if the I was located or had been shifted to self-consciousness, the fact that you had one such experience would be treated by reason as a scientific vindication of the method by which you got to that experience. And the attenuation of the experience would not be an ebb in your consciousness, but would be recognized by you as only an ebb in the situation. Right? And that's the phenomenon we're dealing with. We're dealing in the Labor Committee with people who are essentially, most of them, are essentially in an ego state, who are distinguished from, say, such imbeciles as SWPers. They're distinguished by the fact that they're using the mirror of self-consciousness, that is active reason, to guide their behavior. They generally have to settle accounts with what they feel able to do by arguing out the rightness of doing this with the internalized mother image. But in reality, there would be no need for this. Now, the same thing is true in the workers. But in a real workers' movement, where the seizure of power is the goal, this changes. It actually does produce self-consciousness. Maybe not the strongest kind of self-consciousness, but it does. And that's something I'll get to later, but I'll just identify it now. Is that the image of the Father in religion is not the image of the existent Father. It's the image of Nelson Rockefeller. That is, religion and the family regard the existent father, if he's a worker or something, they regard him as a poor schlep, who maybe is a good provider, but he's a schlep. The real man, in the image of the cuckold, unlike the typical worker who is in Catholic theology, of course, is associated with a cuckold, St. Joseph, the guy who stood outside the door while the angel Gabriel blew his horn on the Virgin Mary. The real father is Gabriel, the angel Gabriel, the guy who blows the horn. Who's he? Is he the worker? No, he's not the worker. He's Nelson Rockefeller. He's the angel Gabriel. He represents potency in the outside world, the figure that has control of the lawful order of reality outside the family life itself. Well, the worker really becomes self-conscious when he decides this bastard's got to go. Not we're going to make demands of Nelson, not we're going to demand that the Congress get rid of Nixon, but we're going to demand that Congress pack Nixon in its bag and leave. When that kind of determination is made, that's a shift to self-consciousness, because the worker at that point has made a self-conscious decision. Said, I take responsibility for the worldwide existence and development of the human race. That's the precondition of self-consciousness. The characteristic of self-consciousness is hubris, which says, I don't give a good goddamn what anybody thinks. I'm going to fulfill my responsibility to the future of the human race. And that's what I'll do. If I'm absolutely alone, I'll do that. That's self-consciousness. What the...
You're letting something cause you to stop looking at the way you're changing the world around you and start looking at apparent changes which are going on entirely inside you and saying, I have to accelerate this change or accelerate that change.
Yeah, it's like the Operation Mop-Up thing. What psyched people out in Operation Mop-Up? A few bruises? No, the Communist Party's been passing out bruises for years. Communist Party goon squads have been dishing out bruises all over the left for years. The SWP has been dishing out bruises in recent years, using goons. It's been going on all over the place. The cops do it all the time. The liberals order it done all the time. I mean, you can imagine the Columbia administration being upset about little few bruises with what the blood that they've ordered. No, that's nonsense. What upset people? It's the key to self-consciousness. What upset people is that the fixed order of reality, in which the Communist Party had to be an existent institution on the left as its major fixture, that this thing, we're saying, we're going to end that. We're going to change reality. We are expressing potency. And people, in their own words, got freaked out by that. They were freaked out by the fundamental, what's the first commandment? What's the first commandment? Written by this guy Ezra in the year 558 BC, I think it was. That's right. There shall be no other gods before me. And they got a story that goes along with that about how Lucifer got kicked out, but that ain't true. Lucifer's really Karl Marx, and he's coming. They just hope,
I guess my question concerns the difference between hubris and more comfortable self-love. That is, you can make a certain compromise with the ego. You can operate seemingly according to the moral value on this ego gratification thing. This ego will remember me, something like that. And this will reflect in organizing in terms of organizing workers along these lines. If you don't make a revolution, you'll die. If you don't do this, you won't have food. Why would that work?
Yeah. Okay, well, it's very simple. Freedom and necessity. Say, well, if you don't do this, you're going to die. That sounds like mother saying, if you don't do this, you're not going to get your supper tonight. Right? Telling a worker he's going to die if he doesn't make a revolution. He doesn't know what a revolution is. The essential thing, the necessity is clear. So the worker really knows about the necessity. He has the existent knowledge, which he hasn't put together. He's seen food prices. He's now heard about the energy crisis. He's heard about all kinds of things. He's told the world is going to pieces. There's a disaster. It's a question of how many minutes he's going to have his job and so forth. He knows all about disaster. All the motivation and necessity for doing something is very clearly there. But he's inert. He's dumb. He's numb. Well, somehow it'll work out. Somehow it'll work out. Well, that's pure magic. He believes in magic. God is going to intervene, or maybe those flying saucers are going to come down and save us. Or maybe they'll deliver groceries by flying saucer. It's cheaper. Anything would be cheaper than the EMP. What he lacks is the other. So when you're really confronting a worker, you're not confronting him when you're attacking about you've got to make a revolution, it's going to be a disaster. That is merely a necessary qualification of the evidence which you're putting together for them. That's merely a predicate of the process. Where you really confront the workers the same way the mop-up confrontation involves a confrontation. You tell them he has the ability to do it. Now, well, how do you define his ability? You have to discuss with him the process of organizing. Because what's he going to say? Well, how many people we got in the organization now? You say, oh, maybe a few hundred. I don't think we'll make it. So that you haven't, if you tell somebody to join Neuro, now on the basis of we got to make a revolution, you really haven't said anything to him yet. You've said something which is true, at least it's formally true, and absolutely true, but you haven't communicated to anything inside him which makes that a positive conception. You say, look, first of all, fact one, if there isn't a socialist transformation in the next 5 years or so, there ain't going to be no human race. That's fact number one. Now, there's nothing around right now which is organized and has the strength to do it. Now, you know the other workers around here. They're pretty bad, aren't they? They're pretty backward. You say, of course, gosh, not like me. Well, see, what we've got to do is what we need, obviously, is a handful of people who will start the organizing process. So we can get this organizing process going at a rapid enough rate on a large enough scale so that we can begin to organize a sufficient mass. Now, if you cop out, you son of a bitch, then we've lost the dike here because you're maybe 1 out of 500 or 10,000 who is ready now, able to make this step. If you cop out, and more people in your situation cop out, then we'll never get to 10,000. Therefore, if you make the decision to cop out now, you're selling out the human race right now. That's the way you present it to him. You present it to him by presenting the process in which he is a vital element. You go up to some guy and say, look, we need another rank and filer for the revolution. He says, how many rank and filers you got now? You recruit that guy when you show him. And that doesn't mean one meeting with a fast pitch. That means going back and back and back and bringing the guy along until he's up to the point that he understands enough to make a commitment. It means sustained organizing, not emergency mobilizations to go out and meet your contacts once every 6 months. I mean, once a 3-month contact rampage doesn't do a damn thing. But the next time you see the guy, he's forgotten everything he said to him the first time. His consistent work. You showed the guy that he himself has something extraordinary inside him, that he's not a rank and filer. We get this damn kind of thing, for example of Neuro is a good example. We get this sense that Neuro is somehow a different organization, different from the labor committees, which is parallel to labor committees like a broader organization, which is a lot of crap. It's a lot of crap that Neuro is a separate organization of the labor committee. It is in only one sense. Only in the sense that there are a lot of workers who are not ready to make a commitment to the labor committee. And therefore, if you want to do something with them, even organizing, you have to allow them to function on a basis of reduced level of commitment. So they don't have to sign, they can only sign away 2 arms, they don't have to go throw their torso and legs in. That's essentially what it is. It's the same thing with RIM. RIM is a somewhat different proposition. These young kids have to go through a somewhat different process of development, teenage kids. But it's the same kind of process. The way you recruit somebody is not by telling them that they're a good rank and filer is necessary for the revolution. The way you recruit somebody at this stage is obvious. You want to recruit rank and filers? Well, you've got a big strike on your hands, and you've got to get everybody out. When you've got a big force, and you say, everybody out, then you get rank and file. Or when you want to make a revolution, well, you want everybody out for that. No, this is not the day to go fishing or making the revolution. But otherwise, you recruit, particularly at this stage, only to the extent that you show the individual that that individual has something exceptional. That does not mean going down the street and saying, here's a guy, hey, you know you got something exceptional about you? No, it doesn't mean that at all. Because he may not be exceptional. Chances are 9,999 out of 10,000 that he's not exceptional. Not in that sense. You have to find the exceptional person. How do we find exceptional people? There's a process by which we know that somebody standing up in front of us is actually an exceptional person and should be told this. This should not be kept secret from him any longer. What's the process? We distribute. Out of our distributions, eventually, if you do it in a sustained way, so many guys respond. Okay, you've got a certain number of people. You begin talking to them. Well, you find so-and-so is a well-meaning dumbhead, so-and-so is good, but his problem is too acute, so-and-so has 15 children and 2 wives, not exactly in the best shape. And in that process, you get down to 1 or 2 people out of a whole area of work who you realize are really exceptional people. You realize that they're intellectuals. And of course, students sometimes have trouble recognizing that a worker who's not well educated, particularly, can be an intellectual, a real part of the intelligentsia. If you listen, you can hear that. You can hear the guy whose mind actually works conceptually, who's fascinated by process, who's fascinated by kinds of things, and whose mind is constantly working. He's frustrated at the stupidity of people around him. You find such a person, you say, look, don't you realize what your problem is? Don't you realize why you feel like the black chick, like the ugly duckling in this mess? Because you're different. You're a revolutionary. And you're never going to be at peace until you make that commitment. And here's why you got to do it. And here's how we're going to do it. That's the way you do it. That's self-consciousness. That's confronting someone. Confronting them with the truth about themselves and their situation. But it has to be the truth. And it takes a little time to get the truth across. Lies you can get across immediately. Truth takes a little longer.
Are there further questions, comments?
Okay. Well, I didn't begin in some of the writers of Hegel. But there's the idea first. And through a process of evolution, according to the idea from mineral and vegetable life to get up to man, where the idea becomes conscious of itself. And similar things, like when I was reading what you said in Beyond Analysis about construction of poetry, out of yourself, I get a sense of something really being created. And it seems like to me, in my presidency now, that something's being created out loud. That's the way I am. That's the way it comes down to me. And I don't want to believe, in this magic, and I don't feel like it's real magic. But everything I see, I can only conceptualize as like a predicate of this negative tendency. And that negative tendency is still like God, still like this. Okay?
Very beautiful. It's beautiful because that's exactly the way the problem poses itself to most people. Metaphor, Feuerbach referred to that. Feuerbach refers to that. That's one of Feuerbach's perceptions, is to understand that aspect of the problem. There is no idea. Spinoza was ahead of Hegel in this respect. Spinoza recognized that the form, that is the creative principle, and the substance were one and the same thing. That creativity is not a quality of substance, that creativity and substance are one and the same thing. And that when we say that particularities are a predicate of substance, we're saying that exactly that. That particularities are a predicate of substance. That the materiality of the universe is not... See, the difference is this. The conception of materiality, or corporeality, is of things which are made up of packets of quanta of energy, as a homogeneous linear quanta, energy, simple scalar. Right? But we reverse this relationship. That we say that quanta exist but only as predicates. They're only aspects, momentary aspects of a process. It is the process itself which is substance. Now, and this is what Feuerbach recognized. Feuerbach did two things, one of which was half legitimate, one of which was fraudulent. Half legitimately, he recognized that Hegel's understanding and the Logos are one and the same thing. And in that respect, he said that unless oneself is able to reflect the understanding in this form, then the understanding must appear to one as nothing. That the absolute, that is, that which is all, that which is primitive, appears as nothing. And that's exactly what the problem is. And the problem is that, first of all, to have a positive conception of something, one must be able to reach into one's own mental processes and find a referent which corresponds to empirical demonstration of the existence of that thing in reality. That is, no matter how many times and how many ways one demonstrates empirically the existence of this primitive this negentropic self-subsisting positive, that unless the individuals who are hearing this demonstration and seeing it have a referent in their mental processes which corresponds to this in form, then they cannot positively conceptualize what they're experiencing. They cannot integrate. They can only retain a circumferential knowledge of its existence, which is circumferential knowledge of all the details of the empirical demonstration. But then when they try to get at, directly at, what was within the circumference, they can't get in it. Because they can't go in the circle, therefore the circle seems empty to them because they can't get into it. And that's exactly what the problem is. The appearance of nothingness is the inability to deliberately access the fundamental emotion as a referent for the empirical evidence of continuity. And thus the function of dealing with this problem is to locate and enable people to systematically overcome, because you can't do it overnight, it's a growing process, developing process, to systematically overcome the neurotic obstacles, or more ideological obstacles more specifically, which prevent one from getting direct access to the emotion. Once you get direct access in a self-conscious way to that emotion, then the referent exists for conceptualizing these kinds of processes.
Okay, everyone. Hi there. Our marathon is not close to ending just yet. We hope you are enjoying it so far. My name is Jose Vega, and if you are just tuning in, this is the LaRouche at 100, the triumph of truth. We started today at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are going to continue going probably for another 5 to 6 hours. Our next segment is going to consist of various videos, recordings of rallies that are happening today. And we've received a lot of submissions. And I'd just like people to know today is a day worth celebrating. If you happen to be with us since the beginning, great. If you're just tuning in with us, great. And with that, we are now going to go to our first video, which is of Diane Sayre at the, who is here in New York. Diane Sayre is a U.S. Senate candidate running against Chuck Schumer. And so we are going to go to her video first, and then followed by that will be other videos of other rallies happening today.
Good afternoon and welcome to Zuccotti Park on September 8th, 2022. This is the 100th anniversary of the birth of the great American genius and statesman Lyndon LaRouche. And I am Diane Sayre, and I am an independent candidate for U.S. Senate, running to unseat the Senator of War and Wall Street, Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer wants to drug the entire American population. Lyndon LaRouche was a great fighter to shut down the international drug trade. And we're here today because people all over the world are celebrating the life and work of Lyndon LaRouche in his 8 presidential campaigns, his fight to reorganize the bankrupt transatlantic financial system, and the fight today carried on by his wife, Helga LaRouche. We are bankrupt. I'm running as a LaRouche candidate for U.S. Senate because the by Chuck Schumer, voting repeatedly to send billions of dollars of weapons to Nazis in Ukraine, when we have people right in Lower Manhattan at the Jacob Riis houses who have arsenic in their drinking water, when we have people drowning in floods. We are sending weapons to Nazis in Ukraine so that the Biden administration can overthrow Vladimir Putin, which I'm sorry to tell you ain't happening. President Putin is very popular in Russia for good reason, because unlike the leadership of the Western nations like the United States and Western Europe, President Putin actually cares about the general welfare of the people of Russia, and he cares about the general welfare of the people on this planet. Same thing for President Xi Jinping of China, who has worked to lift 850 million people out of poverty. We have more people in extreme poverty in the United States with 350 million people than in all of China with 1.4 billion people. That is insane. And the way people live in New York, this city is disintegrating. It smells bad. It's dirty. The pipes are 100 years old. The buildings are falling apart. All that scaffolding, I was naive. I thought they were trying to fix the buildings. No, they put the scaffolding up because the stone is going to fall off on your head and kill you, like it did with that lawyer downtown a year ago or 2 years ago. Our country is falling apart. So we should stop waging war of aggression against nuclear superpowers like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are doing. And we should work with these nations to put this rotten system through bankruptcy reorganization. That's what Lyndon LaRouche was saying. He said we should bury Wall Street so deep that the stench doesn't come up to bother people anymore. And I hate to tell you about Wall Street because I know everyone in New York has virgin ears, but the culture of Wall Street is the culture of Jeffrey Epstein. Remember him? He was not unique. I'm sorry, but these traders down there on the street are a bunch of perverts and drug addicts, because that's what you have to do to make money these days. Think about our whole economy. Who gets paid well? The billionaires. But who doesn't get paid? The home health care workers, the drivers, the nurses, unless they're traveling, because we fired all of our nurses and we're shutting down hospitals. So we have a government that no longer upholds the principle of the general welfare. And that is why I am running on Lyndon LaRouche's program to shut down Wall Street and the city of London, to stop sending money to a totalitarian dictatorship in Ukraine that has put me on a hit list. And I can tell you, we got a letter back from Senator Kaine in Virginia. I wrote a letter to Senator Chuck Schumer. He did not respond. And Senator Kirsten Gillibrand pretends that she doesn't know anything about it. But these senators are funding fascist organizations in Ukraine that have kill lists. Some of you may have heard about the journalist Daria Dubina, who got blown up in a car bomb. Well, she was on one of these lists, and after she was killed, they had a red X through her name, and it said liquidated. So Senator Tim Kaine, when he was confronted by a constituent, wrote back and said, well, I don't share your views. I don't think the Center for Countering Disinformation in Ukraine is putting Americans in any danger. Well, I can tell you that I am in danger because we have pro-Nazi Ukrainians running around in New York State. Think about the shooter in Buffalo. That shooter was wearing a black sun. That is the logo of the Azov battalion in Ukraine. and he killed 10 African-American leaders, pillars of the community in Buffalo. And then you had a guy wearing another black sun just tried to assassinate Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner in Argentina. So don't tell me 77 years after the end of World War II that we don't have a Nazi problem in the United States and in Ukraine. We do. And the way we change it, we're not going to have thought police like the thankfully defeated Center for Countering Disinformation in the U.S. We're not going to have thought police. Well, we do. We have terrible censorship, I hate to tell you. We have terrible censorship because I'm on the ballot against Schumer. I got 66,000 signatures to put my name on the ballot, and the New York Times will not even admit that I exist. But I am Diane Sayre. I am running for U.S. Senate against Chuck Schumer. I'm on the ballot November 8, 2022. If you are not a fan of nuclear war and freezing and starving in the dark, you should support me and you should work with me today, the 100th-year anniversary of LaRouche's birth, to exonerate LaRouche and to liberate our nation. Thank you.
Hi everybody, so we are here in Les Invalides in Paris on the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the birth of Lyndon LaRouche, and we are here to say that we should have listened to the wise word of Lyndon LaRouche to avoid the situation in which we are now, which is a situation of war and economic collapse. So we are here today in Paris to call with the Schiller Institute for a new Bretton Woods, a new reorganization of our financial system to avoid this policy. So we are here to support Lyndon LaRouche, all his ideas against the City of London and Wall Street here in Paris today.
I'm Faride Gillesberg. I'm proud to know Lyndon LaRouche. I have met him when I was 17 years old, and I have been fighting with LaRouche together to build this movement, to build the youth movement for many years. And today we have the honor to celebrate his 100th anniversary of birthday, which is very big. I miss him, we miss him, the world misses him, we miss his leadership, but you know, we have to take his writings and Helga LaRouche's leadership to today intervene in the world with the ideas of Lyndon LaRouche. The ideas for cooperation and development of the whole human race, because the essence with LaRouche's fighting spirit is that he really loved mankind.
Good morning, this is Jen Pearl. I'm in Boston, Massachusetts. We're out here with the LaRouche organization. We are getting out hundreds of copies of the leaflet 100th anniversary of the birth of Lyndon LaRouche. We are at Park Street Station here in Boston. You can see behind me. We are about 90 miles north of here is where Lyndon LaRouche was born. So it's very good that we are here talking to people, particularly young people. A lot of concern about what's going on in the country, particularly with the collapse of the economy, the collapse of the physical economy, what's going to come in the winter in terms of the ability to have heat and food and water. These are things that are on people's minds. But it is also the case that the cities are not what they used to be. They are collapsing, the infrastructure is collapsing, there's drugs everywhere, and this is what has to be addressed. And this is why LaRouche's ideas are so important right now to address the collapse of the physical economy and the drive to war. So we are happy to be out here talking to people. We are here in Boston at Park Street, bringing the ideas of the American Revolution back to Boston. So I will show you our signs here. You can see behind me. Just come around here.
What you're seeing is a war in the North Caucasus region on southern Russia. What you're also seeing is a war which is broken out simultaneously in the border between Pakistan and India. The forces behind these attacks on Russia and on India are the same. They are a mercenary force which was first set into motion by policies adopted at a trilateral commission meeting in Kyoto, Japan in 1975. The policies originally of Brzezinski and his number 2 man there, Samuel P. Huntington. The policies which were continued by then trilateral commission member, that is back in 1975, George Bush, before he became vice president. These are policies which were continued by George Bush as vice president. This is under Bush, this became known as the Iran-Contra drug finance link operations of mercenaries deployed with private funding all over the world, recruited from Islamic and other countries, and targeting Russia's flank. This mercenary force, created then, still exists. The primary responsibility for creating the force was the government of the United Kingdom, most notably, most emphatically, the government of Margaret Thatcher, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, a policy which has been accelerated and continued in full madness by the present Prime Minister, Tony Blair of the United Kingdom. This war, if continued, using mercenaries, can lead to nuclear general war. The major powers principally threatened today by this mercenary operation are 2 of the world's largest nations, China and India. China on its western borders, India on its northern borders. Of course, Iran is also threatened, but more notably, Russia. If these nations are pushed to the wall by a continuing escalation of a war, which is modeled on the wars which the British ran against Russia, China, and so forth during the 19th century and early 20th century, this will lead to the point that Russia has to make the decision to accept disintegration of Russia as a nation, or to resort to the means it has to exact terrible penalties on those who are attacking it, going closer and closer to the source, the forces behind the mercenaries, which includes, of course, Turkey, which is a prime NATO asset being used as a cover for much of this mercenary operation in the North Caucasus and in Central Asia. This is our danger. The weapons the Russians have are no longer the large armies, the capabilities we thought of under the old Orgokov plan of the 1980s. Those vast armies are dissipated, weakened. Russia is ruined almost by a vast economic destruction caused by IMF policies and related policies. But Russia still has an arsenal of advanced weapons and laboratories which can match the weaponry, most advanced weaponry, being developed in the United States, Israel, Britain, and elsewhere. If Russia is pushed to the wall, where it decides to disintegrate willfully or fight back, the likely thing is it will fight back. It will use the weapons it has. It does not have the weapons to win a war, but it has the weapons sufficient to impose a powerful, deadly deterrent on the nations behind the mercenary forces which are presently attacking it. There lies the danger. Unfortunately, most people in the United States are living under the delusion that with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the combined military power of the United States and its British Commonwealth allies, including Australia, New Zealand, and so forth, countries that are really under the British Queen personally, as the United Kingdom is, believe that these forces, Anglo-American forces, are so powerful that they can ignore the United Nations Security Council and conduct wars on their own with impunity. Most Americans tend to believe that and believe they don't have to worry about foreign wars. They don't have to worry about terrible things happening in Africa or South America or Eurasia generally. It won't come here, just as many Americans said before Pearl Harbor about the war then ongoing in Europe. In reality, it can come here. I'm not predicting that it will. I'm saying the likelihood, the danger exists. And as long as the present policies of our government continue, especially the policies of the right-wing Stone Age faction inside the Congress, the right-wing policies of Vice President Al Gore and of Madeleine Albright, a Brzezinski associate, as long as these policies on the United States' part continue, the danger of war is growing. It's not immediate, not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow. But wars come on like that. You get to a point of no return. There's still no war. Then somewhere down the line, maybe a couple of years later, the war actually breaks out. And war is breaking out all over the world now. Not only in the Balkans, as we saw recently, not only in an insane bombing attack on Sudan for no reason whatsoever, the continued war against Iraq, now the crazy intervention in Timor, which can lead to chaos in that region of the world. War is breaking out in small wars all over the world. If that process continues under present conditions, we are headed in the direction of something terrible, possibly even a nuclear war. Americans have to wake up and realize that the problem, well, let's think back to New York in the old days. We once had a man who sold merchandise cheaply with radio ads. He called himself Crazy Eddie, and he used to say, my policies are insane. Crazy Eddie, his policies and way of thinking apparently has been picked up by Al Gore and some people in the Defense Department and elsewhere in the United States. We've got to get the Crazy Eddie policies out of the United States government. As I shall indicate, these are the problems we face are deadly ones, but they're problems which can be solved. Wars, world wars especially, tend to come on in a certain way. It's been that way during this century. It was that way with World War I. It was that way with World War II. World War I began with the assassination of U.S. President McKinley, which resulted in a fundamental change in policy under Presidents Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson. Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson were allies, in effect, of the British monarchy in the British monarchy's plan for a war against Germany under Edward VII, a war which actually broke out in 1914. The war was obvious, it was coming, it was clear from 1905 on. It was associated with a series of international, financial, and related economic crises. In the United States, for example, where we had the famous 1907 crisis, 1905-1907 crisis, the Russian war, Japanese war,
of 1905, the Balkan Wars. They kept coming and coming. And then suddenly there was World War I. Then there was World War II. World War II was essentially set into place when the former chief of the Bank of England, Montague Norman, together with other British influences and with support from the Morgan and Harriman banking interests in New York, put Hitler into power in Germany in January 1933. Once Hitler was consolidated in power with the death of Hindenburg in 1934, then the march toward World War II became inevitable. One of the conditions which made this connection was the fact that the world had gone into a great post-Versailles worldwide depression, which broke out officially with the US stock market collapse in 1929, which became consolidated with the 1931 collapse of the British pound sterling. And under these conditions, processes unleashed led to war, 1939, and led to war involving the United States on December 7th, 1941. Similar conditions now. The world has been, especially since a foolish decision by President Nixon in 1971, when he destroyed the existing world monetary system and set into motion a new so-called floating exchange rate monetary system, the present IMF system. The world has been sliding downhill overall. Though many people are deceived by lying propaganda to believe that there's prosperity in the United States. There is no prosperity in the United States except for the upper 20% of income brackets. They have more money, more cash. The 80% of the population does not. Where years ago, before 1971, one job in the family, or 1+ jobs in the family, would be sufficient to support a family, say someone in Pittsburgh, steel worker, 25 to 40, support a family with 2 children, maybe more. You could own a house, feel secure in the neighborhood, think about sending those children or assisting them into college. That's not possible anymore. It takes 2 or 3 or 4 incomes in the same family not to achieve that kind of standard of living in physical terms. For 80% of the US population, things are becoming worse. We're losing our industries. Our foreign trade is collapsed. Our net current balance in the United States is in a disaster. The order of magnitude of a $200 billion a year deficit or more. $25 billion a month in foreign trade losses or more, as a result of the NAFTA and related kinds of policies. We have been going downhill. Presently, at the present time, the European economy is collapsing. What's happening in the British rail system, the terrible accident which has recently happened, is typical of the breakdown in England as a result of policies of people like Thatcher. The same thing is happening on the European continent. Same thing is happening through most of the world. Japan is ready to blow up. Its financial system ready to blow out. And if it blows out, much of the world's financial system will go down. Ecuador is now declared bankrupt. Brazil is virtually bankrupt. Argentina is virtually destroyed. Colombia is controlled by armed gangs. It's like something out of the 30 Years' War in Europe. A nation being destroyed by armed bandits, and the State Department expressing its sympathy with these bandits against a legitimate constitutional government of Colombia. Africa is a lost cause. Mass murder, encouraged by our State Department. These are the realities. It is in this condition, as this present financial system approaches collapse, that the danger of war begins to emerge. The current danger of war came to the surface beginning August of 1998. What happened? Well, the previous November, October, November, there had been a major financial collapse, which had been bailed out with hyperinflationary growth in asset values.
That is, the central banks began printing money, in effect, and pumping money into financial markets, stock markets and other financial markets. So that had led into a new situation by the summer of 1998. The blowout occurred. It started with the Russian bonds, Russian bond debt. In August of that year, at the same time that President Clinton was being distracted by being called to testify before the special prosecutor, Russia declared bankruptcy, state bankruptcy. As a reaction to this effect, Al Gore and others, behind the back of the president, pushed through fraudulently a bombing attack on a pharmaceutical plant in Sudan. I believe now the president knows that was fraudulent, but nothing has been done effectively to correct it. That was the beginning. While the president was under attack in the Congress by first the House of Representatives, Republicans, and then in the Senate, Gore led the attack which got us finally into a new war against Iraq. This occurred in the November-December period of last year. From that point on, we moved toward a Balkan War, where the British government, with the complicity of Madeleine Albright, the Secretary of State, got us into a Balkan War. It's not needed to go into the reasons how that happened or why it happened, but it was done. This led, as people in NATO and elsewhere said and understood at the time, the launching of the U.S. participation with NATO in bombing attacks on Yugoslavia were intended for the primary purpose of destroying the Balkans, not of dealing with the problem there, destroying the Balkans and opening the way to NATO-related military adventures in the Middle East, in Transcaucasia, and in Central Asia. That was openly stated before the actual war against Yugoslavia was started. That was the purpose for the Balkan War. So these things are all interconnected. The primary crisis now is this. The present international financial system is about to disintegrate. I can't tell you, no one else can tell you exactly what day, week, or month that will occur. It is ongoing. The crisis is systemic. Every leading banking circle in the world knows the system is doomed and finished. People behind the scenes are taking steps to protect as much as possible their precious interests, their personal interests. Meanwhile, the fools who are fooled by the propaganda continue to rush into buying into stock markets and other financial investments. These are the suckers who will be totally bankrupted and ruined when the crash occurs. This is the situation. No one can prevent this system from collapsing. It will disintegrate. There are over $300 trillion worth, in US dollar equivalent, of short-term financial obligations of the form of financial derivatives hanging out there. Against this, the real assets to support this 300 trillion plus debt bubble, financial bubble, is not more than $41 trillion a year in GDP, as calculated in dollars among all the nations of the world. Therefore, you have a system which is intrinsically, systemically bankrupt. It cannot be saved. The only thing that can be done is action by governments to put the bankrupt financial system and the bankrupted monetary system into government-supervised financial reorganization. In other words, to apply the thinking of a Franklin Roosevelt to the current emergency situation. This creates a crisis in which powerful financial interests are totally panic-stricken, are driven mad by the fact that the system in which their investments are located is about to be liquidated. That the nation state which they thought they were eliminating with globalization is the only institution which can save nations from total destruction. It is under these conditions
that plans to move toward military adventures, even wars, even general wars, and that risk of nuclear war is pushed by madmen, some in the United States, some in the Congress who don't even know what they're doing, as well as in Britain and elsewhere. This is the situation. Now let's talk about me. I said that, as many of you know who studied history, that the onset of major wars or similar kinds of catastrophes and conflicts usually have something to do with economic, financial problems. When financial crises are in the process of occurring, or major economic conflicts, these are the times of conflict at which wars, which are otherwise possible, tend to become probable. So let's look at things from that standpoint, and let's look at my concern, which has been my concern for over 40 years. And look at this situation through my eyes. Back in 1959, 1960, on the basis of a study I did of trends in the US and world economy, it became apparent to me that if the policy trends which had developed, especially during the 1950s, the policy trends leading into the 1957-58 financial crisis, the so-called 1957-58 recession, that if these policies were continued, then somewhere along the line, probably by the middle of the 1960s, during the second half of the 1960s, you would have a series of international monetary crises which would tend to lead toward a breakdown of the existing monetary system. In my view, this represented the greatest long-term danger to civilization and to the United States. My concern was to change those policies. Then we had President Kennedy. Kennedy was probably the brightest president we've had since Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, that is. And he did a number of things which tried to put the United States back on a positive course in the economy and in some other matters. Then he was assassinated. Then Johnson, in a difficult situation, capitulated to the Wall Street crowd, including people typified by John J. McCloy and his friends, and U.S. policy began to move in a poorer direction. Even though Johnson was not exactly a hero on civil rights, he did the right thing on that and a few other things. He's got to be given credit for that. But the general trend of policy, especially from 1966-67, including the Vietnam War policy, was a piece of insanity. This led to Nixon's shutting down the existing monetary system in the middle of August 1971. Under these circumstances, beginning in the middle of the 1960s, I began to be concerned that we were headed for the worst crisis of the United States and European civilization so far. My view was not a short-term view, but a long-term view. But my view was that we had to start to work now to begin to produce the shift in policies away from these policies which, if continued, could lead to all hell breaking loose, as the fellow said. That came true. In 1971, I was probably the only economist speaking on the issue which accurately forecast not only what happened in 71 with Nixon's decision, but what the results would have been. Since 1971, the general trend in U.S. economic situation and policy has been exactly what I feared. And during this period, I've warned against this, I've fought against this, I've attempted to influence against this, and I've tried to develop the contrary policies, the alternative policies,
which would be an alternative to the mistakes that Nixon had made, the terrible mistakes that Carter had made under Trilateral Commission influence, things of that sort. And then the terrible mistakes that were made in the Reagan administration under the influence of George Bush and his crowd in particular. Now, in this process, one of the notable things I did, beginning 1977, was to try to find a way of addressing what I saw as an increasing danger in U.S.-Soviet relations. It was my view that the confidence that the SALT I agreement, the ABM Treaty of 1972 and so forth, that these things were misleaders. They promised peace, but they were actually leading toward conflict, a conflict which could break out in wars and certainly could lead to general economic and political chaos throughout the planet. And thus I looked at, in this context, at the question of weapons systems. It was my view that the weapons policy of the United States, the so-called détente policy of John J. McCloy, and also of Bertrand Russell, who was the real author of this policy, and of George Bundy and Henry Kissinger and others, that these policies were a fundamental mistake, a fundamental misunderstanding of reality. That we had to look at the question of the Soviet Union and our relations with it from the standpoint of trying to find a way to deal with this other than through arms control. It was my view that the arms control policy would come to a point of breakdown, that the condition of the Soviet economy would bring the Soviet economy to the point that it either would have the choice of breaking out in a military way or collapsing. That was my fear. So at that point, I worked on this policy. In my run for the Democratic nomination for president in 1979-1980, I featured this proposal for a new approach for dealing with the Soviet Union on the question of nuclear arsenals and related questions. Then Reagan became president. And I found myself in a situation of conducting a back-channel discussion in the interests of the United States with Soviet officials. It was all transparent. It was done with the supervision in most of this period by the National Security Council, which was, to whom I was responsible for reporting on this, and it was done openly with the Soviet government representatives. What I propose is what became known as the Strategic Defense Initiative. It was actually President Reagan and his people who so named it. But the policy which he enunciated on March 23rd, 1983, was the policy which I had proposed be discussed between the United States and the Soviet government in my back-channel discussions. And I had so reported the details of these proposals and discussions to the National Security Council and thus to the President.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace, to give us the means of rendering these nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete.
Now, as you know, that was turned down. And what became known as SDI after I was pushed out of the situation, 83, 84, became sort of pretty much a farce. Teller was thinking in the right direction. As a matter of fact, we shared views on many of these questions, not directly, but in our public statements during this period. But Teller was sort of pushed into the background, and the Heritage Foundation and the Bush crowd and the Republican National Committee crowd took over. And while President Reagan, as we know, up through 86, through his meeting at Reykjavik with Gorbachev, continued to support the policy and propose it to the Soviet Union, it was effectively killed and turned into what has become, in effect, a farce, even though some benefits of what we proposed are in the laboratories and places like that today. Now, under these conditions, come the year 1988. In 1983, I had told the Soviet government that if the president were to propose what the president later called SDI, as he did on March 23rd to the Soviet government publicly,
And if the Soviet government, then under Andropov, were to reject the president's offer, the result would be that the long-term economic problems of the Soviet economy would catch up with the Soviet economy and would lead within about 5 years to a collapse of the Soviet economic system. That was my proposal. That I stated not only to my Soviet contact in these discussions in February 1983, I stated it later publicly. Now, my concern was, how do I salvage a situation in which the Soviets were on a course of either war or breakup? How do I address that situation, knowing it's very dangerous either way? So in October of 1988, October 12th, Columbus Day in particular, while a candidate for the presidency of the United States, I went to Berlin and I presented an address openly before television cameras there, which was later reproduced and put on national television in the United States, on network television. And in just a moment, you'll see part of that address here. In point of fact, when the breakup of the East Germany occurred, and when people from the West got into East Germany to see what the war preparations had been on the East German side, that my concern that the Soviets were on the verge of launching a military adventure into Western Europe were confirmed. The plans existed, the capabilities existed. The Soviet Union was at that point was on the verge of either going to war or not going to war, just as I feared. What I propose, as you see in the tape from that broadcast of 1988, I was right. The Soviet system was on the verge of breakup, but it did occur 6 years later, not 5 years later. So who's counting? It happened. What I proposed as an alternative, that the United States should then, at that point, propose a new policy toward Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, which I proposed in that broadcast, that this proposal, such a policy by the United States, especially by its president, should be the basis for dealing with the radically new situation which would be caused by the then imminent breakup of the Warsaw Pact Soviet system.
Under the proper conditions, many today will agree that the time has come for early steps toward the reunification of Germany, with the obvious prospect that Berlin might resume its role as the nation's capital. For the United States, as for Germans and Europe generally, the question is, will this reunification process be brought about by assimilating the Federal Republic into the East Bloc's economy or economic range of influence, or can it be accomplished in a different way? In other words, is a united Germany to come into being as a part of Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals, as President de Gaulle proposed, or as Mr. Gorbachev has desired, a Europe from the Urals to the Atlantic? I shall propose the following concrete perspectives to our next government. We say to Moscow, we will help you. We shall act to establish food for peace agreements among the international community, with the included goal that neither the people of the Soviet Union nor the developing nations shall go hungry. In response to our good faith in doing that for you, let us do something which will set an example of what can be done to help solve the economic crisis throughout the Soviet bloc generally. Let us say that the United States and Western Europe will cooperate to accomplish the successful rebuilding of the economy of Poland. There will be no interference with the political system of government in Poland. but only a kind of Marshall Plan aid to rebuild Poland's industry and agriculture. If Germany agrees to this, let a process aimed at the reunification of Germany's economies begin. And let this process leading toward reunification be the punctum saliens for Western cooperation in assisting the rebuilding of the economy of Poland. We in the United States and Germany should say to the Soviet bloc, let us show you what we can do for the peoples of Eastern Europe. By this test in Poland, which costs you really nothing, let you discover and judge by the results whether this is a lesson you wish to try in other cases.
Now, what does this mean today? I was right. What happened? Well, there were others who agreed with me. For example, there was a speech, the leading banker in Germany, Alfred Herrhausen, the chief of Deutsche Bank, was on his way to New York to deliver an address. I have later seen a draft of that address that he was to deliver. What Herrhausen proposed was what I had proposed, in German terms, but essentially the same policy. What happened? Herrhausen was killed. He was assassinated in a high-level assassination done by military-grade assassins, not some stupid little terrorist organization. That was a cover story. The Baader-Meinhof gang at that point no longer existed, the one that was blamed for the assassination. Rohwedder, another German official, in the process of reorganizing what had been East Germany, had policies which moved in the same direction as Herrhausen. Rohwedder was assassinated. The policies of Europe moved in a new direction, under the direction of Margaret Thatcher, George Bush, and François Mitterrand, and with the consent, of course, of Gorbachev. I proposed using the breakup of the conflict between the Western Alliance and the Soviet system, using that as the opportunity to make a fundamental shift in economic and therefore political relations, to participate, to open the doors to rebuilding this shattered part of the world. And at the same time, as I had proposed to the Soviets in 1982-83 in the back channel discussion, to participate with the United States in developing systems which we could develop, which would enable us to eliminate the danger of an all-out nuclear ballistic missile attack, and to use the technologies which we would develop to that purpose in order to create a driver of the same type that we had with our aerospace driver with the moon, man-moon landing of Kennedy.
Am I speaking to Dr. Gomez?
Yes, John. I have the announcement you've been waiting for. As of 5 minutes ago, our environmental systems have been fully stabilized. Man's first permanent colony on Mars is now fully operational.
Many of you are shocked. Some of you are saying, why is this old geezer talking about a permanent colony on Mars 39 years from now with the major budget problems in Washington today? In a nationwide television broadcast a few weeks ago, I told you that on my first day as president, I should declare a national economic emergency and launch the largest economic recovery program in our history. During each of the first 2 years of my administration, about $2 trillion in low-cost federal loans will be invested in building up our nation's presently rotting industrial infrastructure, plus building up about 5 million new industrial jobs during the first 3 or 4 years of my administration. Looking back to the experience of the 1940-1943 period under President Franklin Roosevelt, we know that the recovery will creak at the beginning, but will build up speed over the first 2 years, so that about the third year, the United States will have the highest per capita income in our history. There are no mysterious tricks involved. It is all basic economics modeled upon our successful economic recoveries under Franklin Roosevelt and John F. Kennedy.
To use that kind of policy, a science driver policy, to accelerate economic growth and technological progress and productivity and employment and quality of employment in the United States, in Europe, and also to use the obsolescence-ridden industries of Poland, of Czechoslovakia, of Hungary, of Russia itself, the Soviet Union itself, to use the technological capabilities they had, despite their ruined, bankrupt industries, for massive infrastructure building throughout Eurasia, and on the foundations of that to build a general economic growth throughout this planet as a whole, in which we would participate with our former adversaries of the Warsaw Pact system, in helping to develop countries in Asia which sought development, countries in Africa which desperately needed development, countries in South America, Central America, which desperately needed a reversal of the present trends in their policy. That was my policy. That was the policy thinking of some people. It was not the policy thinking of Bush. It was not the policy making of the US government under Bush. It was not the policy of Mitterrand. It was certainly not the policy of Thatcher. Thatcher's policy, as was stated by her administration, was specifically an anti-Germany policy. The Thatcher government, supported by Mitterrand, said we must not allow the reunification of Germany to lead to German economic revival, nor must we allow Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union, the Balkans, to come under the influence of a general economic growth pattern from which Germany, as a technology exporter, might benefit. In order to prevent this from happening, Bush and Thatcher, under Thatcher's direction, launched the war against Iraq. It was a bait and switch policy. Bush had been the guy, key guy, who pushed for Iraq to conduct a war against Iran. Bush had been the key guy who had pushed Iraq on many of these policies. Bush and the Bush administration was the guy that gave the go sign to Saddam Hussein to take whatever action he thought fit against Kuwait's stealing of Iraq's oil. Then Bush switched under orders from Thatcher, and we had Desert Storm, which ruined much of Europe. After Desert Storm, we went immediately into the Balkan Wars, in which the British government and the French government supported Milosevic as their asset against Croatia, against Bosnia-Herzegovina, and so forth. This was done as a part of the Stop the Fourth Reich policy, that is, prevent Germany from coming back as a major economic power again in Europe. That was their policy. Obviously, directly opposite to my policy. My policy was that the United States policy should be to recognize that Germany is the major machine tool driver part of the entire Western European economy. It is German machine tool exports which are the basis for not only the German economy, but it is the German prosperity based on Germany's machine tool exports, which are the pivot upon which the entirety of the economy of Western continental Europe depended then and depends still to this day. It is the shutdown of the German machine tool industry sector and similar effects on France, on other countries, the Low Countries and Italy, and of Eastern Europe, which has caused the economic crisis which is now besieging the Schröder government of Germany and threatens the security and stability of all Europe. The same thing is affecting Japan in a different way. All right, now what is wrong? What is the policy? What is the issue? How does this affect war? Let's go back to 1823. After the defeat of Napoleon, and after the British puppet, the Duke of Wellington's puppet, the Bourbon Restoration was restored in France. The British, together with Metternich, controlled all of Europe. The British and Metternich, the Holy Alliance, were the enemies of the United States, the declared enemies. However, the British always have two policies. Never try to find out what British policy is. They always have two, which seem directly opposite. They're for you and they're against you. They're buttering up your waistcoat while they're putting a knife in your back. Neither of which is good for you, either cosmetically or otherwise. So the British policy was, yes, they would use the Holy Alliance as an ally in destroying the influence of the American Revolution, the influence the American Revolution had on Europe. To eliminate American influence in Europe, which is what Metternich said repeatedly, what the British said repeatedly. But then the British, Jeremy Bentham, the head of the Foreign Office from 1782 on, and his Canning, the foreign minister, went to the United States to a president who was not a fool, President James Monroe, and proposed that since the Holy Alliance powers, Metternich's group of Spain, Portugal, France, Austro-Hungary, were trying to grab off and recolonize South and Central America, that the British should make a treaty with the little United States, and the little United States should agree with the British to keep these filthy continentals out of South and Central America. This was proposed treaty by Canning with the United States. At that point, one of the proteges of Franklin, former protege, John Quincy Adams, was Secretary of State under Monroe. And Quincy Adams wrote this letter to his President Monroe, in which he said, the United States must reject Canning's treaty. We have, the United States, no community of principle with the British monarchy. We can make no treaty alliance with any power with which we share no community of principle. We shall not degrade the United States into becoming an American cockboat in the wake of the British man of war in the Caribbean or South America. And what he qualified as the alternative, we in the United States must keep our distance from this. We must state our policy clearly, and we must wait for such a time as when we have sufficient power to kick the British, as well as the Holy Alliance powers, out of Central and South America, in which we can protect the aspirations of the emerging new republics of Central and South America. That is our policy. Now, this policy, called a community of principle policy, had been implicitly the policy of the United States leadership during the period of the American Revolution. It had been the policy of the United States under all patriotic presidents, such as Monroe, Abraham Lincoln, Garfield, Secretary of State Blaine, and a murdered President McKinley. It had been the policy orientation revived by Franklin Roosevelt. It was a policy orientation revived in part by President John Kennedy. Community of principle. What is the fundamental interest of the United States? What is our self-interest? What is our strategic self-interest? What has it begun from the beginning? What is it today? Our interest is to bring into being on this planet a hegemonic community of perfectly sovereign nation-state republics which share that commitment to defense of the general welfare, which is the cornerstone of our federal constitution. That with these nations, which must each be perfectly sovereign, we want no empire, we want no hegemony, we want alliances of the sort which occur only between nation states which agree that the idea of a community of perfectly sovereign nation states is the fundamental interest of each and all. That was the direction of Roosevelt's intended post-war policy, which Truman scrapped. But that was the policy. That is my policy. What is the fundamental interest of the United States? Is it to find somebody we call an enemy the way the British do? And go out and say, let's prepare for war against this chosen, designated enemy? Should we go out and pick out official enemies of the United States and stage wars with them? Simply to have somebody to shoot at? or someone to hate? Is that our policy? Or rather, is it not our interest that today, as before, that the nations of South and Central America in particular be perfectly, absolutely sovereign nation states, not subject to any foreign supranational or other foreign authority, including the IMF, meddling in their internal affairs. They must be sovereign, as we desire to be sovereign in fighting for our independence, establishing our Constitution. It is our interest to protect and to promote that sovereignty among these states, which Roosevelt called his good neighbor policy. That's our interest. It is our policy to establish the same kind of relationship with nations in Africa. They should develop. They should benefit. We should cooperate with them. We should protect and defend their sovereignty. We should free them from the legacies of former colonial and imperial powers, whether it's financial powers or it's military occupation. We should aspire for the same thing in Eurasia, both in our friends in Western Europe and also throughout the rest of Eurasia. What we should aspire to is that Russia, China, India, Pakistan, Iran, Malaysia, Indonesia, Burma, or Myanmar today, Cambodia, Vietnam, Japan, should all have the right to have perfectly sovereign, independently sovereign nation-state republics, based on the principle of the general welfare, that is, the welfare of all of the people, not only for present generations, but future generations, to protect their rights, in the way Europe understood that the rights of each man and woman made in the image of the creator of this universe. That human beings are special. Every human being is special. And every human being's right to be special, in that sense, must be protected and nurtured and fostered by an agency which is more powerful than any individual, an agency which has the capability of defending that interest. That should be our policy. How should the United States conduct its foreign policy with a nation which is a potential adversary or simply an unfriendly nation? Under the principles of community of principle. Let's take a step back and define this. The precedent for this kind of diplomacy was consolidated in Europe in 1648, 1650, in the context of the 1648 Treaty of Westphalia, that for a period from about 1517 to 1648, a period of approaching 150 years, Europe had been ruined by a persistence of religious warfare. Not as bad in effect, perhaps, as the Dark Age, which came out of the 100 years of the Wealth League policies during the 13th and 14th century, but nonetheless a virtual new Dark Age. The center of this was called the 30 Years' War, from 1618 to 1648, centered in Germany, but also in adjoining countries. At the end of this process, peace was brought through the influence of people like Cardinal Mazarin in the form of the Treaty of Westphalia. These nations had the wisdom to agree that unlike the crazy Versailles Treaty, which is a completely immoral travesty anyway, that we were not going to try to find the blame for each party for guilt in connection with these wars and the atrocities which were perpetrated as part of these wars. No seeking of retribution. The principle of no retribution was key to securing the peace. People realized that to try to fight out the issues of recrimination and respective guilt for this offense and that offense would mean the war would just go on. It could not be stopped. So they said, no recriminations, no retribution, no war guilt, no war blame. We start from scratch and we build an order which is designed to bring peace. Now, as a result of that, Treaty of Westphalia, and the agreement to this principle, we had the emergence of a policy, not a perfect policy, but the emergence of policies which included what became the policies of the United States, what became essentially the policy of community of principle as expressed by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams. So when we have adversaries in the world, we don't go around trying to punish people. We don't go into countries and spank them because we don't like their internal conduct. You don't do that. Only idiots or warmongers do that. It's not allowed. Don't try to legislate morals at the point of a bayonet of invading or occupying troops. That leads to the worst result. And when people say, well, it's a terrible crime, we've got morally offended, we got to go in there and straighten these people out, all you're doing is you're spreading war. You're spreading war that cannot be stopped. Because now the people who are going in to do the punishing are the new criminals. And hatred of those criminals will result in people taking reprisal against them. And when they take reprisals, then the people who are the victims of their taking reprisals will become angry and they will kill too. So the solution to war, as has always been understood by the great strategists of modern European civilization, and also China, is to bring peace. Now, you do not bring peace by provoking war, which is what NATO did in the Balkans, which is what the British government, the British monarchy, did through Australia in the case of Timor. They provoked war. And now they're moralizing about how horrible it is to see the war which they intentionally provoked. Madeleine Albright, under the direction of Robin Cook, one of the same authors of the intervention into East Timor, was the clown who turned a problem which had been soluble in Kosovo into a horror show where her war, her and Robin Cook's and Tony Blair's war, caused the atrocities, set off the atrocities which people began to complain about earlier. Oh, maybe there were atrocities beforehand, but that could have been dealt with. She and Blair and Robin Cook acted in concert to make solutions impossible. Vice President Gore also acted to try to prevent a solution to that problem short of war, which could have been had, and the world would have been better off if that had been done. So what do you do when you're dealing with the former Soviet Union? What do you do when you're dealing with any nation in the world, if you're the United States, and understand the United States, its interests and traditions? You go to the other country and you try to find, as the Treaty of Westphalia did, you try to find a way of building peace, not seeking conflict. How do you build peace? Well, certain principles. Do we agree that a sovereign nation state is a fundamental human right established by modern European civilization? So the first human right we must agree upon is the sovereignty of the other nation state. If we can agree on that, we've got to start. If we agree that the purpose of treaty relations is to find beneficial, mutually beneficial effects, do we want to promote trade? Do we want to promote the benefits of trade? Do we want to see other nations more secure, more internally secure, with happier people, less likely to get angry and start doing terrible things? So we do that. And that's the policy. That's always been my policy. All right, we have a terrible problem. Here we are in the United States. Patriots of the United States are committed to defend the United States against what is admittedly a terrifying Soviet military capability. On the other hand, you have the Soviet Union, which is in a financial economic crisis and which faces a terrible military capability on our side, on the NATO side, on the Atlantic Alliance side. What do? You say, let's cut this nonsense out. Let's find a new way. Let's stop talking about we want to fight for this, we want to fight for that, we want to fight against this. Let's stop that nonsense. Let's say, what is it that we really need? Can't we find a way to cooperate and build peace and build security and build cooperation? Can't we go to others and say, isn't common justice so much in the interest of us all? Haven't we learned our lesson? Isn't it time that we cooperate? Isn't it time that we build a system which is consistent with the interests of us all, as they tried to do in the very difficult negotiations which established the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648? That's what the policy must be. Now, why should anyone turn down, as the fellow says in New York, Orchard Street or elsewhere in former times, how could you turn down such a good deal? Why would anyone turn down such a good deal? Well, let's look at it. What's been the problem? What was our problem with the British? Why do we have wars with the British? The British were trying to destroy us all along. If you read their literature, from the time of the accession of Georg Ludwig, who became known as George I, the first king of Great Britain, of the British throne, there's been a constant conflict between the people of the Americas and the British monarchy. The British monarchy has always been based, since that period, has always been based on a financier oligarchy modeled upon the financier oligarchy of ancient Venice and Venice itself. That is, the power lies in a ruling class. The ruling class of Britain today is not a hereditary landed aristocracy, though some of the wealthy people there may own some land and may have hereditary aristocratic backgrounds. The power in England lies with a group of financiers who are centered around the Bank of England and whose tentacles extend throughout the British Commonwealth and beyond. This is the real financial oligarchy that controls Britain. They are against the idea of the modern nation state. Their view is financier power, just like Alan Greenspan. Their view of financier power is that the United States should exist only for the benefit of the British and Wall Street financier crowd. As you see, when it comes to HMOs, for example, in the United States, the financiers of Wall Street who are taking over the medical insurance business, what are they doing? They are looting the patients. They are looting the insured, denying them of medical care, accelerating the morbidity rate, the death rates among patients in order to make more profit for those interests, Wall Street-centered interests, which have taken over the medical field, insurance field, and related field. They want to steal Social Security in the same way. So what's the conflict? What's the issue here? What is the conflict between the United States and the British monarchy, which, as I shall indicate, is key to understanding the problem today? What's the conflict between the American Constitution and Wall Street, as typified by the case of the HMO crisis, where you have people in the Congress who in effect are owned by Wall Street, who are determined to prevent anybody from giving a patient the right to sue a company whose actions increase the risk of morbidity of that patient, or that is, deny the patient the care which a doctor would have them have. What's the issue here? Roosevelt described this often during his term as president, especially during the 1930s. From the beginning, Roosevelt had a quarrel with the Supreme Court. And Roosevelt was right, and the Supreme Court was wrong. Perhaps his attempt to pack the Supreme Court, as it was called at the time, was a tactical misjudgment. But nonetheless, his motive for proposing it was perfectly justified. If you look at the history of the United States, the history of our struggle for independence, and look at some of the documents on which our republic was founded, and the intent of the authors of this republic, such as Benjamin Franklin. And you find in the Declaration of Independence a passage, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That phrase there was something which the founders of the Constitution, actually of the Declaration of Independence in this case, adopted from Leibniz, from Gottfried Leibniz, who was one of the great influences in England and on the United States during this period. The correlative of this life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which was what the United States adopted in opposition to Locke's notion of life, liberty, and property, which is the British conception, is reflected in the U.S. Constitution in what is called the General Welfare Clause. The responsibility of government to promote the general welfare, both for ourselves and our posterity. Now, this phrase in the U.S. federal Constitution's preamble is the fundamental foundation of law for our constitutional law as a whole, and defines the character of our republic in the most simple, principled way. That before the modern nation state came into existence, the idea of a state was it was owned by somebody, owned by an emperor, for example, or owned by a ruling oligarchy, or owned by a ruling race which held the other race in subjugation. So therefore the state, the authority of the state, and the interest of the state lay in that interest which corresponded to the property interest owning the state. This was changed in Europe, beginning with the accession of Louis XI of France, in founding the first effort at a modern sovereign nation state. Under this new conception, which was sometimes translated into English language usage as the idea of a commonwealth, this meant that the authority of the state and its responsibility lay entirely in the unique capability of the sovereign state to protect and promote the welfare of each and all of its individual members, as the first chapter of Genesis defines each individual human beings, as set apart from animals, as each woman, each man, all made equally in the image of the creator of the universe, and endowed with the power to rule within the universe over all other things. Therefore, the responsibility of the state is to protect and promote that interest which is identified in that definition of the human individuality. The state must not only defend that for living people, that is, democracy is not enough, because the living must not deprive the future generations of their rights either. The state's responsibility is to protect the general welfare not only of the living and all of the living, but also to protect their posterity, their future generations. That's the nature of the nation state. And our Constitution, our fight for independence meant that, exactly as Abraham Lincoln summed the same thing up in his famous short Gettysburg Address of 1863. That is the American principle. The British have a different view. Maybe many people in the British Isles, including the Irish and the Scotch, may have different ideas. But maybe many Englishmen have different ideas. But nonetheless, the British system and Wall Street, which is sort of a cheap imitation or not so cheap imitation of the British system, have a different idea. And that was Roosevelt's quarrel with the Supreme Court and with Wall Street. Roosevelt defended the notion of the obligation of the U.S. government to defend and promote the general welfare for ourselves and our posterity. And that was the core of his quarrel with Wall Street and with the Supreme Court. Most of the important constitutional fights he had were on that issue. That's our principle. It is our principle that a community of principle means that other nations which have the same idea, the same principle of the obligations and authorities of government, of sovereign government, under the notion of general welfare, that these nations represent, together with us, a community of principle, a natural community of principal interest. And therefore, we should treat them as brothers and sisters, as equals, and recognize that defending one another and defending that interest that each of us has together is our common interest. Our purpose as a nation has been from the beginning, as John Quincy Adams expressed this in talking of the future in respect to the implications of what became known as the Monroe Doctrine. If we can't defend the rights now, we must commit ourselves to come to the position where we will be able to defend them in the future. Our fundamental interest as a republic is to bring forth on this planet the hegemony of a community of sovereign nation states, each of which has in common its commitment to the general welfare of its total population and their posterity. Otherwise, it is not our intent to meddle in the internal affairs of these countries. It is sufficient for us that they are sincerely and seriously dedicated to promote the general welfare as we understand the notion of the general welfare. And they understand that we as nations must stand together against those forces of oligarchy, such as the British financial oligarchy, which are our natural enemy. Now, what happens then? How does this financial crisis lead then to the danger of a general war at this time? My concern has been, as it's recently expressed, and I've done consistently what I did in the case of the negotiations of 1982-83, leading into the proposal for the SDI. The same thing. I have proposed, as I proposed in the October 12, 1988 address in Berlin, I have proposed that the United States support continental Europe in particular, or those nations of continental Europe in particular, which agreed with this. Hopefully Germany will play a keystone role in this. And that through our relations with Germany and other countries in Western Europe, that we would develop a new way in our relations with Eastern Europe, with the states of the Warsaw Pact, with the former Soviet Union. And we have proposed, especially since 1989, when this situation broke out, that this be extended as a Eurasian project to include the nations of China and India, Iran, Pakistan, other countries of Asia, a population which includes the majority of the human race. And that we agree, hopefully, and the government of China has demonstrated and the state have demonstrated their interest in having this kind of relationship with the United States and with Germany and with India and with Russia. Not a question of alliances against other nations, but trying to build a community of principle based on the idea of promoting the general welfare, not meddling in each other's internal affairs, but bringing ourselves together about a common principle, the same principle which Roosevelt intended should be ruling in the post-war world, and probably would have been if he had not died prematurely when he did. To bring these nations together as a community, not as an alliance, but as a community of principle. And to do what? Well, we're in an economic crisis. The system doesn't work. The present financial system doesn't work. It is bankrupt. It is unsalvageable. So what do we do with it? Well, we use the power of government, of sovereign government, which according to our law and our notion is the most powerful temporal authority on this planet. We use the power of government and concerts of governments to put this sick system into bankruptcy reorganization and establish a new international monetary system new set of financial and trade relations and economic relations in order to ensure that the citizens of the United States and of Western Europe and of China and of India and so forth do not go into a dark age of misery simply because the financial system and monetary system has collapsed, because their money is no good, because the banks in which they deposited it don't exist, the insurance companies which insured them no longer exist, and there's nobody to pay the bills. And they're out of a job, and they're on the streets roaming like people in the 13th century, 14th century, out in the streets, dying, roaming. Because there's no state to intervene. So if we as a nation, and other nations agree, we can, under these conditions of crisis, where everybody's aware that we're faced with that kind of danger at that time, when the blow strikes, so to speak, governments, including a group of governments led by the United States, including the President of the United States, Bill Clinton right now, meet with other governments, put the system into bankruptcy, and agree on setting up a new monetary system, a new financial system, a bankruptcy arrangement, and getting the world economy moving again immediately so people don't start dying en masse as a result of the collapse of a financial and monetary system. That's the purpose. Now, what happens then is this. This kind of a crisis is a crisis of what? It's a crisis of a failure of a bankrupt, evil system. The bankrupt, evil system is what is represented by the floating exchange rate monetary system with all the horrible things it's done to the United States people and other people of other countries over these years. When you come to the point that that system is bankrupt, then the system as a whole is vulnerable. And maybe the people will intervene through their institutions of government to change the system. What system would we change back to? Very simply, we would change back more or less immediately, because that's the only system we could get agreement to what Franklin Roosevelt had intended would happen at the end of World War II, if he had lived to see that time, is to set up a group of nation states, set up a new Bretton Woods system, operating very much in the same way the old Bretton Woods system did, same kind of principles, but under the conditions of reorganizing the world in bankruptcy, as we had to on a large scale in Europe, for example, at the end of World War II. It's a natural tendency, if nations are left to themselves and their senses, to make rational decisions based on the lessons of past experience. But what does that mean? That means that powerful forces who have been looting the world, such as those gangsters who've been looting Russia under arrangements set up by Thatcher, Mitterrand, Bush and company, these people lose. The British financial oligarchy loses. The financier oligarchy of Wall Street loses. Of Europe loses. The people take charge. And whenever that is threatened, something like that is threatened, as in the past, then, under such conditions, the oligarchy, the kind of forces which were the enemy of a republic from the beginning and are really the enemies of humanity today, are prepared to unleash terrible effects upon the people to prevent the people from taking control of the system away from them. That's what the conflict is all about. Now, Russia, as you shall hear in a moment, has been deliberately, willfully ruined and looted. It is not Russian gangsters coming out of Moscow who have put their money in banks in New York and elsewhere. It is American gangsters put into power by the British and by George Bush back in 1991 when he appointed Bob Strauss as U.S. ambassador to Moscow, who have hired Russians, retained Russians, to loot Russia. And they take part of the proceeds, which they pocket as commission for stealing from Russia, and other countries, and they deposit it in various banks, like the British monarchy's Antigua Bank. Antigua is totally under the British Crown, British monarchy, and more people speak Russian in the business there than any other language. Why do they speak Russian? Because they're Russian gangsters who keep their money there and deploy their money through there. So the gangsters which we hear about in the United States, the Russian gangsters, are British and American controlled gangsters. They're thieves for the US mafia. So these forces have looted Russia. And these are the forces these guys want to play with. So that we've come to the point that the Russian system is collapsing. The Russian people have a choice of taking back their country, getting rid of this gangster process, constituting government again to meet the demands of the general welfare of Russia and its posterity, of cooperating with nations such as China, India, and other countries, Iran, other countries, Western Europe, other countries, to promote the general welfare and the sovereignty of nation states. And that, the authors of globalization, which is a code word for oligarchy, don't like. And in order to attempt to prevent that, as it became clear to them over the period 1997, November 1997, especially from the summer of 1998 on, it became clear to them that we were headed for a situation in which the President of the United States, even timidly, in New York, in September of 1998, could speak about possible revisions of the existing financial and monetary system. What did they do to Clinton then? He had essentially no problem. The whole problem against him was essentially cleaned up, under control. But under the threat in October that Clinton might finally act like the President of the United States and act to bring about a reorganization of the international monetary and financial system, they acted. They moved an effort through the House of Representatives to accelerate an impeachment proceeding against the President. This destabilized the government considerably, and it hasn't quit since. Even though the Senate proceedings did not result in impeachment, the President has not really been fully himself since that time. He was badly damaged in his effectiveness as President by having to go through this mess. And the nation was damaged by this silly, corrupt proceeding as well. So up to this point, the United States government has failed repeatedly to take any effective initiative to prepare for what has now become inevitable, a general collapse of the present world financial system sometime soon. As I said, no one can predict the exact day because it can happen on any day. Any number of events exist there, ticking out there, bombs ticking out there, any one of which could set the collapse off. Or they could be postponed because the tick doesn't blow up for weeks or maybe a couple of months. Time is running out. The crisis systemic is finished. Still, the President has done nothing. The situation in the Congress becomes worse. Congress's attitude on the issues of Russia, relations with Russia, with China, economy, and other things become worse and worse by the day. As people have the myth that with Gore going down, or Gore advancing rapidly backwards, which I think is a fair way to describe the progress of his campaign, there's a general suspicion that maybe George W. Bush or some other ventriloquist dummy might become the Republican president. And therefore these fellows, are in like sharks in a feeding frenzy, feeling that they can get their insane policies through. The other part about this, which makes it even worse, as I've indicated, is that those who are in bed with Blair, effectively, or with London and Thatcher, on these kinds of policies are incompetent. And some of the better qualified military experts in Britain, for example, would agree on that. They're incompetent. Essentially, the present Secretary of Defense is incompetent. He's a playboy. He's not serious serious strategic thinker. He's an errand boy, a playboy, more concerned with other things than understanding the situation. In general, what I see coming out of government is, in terms of strategic policy, is utter incompetence. It's amateurism. This play about the ballistic missile defense. What I hear is amateurism. Yes, there are people doing studies of serious weapon systems, not of the type you hear talked about in the Congress. That's amateur night. That's idiots babbling nonsense. There's no reality to it. There are new types of weapon systems which go beyond what people think nuclear weapon systems do. The idea that kinetic weapon systems are the ultimate is nonsense. They are not. Kinetic weapon systems have essentially been implicitly, scientifically outdated in principle since the middle of the 1960s. New technologies exist, which continue to be developed, which go beyond anything most people know about. For example, one thing is better known, which I helped to make well known, and Edward Teller helped to make well known back in the 80s. Electromagnetic pulse effects. A few properly designed weapons exploding over parts of Europe and the United States would effectively blow out virtually every personal computer and every piece of equipment which depends upon that kind of electronic circuitry. Just blow it out. Telephone systems would go out of existence. Automobiles that depend upon these kinds of systems wouldn't function. The whole economy would collapse simply because of the vulnerability of the present economy of Western Europe and the United States, for example, to attack by sophisticated modern electromagnetic pulse system weapons. Those exist, they can be delivered, they're real. There are other systems called special effects weapon systems, which are being developed in laboratories, I'm sure in the United States, Russia, and elsewhere. These go way beyond the scope of simple electromagnetic pulse system weapons. They are capable of so-called tactical, that is, of non-strategic military use, but with strategic effects. They're being prepared for use. So these guys in the Congress and elsewhere who are talking about ABM and talking about this don't know what they're talking about. They are utter incompetence. They're madmen. They're babblers. They're ideologues. They're not serious thinkers. The worst thing is at the same time, because we've destroyed industry. If you compare the level of management of top industry in the United States and Western Europe today with the levels of top management in the 1960s and 1970s, what we have today is a bunch of total incompetence. This is not accidental. What we've done, we've eliminated the emphasis upon high-tech technological progress, capital-intensive, machine tool-intensive progress. We've eliminated whole categories of industries. We rely on outsourcing. We rely upon a piece of cookery called benchmarking, which is extremely dangerous for your product, shall we say, and maybe your health. So we don't have managers who are selected and trained to be competent. That our whole system, because of the collapse of our educational system over the past 30 years, because of the collapse of our economy, that we have incompetence has taken over. In many places in government where we used to have competent people, in industry. And this, here we are, we have madmen with a glint in their eye. We have power, they say. A glint in an eye. Let's charge up San Juan Hill another time. It was good the last time. Let's do it again. They don't know what the devil they're doing. And they're up against people who they're making desperate, who are developing such systems, who know about them, and who, pushed to the wall, my best guess, will use them. And in the meantime, if we do not do what the Al Gores and the others are trying to prevent, if we do not revise the world financial monetary system the way I proposed, in an emergency reorganization, this world will disintegrate anyway into a prolonged dark age. So I don't know if you're going to survive. I hope you do. I'm doing the utmost to try to convince you that you must support me and others who are trying to do this. If you don't, your chances are, as they say, zilch. But anyway, look at what was done to Russia. To understand the willfulness and incompetence of the policy which George Bush, Margaret Thatcher, François Mitterrand, and others imposed on Russia in 1991 on, and what has been continued under the present Congress and the present administration. Absolute insanity driving Russia, a proud and potentially very angry nation, which still has powerful weapons and weapons capability, driving them up against the wall, driving China up against the wall, trying to drive India up against the wall, driving Iran up against the wall, destroying the Balkans, not conquering something in the Balkans, destroying it, destroying the whole Balkan economy, sinking the underbelly of Europe, trying to destroying Africa, again with the blessing of the State Department, under Madeleine Albright. This is what is being done. So take a look at it, and I'll get back to you.
When the Berlin Wall came down in November 1989, and when the end of the Soviet system was in sight, the Russian people, after suffering 70 years under communism, had hoped for a better future. Just think of Russia's huge scientific and technological capabilities, which for many decades had been restricted to the military sector, but which now could have been turned into an engine of economic growth for all Eurasia. But at the end of the 1990s, these hopes had been destroyed. Russia's economy underwent a process of disintegration, which sometimes had been described as Africanization. Russia has become a colony of the IMF, dependent on exporting raw materials, while its domestic production of finished goods has essentially been shut down. At the end of the 1990s, Russia's foreign debt has tripled. Most of its former state-owned companies have been handed over to organized crime, and living standards of the Russian people have collapsed. However, contrary to the mythology spread by mass media, the destruction of the Russian economy was not some accident caused by corruption or by stupid reformers and their foreign masters who simply didn't know what they were doing. Rather, this was a deliberate policy of destruction, ordered by Margaret Thatcher, by George Bush, and late Mitterrand, exactly to eliminate the potential for economic development which Russia represented after the end of communism. The other objective of the destructive policies were the looting of Russia. Throughout the 1990s, a total of about $400 billion of wealth had been transferred out of Russia. And by the assistance of well-known offshore centers in the West, this money was then helped to feed speculative bubbles at international financial markets. Actually, the shutdown of the Russian economy and thereby also the reduction of consumption of materials was a necessary precondition for maximizing the criminal profit from this process of looting. The destruction of the Russian economy had been orchestrated step by step by on-the-ground officers of the International Monetary Fund. There had been several hundred of very detailed instructions by the IMF. Actually, in 1996, when some of these very detailed instructions were leaked to the Russian media, Russian dailies raised the obvious question why Russia, under these circumstances, do need to maintain a presidency, a cabinet, and a parliament. Now, the first step of so-called shock therapy in 1992 was the sudden liberalization of prices. This took place under circumstances where most of the production was still in the hand of either public or private monopolies. The sudden liberalization of prices, of course, set into motion a hyperinflationary spiral. And the government helped by increasing its energy prices by 400%. As a consequence, the savings of the people were eliminated, trade was being transferred to the black market, and domestic demand was collapsing, and therefore, as a consequence, also production in Russia was sharply going down. And exactly those industrial sectors which should have created the greatest potential advantage for the modernization of the Russian economy suffered the steepest decline in production. Machine building output fell to 32% of the 1989 level. Light industry even crashed to 11%. The production of crude steel fell from almost 80 million tons in 1991 to slightly above 40 million tons last year. However, because most of the remaining steel production is now being exported, the consumption of finished steel in Russia has collapsed to 1/4 of what it has been in 1992. The sudden liberalization of prices had been accompanied by so-called privatization, which actually had been nothing else but the biggest plundering of wealth by organized crime in the history of mankind. Companies were sold at an extremely cheap price. Academician Lysychkin had published a report documented that after 2 years of privatization, 60,000 Russian companies had been owned by organized crime, and while the overall value of these companies, based on a comparison with Western companies, would have been in the range of $1 trillion. However, the total amount of sales only reached the amount of $7 billion. That is less than 1% of the real value. Edward Luttwak of the Georgetown Center was so happy about this role of organized crime in the privatization of Russia that he even promised to honor organized crime with the Nobel Prize for Economics. So, in any reconstruction, the biggest effort, of course, is to have investments into infrastructure and to get capital investments in industry started. So we can raise the question, have there been investments started after shock therapy? And the answer, of course, is absolutely no. In the years 1992 to 94, capital investments in Russian industry almost ceased to exist. And machine building was among the worst affected industrial sectors, with capital investments even going down by 92%. The collapse of capital investments in other sectors amounted to 96% in light industry, 94% in the construction sector, 95% in agriculture, 86% in chemistry, and 79% in transport and communication. In the years 1991 to 1996, about 60% of all Russian industrial companies did not have any capital investments whatsoever. Now look at science expenditures. Russia once had one of the best scientific cadres in the world, and of course this would have been a vital resource for any reconstruction process. But already during 1991, Russian science expenditures collapsed by 1/3. In 1992, they were again cut in half. By 1998, they have been well below 1/5 of the 1989 level. But this still is only half of the ugly truth. If skyrocketing prices for electricity, taxes, rents, and so on are taken into account, the real money that R&D facilities could spend on their scientific work has fallen to 5% of what it has been in 1989. Wages for scientists had been cut even much more than average wages for Russian workers. In 1992, there still had been 5 million Russian scientists working at R&D facilities. But 3 years later, only 1.1 million had left. About 100,000 Russian scientists had left the country, but a much bigger amount of scientists had simply been transferred from science into simple retail or administrative jobs in order to make their living. Now let's look at transport. The total amount of freight transport in Russia throughout the 1990s has collapsed to 1/3. While railways are still the most important transport system for the Russian industry, the railway transport volume as measured in ton kilometers has fallen to 40% of the 1988 level. Passenger transport volume of Russian railways in 1998 was only half of the 1988 level. On more than 1/4 of Russia's 80,000 kilometer long railway net, speed limits now have been imposed because of overaged railway infrastructure. Now, in early 1995, the IMF suddenly decided that hyperinflation now has achieved its intended goals. Sudden tightening of monetary policy was implemented. So far, the central bank had fed the hyperinflationary process by printing money to buy up state debt. Now this had to stop, and the financing of state debt had been restricted to the issuance of government bonds, in particular short-term GKO bonds, which soon were to become world famous. As part of this process of monetary tightening, the government cut its credit lines to Russia's industry. Russia's economy turned into a non-money economy. And exactly at this moment, the volume of tax debt of Russia's industrial companies exploded. In June 1996, the amount of tax debt reached the equivalent of $75 billion. All domestic liquidity in the Russian economy was now being channeled into the build-up of the GKO pyramid. However, as all the available liquidity had been absorbed, even promised GKO yields of 40% and more were no longer sufficient to keep the pyramid scheme going. Already in 1996, the government deregulated Russia's financial markets in order to attract foreign money into the GKO bubble. However, this deregulation of financial markets took place in the worst possible moment, shortly before the outbreak of the Asia phase of the worldwide financial crisis. The ruble came under attack. The central bank had to spend most of its foreign exchange reserves and had to increase its interest rates again and again, and by this also pushed up GKO yields. Finally, in August 1998, in spite of a $22 billion IMF rescue package, the whole GKO bubble fell apart when Russia had to declare a debt moratorium. Now let's look at the impact of these policies on the private households in Russia and of the health situation of Russian people. Between 1992 and 1996 alone, the real wages of Russian people fell by 52%, pensions by 45%. About half of employed people now receive wages at or below the subsistence minimum. But still, the truth is much worse, because even these extremely low wages are in many cases not being paid due to the payment crisis of Russia's corporate sector. At the same time, the social protection system has fallen apart and health expenditures are extremely low. And this has now caused a comeback of many poverty-related diseases in Russia. As an example, cases of tuberculosis have more than doubled during the first 5 years of shock therapy. The dramatic decline of real income of private households has also caused an unprecedented depopulation process in Russia. The birth rate in Russia has fallen to only half of what is required to replace the present generations by their children. In its entire history, including during wartime, Russia has never experienced such a low birth rate. Furthermore, as a direct consequence of shock therapy, the mortality rate in Russia has sharply increased and is now among the highest in Europe. Life expectancies in all successor states of the Soviet Union have fallen below the level of 1981. In Russia, male life expectancies have fallen from 64 years in 1990 to 57 years now. The combined effect of these trends is that in the first 6 years of reforms, 3 million Russian people died prematurely and 5 million were not born. In this sense, the Russian reform of the 1990s claimed more victims than the mass famine in the early 1930s. As the leading Russian economist Sergei Glaziev has documented in his book Genocide, Russia and the New World Order, the effects of the economic disintegration on the Russian population are fulfilling the definition of genocide established by the UN International Convention. The Convention identifies as an act of genocide the premeditated creation for any group of people of such conditions of life as are intended to cause the physical destruction of the group in whole or in part. According to Glaziev, the post-1992 genocide in Russia can indeed be compared to 3 other catastrophes in Russia: Napoleon's invasion, the civil war after 1917, and Hitler's aggression.
When the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, it was widely touted as the victory of the free market system over communism. This was not actually the case, because at the same time that the Soviet Union was collapsing, the Western banking system was collapsing as well. Thanks to Richard Nixon taking the dollar off of gold in 1971, the high interest rate measures of Paul Volcker in 1979, and a series of banking deregulation and tax changes during the early 1980s, by the end of the 1980s, with the real estate bubble popping and the junk bond bubble popping, the United States banking system itself was bankrupt. Coming out of World War II, the United States was the most powerful nation in the world. And as such, it represented a strategic threat to the international oligarchs centered in the city of London. The United States was public enemy number 1 and had to be destroyed. In order to do this, they opened up a flank called the Cold War and helped build up Russia as a counterweight to the United States. And when the Soviet Union fell, the plans changed. As long as the Soviet Union represented a credible military threat, we had to keep some elements of the U.S. industrial capacity alive so that we could respond to that Soviet threat. But when the Soviet Union fell, then we were able to turn loose the parasites in our own economy and go after what remained of U.S. industry. It was, in fact, the fall of the Soviet Union that made the derivatives bubble possible. Now, to destroy the Soviet Union and its successor states, the oligarchy adopted an inside-outside strategy. From the outside, the International Monetary Fund, led by Harvard's Jeffrey Sachs and others, the issue of shock therapy to go in and destroy the Soviet system, to destroy the factories, to destroy the employment, to break down the very essence of society, work shortages, price hikes, things were unavailable. The whole system broke down. Now, the inside job of this pincer movement was through the mafias. Into this chaos, the West deployed a lot of money to build up the Russian mafias, to build up organized crime, to help destroy Russia from within. We taught them to steal. We sent in the lawyers, the bankers, the accountants to teach the Russian mafia how to properly launder money. We helped extract tons and tons of raw materials. We helped flood the country with drugs. We helped, in short, destroy the entire Russian system. That way, the thinking was, Russia would not remain a strategic threat. Therefore, we could safely take down the U.S. economy. By 1995, organized crime in the black market accounted for 45% of the Russian economy. But at the same time that Russia was collapsing, the West was collapsing. During the 1980s, the so-called boom years, we took on several dollars in debt for every dollar's gain in GDP. And GDP itself is an inflated figure. By the late 1980s, the banking system was gone. We had the S&L crisis. The Texas banking system disintegrated. We had, in 1990, Citicorp was secretly taken over by the U.S. government. And in 1991, we had a series of big shotgun mergers among the big banks. Now, in 1987, Greenspan was brought in to build the bubble. Greenspan, whose background includes being part of the Ayn Rand cult and also a stint at J.P. Morgan, the two things which go together, decided to help launch the derivatives bubble. If you compare the growth of derivatives over the 1990s to the level of world trade in goods and the level of gross world output or world GDP, you can see that there's no comparison. Derivatives have skyrocketed. World GDP itself is an inflated figure, but derivatives have run much higher than that. And meanwhile, in the United States, the real economy has dropped about 50%. The physical economy as measured per capita, per household, per square kilometer, by a market basket of production and consumption of physical goods, a 50% drop, while all the money numbers have gone sky high. Look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which is it's no longer industrial. It doesn't really represent anything except a perception index. But look at how the Dow has grown since the Berlin Wall fell, since we were able to turn the parasites loose on the U.S. economy. You know, U.S. companies, they don't produce products anymore. They produce a stock price. They produce debt. They produce all sorts of paper, which then be speculated on and thrown into the derivatives bubble. And that's what the Dow Jones represents. Another way to look at it is to look at the way that the information society, the information age companies have taken over. America Online, which is an online service, an internet service, has a larger market capitalization, the value of all of its stock, than Ford and General Motors put together. And Yahoo, the search engine, is as big as General Motors. And it's even worse if you look at the steel industry. eBay, the online flea market, is worth more than all of the U.S. steel companies combined. This is insane. We have an economy which doesn't produce anymore. It's all paper. And this paper is crumbling. We're in the midst of the biggest bubble in history breaking apart. which ironically brings us right back to Russia. Having destroyed the Russian economy, Russia can no longer pay its debts. In the fall of 1998, Russia defaulted on its debts and sent the global financial system into panic. There were billions of dollars worth of losses on bad derivatives bets and other things in Russia. And there was a general fear that the political control of the system was breaking down. And what's keeping the system alive at this point is merely political control. And when that breaks down, or when the physical economy completely breaks down, then the bubble is going to go. Now, to deal with this crisis, the Fed and the other central banks in the West pumped in billions of dollars worth of cash into the bubble. This, of course, temporarily saved the day. They bailed out long-term capital management. But it didn't solve the problem. They became locked into a pattern of widespread market manipulations. This summer, they had to run another type of bailout to save the giant Tiger hedge fund and other hedge funds that were involved in the yen carry trade. And right now, as we speak, there's yet another bailout operation going on to stop the banks who were involved, to protect the banks who were involved in the gold carry trade. So it's market manipulation after market manipulation. There never was a free market. That's just a nice name for the oligarchic system. But they're having to manipulate it and intervene more and more all the time. Every time they plug one hole, they rip open a new hole, and the bubble gets bigger and bigger. We had a chance at the end of the 1970s to turn this system around to save the world economy and to save the world. And instead, we chose to go with Paul Volcker and his controlled disintegration. We had a chance in the late 1980s to save the system again, and we didn't. We chose to go with Alan Greenspan and his bubble. Now, Greenspan is going to go down as the stupidest banker in history, the architect of the worst bubble the world has ever known. But there's no need for the world, no need for us to go down with him. This time, let's get it right.
In establishing a community of principle among nations of the world, including China, India, other Asian countries in particular, we have to recognize that European civilization, which essentially is a byproduct of the influence of Egypt on Greece and of certain revolutionary developments relative to Egypt, which occurred in Greece, that the cultural development of South Asia, East Asia, while it's mixed in modern times with European civilization, is distinct. And therefore the question arises, what inherent common principles exist among nations of European civilization and that heritage, and those of Asia, for example? How can we bring the population of the world together, including those nations which are not directly products of European civilization, which are the largest part of humanity, together with the United States and other nations of European heritage, to find common, deeper principles which will govern their relations one with the other? The way to understand this as Americans is to look at the question from the standpoint of the inside of the history of European civilization as such. I shan't go, of course, in this occasion through everything, but I shall identify the most crucial things which bear directly upon what should be the basis for U.S. foreign and strategic doctrine today, to replace the garbage which is overflowing in our State Department currently. All right, now, Greek civilization is unique. It emerged under the protection and influence of Egypt, Egyptian civilization, which is much older. Now we have indications going back to the 3rd millennium BC of a very advanced culture in Egypt, in some respects more advanced than those we know from a later period. But the Egyptians contributed a foundation as friends and sponsors of the greater Greek, what became the greater Greek culture, which was very important to the Greeks, as was emphasized, for example, by Plato in his dialogues, especially the Critias, the Timaeus, and others. But the Greeks made, in that context, a unique contribution to all civilization. That unique contribution is the basis for what became European civilization. So in that sense, when we speak of European civilization in terms of its characteristic features, we're talking about something that began in Greece and with Greece, although with a certain assistance in the birth from Egypt. The distinction of Greek civilization is the discovery of the principle of the idea. And just think about this for a moment, and then we'll situate where Christianity comes into this in defining modern European civilization. If you look at the oldest known writings of the Greeks, the Homeric epics, for example, you have a picture of primarily of man as like an animal, a plaything of these pagan gods of Olympus, with the exception of a curious figure called the goddess Athena, who sometimes intervened in these things. This is the Greece of the Iliad, the Greece of the Odyssey. Then we come to a later period, after a great reform by Solon of Athens, who founded the first republic in all known history, in his reform at Athens. And his famous poem, which is sometimes referred to as the Constitution, was for the founders of the United States a crucial point of inspiration in defining our Declaration of Independence, our conception of our republic in general, and our Constitution. Then you have a later period, the Golden Age as such, the so-called Age of Pericles, which is the age of a number of developments. The age of Aeschylus, the great tragedian, the age of Sophocles, another great tragedian, and also in sculpture, the work of the famous Scopas and the work of Praxiteles. Now, these sculptors did something relatively unique for that period of history and the preceding thousands of years. If you look at ancient Greek art, sculpture, and ancient Egyptian sculpture from that period and from about 1,000 years earlier, you find it's what we call archaic. It's flat, it's tombstone art. There is no life in it. The statues are assembled on the basis of a triangular base, to be solid in the sense that a student of simple Euclidean geometry would think of a solid figure, stably based. But the great figures of Greek sculpture are not solidly based like that. They're a little bit off balance. But if you look at them closely, they are not really off balance. They represent a figure, a face, or a whole figure caught in mid-motion. And the mind looking at these figures finds something very special about them, which the Romans later could never quite capture, is that the mind senses and recognizes from what seems to be the off-balance characteristic of the statue or the sculpted head, sees in that a body in mid-motion, expressing something, not dead, alive. This is the way we represent ideas in stone. Something fixed, something carved in mid-motion, cut in stone, which suggests to the onlooker something wonderful, an idea. You'll find the same thing, to skip ahead, and go back to about 1498, AD 1498. Go to Milan, and go into a famous chapel there, which has been recently rehabilitated, which you find the portrait by Leonardo da Vinci of the Last Supper. Now, this is a wonderful experience. You go into this room, this chapel-shaped room, and you see the portrayal of the Last Supper on the wall. It's a flat wall, but you see a room in depth. You move in the room, facing the painting, and the painting seems to move with you, just as it would move if you were in an actual room, looking into the room, and from different angles, different points. And above all, the eye of Christ, which is in the center of the painting, follows you directly wherever you go within that chapel. This is the same principle that Scopas and Praxiteles mastered in respect to classical Greek sculpture, expressed as painting. The great paintings of Leonardo da Vinci and his immediate follower, Raphael Sanzio, express the same principle of composition. This is the great contribution of European civilization, is to make conscious, not only in stone, but also in painting, in poetry, in drama, particularly in the great tragedies, the notion of ideas. The same notion of ideas was elaborated greatly by Plato, particularly in his dialogues. And Plato's conception of truth and truthfulness, in opposition to the contemporary degenerate notions of law of our Supreme Court under Rehnquist and Scalia. These were also ideas, the notions of scientific principle, universal scientific principle, which can be discovered by the mind and which can be demonstrated to be universally true in empirical or experimental practice. These are ideas. These are products of the cognitive powers of the individual human mind, powers which no animal has. We make a distinction in knowledge, in the theory of knowledge, and in politics, between learning, as we may teach an animal to learn, or a chimpanzee may teach itself to learn. But a chimpanzee will never discover an idea, not a true idea. They will discover a technique. They will discover a useful technique, but they will never discover a universal principle. Only a human being, the individual mind, can discover a principle. Now, come along a bit to later in history. As a result of the victory of Alexander the Great in destroying the evil Persian Empire, which was a continuation of the even more evil Babylonian culture before then, there was a revolution in the Eastern Mediterranean, which became called Hellenistic culture. And Hellenistic culture, with all its drawbacks and internal faults and difficulties, was the highest level of culture which European civilization reached, essentially, until about the 15th century, until modern times. Then in about 200 BC, about the time that the Roman soldiers murdered the great Archimedes at Syracuse, the Romans, which in the process of becoming the later Roman Empire, placed an increasingly dominant role in the Mediterranean. The level of culture of European civilization collapsed. The Greek classical tradition was crushed under the brutish heel of Roman and Roman imperial culture, Latin culture. It took a long time for mankind to recover the level of civilization to that which had existed in the Hellenistic period, the period of Aristophanes, the greatest scientist of Egypt, who was also a Greek. Every development in European civilization upward since that time has been based on two things. First of all, the Hellenistic or Greek culture, which was still widespread, though subordinated, in the Middle East, was the culture of the apostles in the time of Christ. There was no Hebrew language spoken at that time. There was a Hebrew written script, but how to pronounce it what it meant was somewhat in doubt. You had an Arabic language, Aramaic, which is the predecessor of some of the languages of that area today, and you had Greek. And the cultivated, educated people of that area, including some of Christ's apostles, as you may note, thought and wrote in classical Greek, the classical Greek of Plato. Exemplary is the case of the Apostle John. Also exemplary is the case of the Apostle Paul with his epistles. So these ideas of the classical Greeks became the foundation upon which Christianity spread its message. The essential contribution of Christianity to this revival of civilization was the principle of Christ that all persons are made equally, man and woman, in the image of the Creator of the universe. And therefore it followed that the acceptable order of society to the Christian was a form of society in which the general welfare was defended and promoted in the sense I've described the general welfare earlier. There was a long struggle to bring this kind of society into being, not because there was any particular plan to build a form of state, but rather there was a commitment to establish relations among people which were consistent with this Christian principle, as the Christian principle made use of Greek culture as a way of propagating its message. The result was eventually the emergence of the first modern nation state, or the first paradigm of a modern nation state in the 15th century in Europe, centered around what is called the Golden Renaissance. This led eventually to the formation of the modern nation state. However, for various reasons, only one nation state ever achieved a durable constitutional form consistent with Christian principle, and that was the United States. This is no accident. What had happened is, in the attempt to found a modern nation state, as in France and in England under Henry VII, and by Isabella in Spain, these efforts were crushed by a financier oligarchy based in Venice. Venice, in order to try to prevent European nation states from developing according to the modern model, organized religious wars within Europe. Europe was torn, as I described earlier, by religious wars up until 1648, and a little bit thereafter, but essentially then. So, as a result of these conditions, no durable form of nation-state republic, constitutional nation-state republic, was ever developed in Europe to the present date. We have a noble experiment in the case of Charles de Gaulle's efforts in the Fifth Republic in France, but as we know, that was destroyed by his successors. Only the United States Constitution represents to this day a form of nation-state republic, which in its Constitution, in its original conception, in its underlying law, and in our best traditions, is consistent with the Christian principle underlying the efforts to form the nation-state during the 15th century. This is not accidental in the sense that we did not create a nation-state on our frontiers. We were not people who took our circumstances and responded to our circumstances and developed a form of society based on these circumstances. Not at all. All of the ideas on which the United States was premised and developed came from Europe directly, including a strong influence directly from Gottfried Leibniz, whose writings were among the most important influences on the United States during the course of the 18th century. The most important influence in shaping what became the Declaration of Independence and our federal Constitution, especially its preamble. So that from the standpoint of Europeans, the United States was their treasure. It was established with the help of Europeans, with the inspiration and backing of Europeans, in order to create in our nation a republic which would serve as a model and rallying point for the creation of similar republics, sovereign republics, throughout the world, especially in Europe. That is our special, exceptional quality as a nation, a quality we have often betrayed. This is the secret of the power of the United States, not as physical power, but the power to influence the world, the power to provide certain contributions to development of a community of principle globally. Now, these principles, in order to be effective, to be accepted in China, to be accepted in India and elsewhere, must be understood in their universal aspect. From the beginning of Christianity, this was understood. You have the writing of that great Jewish writer, Philo of Alexandria, who expressed this confidence in what we call an ecumenical principle. That there are certain principles which are common to certain forms of religious belief. The Judaism of Philo, for example, or Christianity, or its currents in Islam. These monotheistic currents, which understand there are universal principles underlying human existence, underlying the universe as a unity, and that we must find in each religious current, we must find our atonement with those universal principles. A more recent example of this came in the 18th century with the great Moses Mendelssohn, who also expressed the same principle. Moses Mendelssohn was an Orthodox Jew who made a revolution which resulted, to a large degree, he was a chief contributor to the emergence of modern German culture, together with his friend Lessing. He also was ecumenical. He remained an Orthodox Jew to the day of his death, devoted, and explained that, but he was ecumenical. Similarly, in the 15th century, one of the great founders of modern civilization, Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa, wrote a paper, De Pace Fide, expressing the same principle. So our view as representing a civilization, European civilization, which is Christian and classical Greek in its origin, is an ecumenical view of mankind as a whole. We hold it to be true that all men are created equal, that all parts of humanity are united by underlying principles which may have to be discovered, but which nonetheless exist. The nature of human beings in all parts of this planet is the same. Some people degenerate from that standard, but we call them degenerates. Yeah? But generally, every human being, every baby born is good, because every baby born has this cognitive power for discovering truth, for discovering principles, for contributing to the improvement of the human condition. It's their natural quality. And the function of society is to bring this forth and nurture it. Man is not inherently evil. Man is inherently good. But as Christianity teaches, man often errs and must be redeemed. Thus, our concern as a secular society must be to respect this principle, to understand how important the nation state is in providing the only form of society in which there is true equality, in which every individual human being is respected and defended as being made equally in the image of the Creator of the universe, and must be so respected, so treated, so nurtured, so educated, not the way we're educating them today, destroying our own children with our rotten education system. That is the basis for foreign policy. We find in looking abroad, as I have, had some familiarity with the history, cultural history of India, its Sanskrit and Vedic background. I've had some acquaintance with China, certain aspects of it. I've been otherwise educated on this subject by others. And we find that in China, as in the teachings of what we call Confucius and Mencius, there is in ancient China the same kind of tradition which we honor in terms of principle in our own society. We find in India the same thing. Therefore, the approach we must take is an ecumenical approach. We must understand that all human beings, from whatever their backgrounds are, have the same potential for goodness. Our job is to bring that forth, to encourage people to be as good as they are born to be, to be redeemed, to redeem the nations, and to build a form of community of nation states on this planet which shares that commitment, which understands one another in terms of these common principles, as Philo of Alexandria attempted to express this, as the Christians, especially John and Paul, emphasized this, as a great theologian, Christian theologians like Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa expressed this in De Pace Fide, as we have always understood it, the best of us in the United States, and as Mencius and Confucius before him and others have also understood this. We must bring this forth. That should be the foreign policy of the United States. Our foreign policy and our strategic policy should not be, who do we kill tomorrow? Who is our enemy that we must fight? War is not the natural condition of mankind. It's an errant condition of mankind, produced by defective cultures, especially by the kind of oligarchical culture which treats some people as animals. For example, let's take our educational system as an example. What does our educational system do today? Let's compare it with my childhood and youth. Well, I can tell you frankly, it was bad then, relative to what it had been in other countries and our own countries earlier. We had a problem that not too many people were educated properly, but those who had a proper education had a better one in the 19th century, the late 19th century especially, than we had in the 20th century. And those who went to schools in the 1920s and 1930s had, though they had less education, had a better education than we do today in our schools. Education has degenerated over the course of the late 1940s, 1950s and on. We give people more education, but it gets worse and worse as we mass produce it. So therefore we have undermined our people. We don't teach history anymore. What person knows in school today about ancient Egypt? What person in school today knows what was Egyptian culture in its high point in the middle of the 3rd millennium BC? Who knows in school today what the change in the conception of man and man's relationship to nature was in the period from the Homeric epics through the Golden Age, through Plato? Who knows what the significance of Christian civilization is? Who knows what the degeneracy of the Latin Roman culture was and its terrible effects on us to this present day? Who knows what's wrong with our science education today? What's specifically rotten in it, the way it's taught? Who knows these things? We educate our children not to be thinkers, not to be citizens, but to be cattle, to be human cattle. You are going to become a cow. In this school, we will teach you how to become and think like a cow and be happy about being like a cow. If you don't agree with us, we'll stuff you with Ritalin. That's our educational system today. We don't teach history anymore. We don't teach science anymore. We teach information, which is merely a confusion, a scattering of this and that. So therefore we have to rebuild our society, but I think, and history teaches us, the best way to rebuild a society, to rebuild this stinking education system which we impose upon our children today, to clean up that stinking entertainment which we call television today, and similar things. We have to have a sense of mission. And the mission now is, faced with the worst financial crisis in all world history, faced with the danger of new kinds of warfare, faced with the danger of a planet collapsing into a new dark age, we have to adopt as a sense of mission the determination that these things shall not happen. That we are going to mobilize our population and bring together people of goodwill from around the world for a common purpose. The common purpose is to develop man and to build a community of principle among sovereign nation states which will attack these problems as collaborators. In that work, typified by our need to accelerate our exploration of space, we as a nation and we as nations must adopt a sense of mission. We have to explore this universe. Do you know some of the terrible things that have happened to this planet in the past thousands of years? Do you know what happened when the glaciers went into their fast phase of melt? Do you know what happened to this planet about 12,000 years ago, when the glaciers were at their peak rate of melting? Did you know that whole civilizations were wiped out as the levels of the seas rose by 300 to 400 feet to the level, today's level, above which they had been earlier? Do you know the terrible things of meteorites and so forth have brought upon this planet? Do you know how vulnerable we are on this planet Earth because we have not yet been able to reach out and control some of the forces in the solar system and beyond, which might imperil the very existence of humanity in times to come? We have to get out into space. We have to understand the principles which operate there. We have to learn to control our environment, the environment of the solar system, as well as the environment of planet Earth. So therefore, in fighting against poverty, in fighting against war, and fighting against the threat to destruction of humanity in the future, we must adopt a sense of mission and national mission. In a larger sense, the same sense of mission that President Kennedy tried to provoke with his proposal, highly successful, remember, for a manned moon landing within the decade. It worked. I think that with that example, we can say it will work again. This time, not just a manned moon landing, but beyond. And let's bring this planet into order at last. Let us build what John Quincy Adams envisaged as a global community of principle. And let's build it now, before it's too late.
Now you've heard what Lyndon LaRouche, who today is a declared candidate for the Democratic presidential nomination, has had to say. And I imagine that you might ask, well, what do our leaders in Washington think about this? What does our government think about this? Do they know what Mr. LaRouche is saying? What's their assessment? Well, I can tell you that what Mr. LaRouche has presented to you today has been presented many times to members of the Congress, both in the U.S. House of Representatives and in the Senate. It's been presented to leading layers of every relevant department of the federal government, and it's been presented to President Clinton himself through members of his staff. In the Congress, there's very little positive that I can say, Oh, there are some good people in the United States Congress, but for the most part, as the world saw during the disgusting spectacle that was known as the impeachment of Bill Clinton, the Congress itself is dominated, it's ruled by a bunch of incompetent Neanderthals, by ideologues. As for the Clinton administration itself, the problem is a different one. First, keep in mind that many members of Bill Clinton's administration, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, Defense Secretary Bill Cohn, and indeed Clinton's own Vice President Al Gore, act on policies on a daily basis that are in direct opposition, direct disagreement with the explicitly stated policies of the president. Bill Clinton knows that Lyndon LaRouche is right on the crucial points that you've just heard. And particularly on fundamental questions, Bill Clinton is in agreement with Lyndon LaRouche. But he's afraid to act. He's afraid to move against what are admittedly powerful forces. He's afraid that the American people won't understand, that they won't support him. So what we've witnessed repeatedly is the president himself taking steps, weak steps, in a positive direction, or directing members of his administration, people who he trusts, people like Strobe Talbot, for instance, as well as others, to take what are weak steps in a positive direction. But he repeatedly does so without laying out the full truth. President Clinton does not, he will not, for instance, say that it is the British that are out to break up Russia and are behind the destabilization in the Caucasus region. Just say straight out that the U.S. policy is to oppose this destabilization, but that a pack of British agents, allied with people like Zbigniew Brzezinski, his protege, Madeleine Albright, and George Bush, are pushing the British policy of busting up Russia via destabilization operations in the Caucasus, in Central Asia, and elsewhere, but that the United States is opposed to this policy. And it's the failure to do precisely this that repeatedly results in this administration, despite its usually benign intentions and motives, to find itself in the midst of disaster. It is, ladies and gentlemen, fundamentally a crisis of leadership. It is Bill Clinton's problem, but it's your problem too. Because today, in the midst of this situation, in the midst of what is probably the worst crisis that our nation has ever faced, you have to change. You must provide Lyndon LaRouche with a mandate by which a LaRouche-formulated alternative can and will be adopted. Thank you.
Allahu Akbar! I'm Bob Baker. I grew up on a family farm in Iowa, went to Iowa State University, participated in the Army during the Vietnam War, and ended up farming and working at an agricultural bank in the middle of the ag crisis in the 1980s. This was a very tough time for the economy. And in the process, I ran into the ideas of Lyndon LaRouche. It's totally beautiful. I studied LaRouche's ideas closely. I watched and listened to many speeches by LaRouche discussing economics, the history of our country, and the type of cultural decay that was setting in with the rock, drug, sex counterculture, which we were in the middle of at that time. And in the process, develop a deep appreciation that these ideas must be brought back to the country, and this nation must survive based on these ideas of economic production. We needed to restore the family farm in a large way. We need to have privately owned businesses. We needed to stop the control of monopolies. And in that process, I come to understand and participate in meetings, teach classes later, and now work full-time with the LaRouche organization to bring to people an understanding of the economic system our nation was founded on and why we need to go back to that. So in that regard, I want to thank Lyndon LaRouche and celebrate this 100th birthday of Lyndon LaRouche, and thank you, Lyndon LaRouche, for these fantastic ideas and the courage and leadership you provided to set in motion a restoration throughout the world. Thank you.
I met the LaRouche movement at a time in my life when I was extremely disaffected by the bread-fed scholar. I thought learning should be about trying to figure something out. And what I found myself surrounded by was jumping through hoops to pass a test, achieving grades. It didn't matter when you left school at the end of the term whether anything that you had just gone through actually stayed with you if you got your pat on the back. And for me, that wasn't good enough. So meeting the LaRouche youth movement, reading papers by Lynn, looking at the conjecture of science, art, politics, these ideas were real. The discussions among young people who were similarly interested in these ideas, it was almost like going home to my home planet. And that's quite captivating. And Lynn's movement gives you a way to find your own way in discovering these ideas and using them to transform the shape of human history. I also had the great fortune or opportunity to meet Lynn myself and speak to him one-on-one many times. And I was very struck that he really cared about the individual that he was talking to. He was talking to heads of state. He was writing papers that would change the course of the next 1,000 years of human history. He knew everything. And at the same time, he immensely cared for the person, the individual right in front of him. So for these reasons and many more, I thank you, Lynn, for your great work, and further commit myself to joining you in that fight. Happy birthday.
And it's my honor and pleasure, as always, to introduce to you Lyndon LaRouche.
Thank you, Dennis. And thank you, Mr. President. What I shall do is to give you the situation in which this problem of Africa today is situated. The situation both as it bears upon our condition. This is not something in some other country with which we may or may not be concerned as our moral inclinations guide us. This is something which affects us directly. If Africa dies, most of us will die. I'll indicate that to you somewhat. But also there's a second question, is what do we do about it? How do we change it? Not simply how do we condemn it, but how do we change it? How to reverse it? Perhaps how do we go forward in order to provide for the people of Africa who are now being victimized what they have long deserved and have not yet received? The opportunity to develop their own nations and to participate in those things which the rest of us, at least used to, consider our right. Now, look around you and get a glimpse of reality. This is not a story on a television screen. This is not a story in a book or a play on a stage. This is reality. This is not about Africans. This is about you. You're in the same play. You're in the same world. And the things that are hurting the Africans are already hurting most of you, whether you're in the United States or some other country. What threatens Africans is threatening you, whether you're in Africa, the United States, or any other part of this planet. It affects people in Iran. It affects people in China who may not, in the hinterlands of China, where the development now in progress is not yet fully reached. It affects their destiny. It affects the people in North Korea who are subjected to a famine being fostered by the friends of George Bush in the Koreas and in that part of the world generally. We are all affected. We're in the same drama. The same evil that is killing Africans is killing us, or will kill us soon. The same evil is responsible for blown out credit cards in the United States, for the increase of the death rate, for the person that is turned away from the hospital that no longer exists to die, for the person who is left on the streets to die because they didn't have the right cards to be admitted for treatment, for the people who are suffering from diseases because of the deterioration of the environment, or suffering from diseases, epidemic diseases, which we once brought under control. The people who are hungry, the people who are afraid of certain parts of the city where people are killing in a kind of new age orgy of drugs and death. Little children, teenage children are considered the most dangerous criminals in this country. It's part of the same problem. We are in a decaying civilization and have been in a decaying civilization for the past 30-odd years. Gradually, as our society has been decaying, as our morals have been decaying, as our commitment and institutions have been decaying, as the economy which affects us all has been decaying, things become worse and worse and worse. Now, for the ordinary human being who doesn't always think too carefully, who thinks too selfishly, who thinks too narrowly, who thinks too much in terms of locality and in terms of the passing moment of central experience in personal life, 30 years is a long time. In the course of history, 30 years is not a long time. It's like a moment. And the evil that we did to ourselves 30 years ago, or that we tolerated to be done to ourselves, has caught up with us 30 years later. It has been 30 years downhill. If you could take, remember you've probably seen sometime these so-called lapse time photography. You take a camera and you take it out in the garden or you take it in a hothouse and you aim it at a plant and you click a frame every few minutes or so forth. Now you take that film, which is clicked a frame every few minutes, and you speed it up to, say, 16 or 32 or whatever frames per second. And now you see the weed that was growing, moving and writhing. You see the flower exploding. Yeah? And you say, oh, if you just get the right time scale, how different plant life looks. Or you can do the same thing with a bacteriological culture done under a microscopic procedure, the same thing. Now look at this past 30 years with the eye of lapse time photography. Look at the changes in our society, all over the world, in terms of lapse time photography. Think of how things were different and mostly better in the United States 30 years ago. Think of neighborhoods, say in Washington, D.C., which 30 years ago may have been somewhat poor, but were habitable, which were secure, where families lived and raised children. Think of Howard University. Think of the hospitals that were here that are no longer here. Think of the killing in the streets now, which was not there 30 years ago. Now think over 30 years. Think of the process of change, of deterioration of life around us. And 30 years is not such a long time. It's a moment. So don't think, well, what we did 30 years ago, that's not important. Let's talk about more recent events. But more recent events were shaped by decisions we made 30 years ago. The child is the parent to the adult. From the child comes the adult. From the decision comes a process of growth, a process of change. And to understand how the change came about, you've got to go back to when the change started. We changed our values, we changed our ideas. 30 years ago, we were a very bad and shocked nation here. We had just gone through two great shocks, and some other shocks as well. The first shock was 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis. And you had people going to church who didn't know what one was and crowding in. That was a short period of time, but they did it. You had even Washington bureaucrats going to church. And everyone knows they're heathen. Then you had, 13 months later, you had the assassination of a president of the United States who had been a hero. And nobody did anything about it. They did what the old Southern sheriff used to do when a woman was reported to be raped. Even before he found out if the woman was raped, he'd go out and find some poor boy out there, grab him and hang him. And they took this Lee Harvey Oswald, who was actually a government agent, who had actually sent a telegram to J. Edgar Hoover warning against the threat of an assassination in Dallas-Fort Worth. And they took him out and they hung him. They shot him. And then they tried him after he was shot with no evidence. They had a commission to invest. They didn't allow a trial to occur, which should have occurred in Texas. They set up a special commission among people who included those who would help to arrange the killing of the president. They called it the Warren Commission. And everybody knew it stunk. And these two shocks, the fact that the missile crisis, where everybody thought they were going to be vaporized by nuclear weapons coming in on missiles the following day. And they faced that reality in a period of a week or 2 weeks here. And the second thing, a president was shot. Then you had the shocks after that. You had the shooting of Malcolm X. Then you had the shooting of Martin Luther King, which was almost the end of our morality. And nobody cared about that. We all knew who was targeting Martin Luther King. It wasn't some poor guy who didn't even know what rifle to buy, who struck a plea bargain to keep from being executed. We knew it was J. Edgar Hoover. We all knew it. Everybody in the movement knew it. Everybody who was watching knew that J. Edgar Hoover was involved in the killing of Martin Luther King. He was his avowed enemy. Now, what did that do to the America people who had gone through the shock of the missile crisis, who had then gone through the shock of a president being killed, or a lot of young people in this country, who are baby boomers, that we call them today, who had been involved in the idea of truth, and to them the civil rights marches and the civil rights movement as expressed by Martin Luther King's leadership was that truth. And Martin wasn't just a civil rights leader. He was something special. Martin was a man of Gethsemane. He was a man who could say, as he said before he died, he's a man who could walk to the mountain or into the Garden of Gethsemane and be presented a cup and say, if it is thy will, I will drink of this cup. And he did. He said it. This is not an ordinary man. And to lose such a man is a great shock. And all the people in this country who were at that point sensitive and moral and cared, they were driven into deep cultural pessimism by these events. And when you take a people like ourselves, some of us are tougher. I'm tougher in some ways. But most people aren't tough. I know that. I've lived in this society and had to gauge myself against my fellow Americans and others. And most of them are very weak compared to my standard. And I say, well, I've got to save these people despite the fact they're weak. So if I'm tougher, I'll just have to make up for their weakness and try to give them some courage. But when people are hit like that, you get an effect which was sometimes called in World War I shell shock. In World War II, we had another name for it. We called it combat fatigue. I don't know what they're calling it now. They're calling it midlife crisis, I guess. Right? But in any case, when people are in those kind of events, or people witness or participate in a mass disaster like that bombing that occurred in the Oklahoma Federal Building, some catastrophe which hits them immediately, a great storm, a great calamity, people who are not adequately prepared in character and other ways to deal with these things become like frightened sheep. They become highly suggestible. Now, how did they do that to us? These events were used to play upon the broken spirits, the fear of people in the United States and also in other countries. And they introduced a great change in the standards of morality which had prevailed up to that time. After the shooting of the missile crisis and the following shooting of Kennedy, and then finally culminating with the killing of Martin Luther King, this country was no longer, and this people of this country were no longer the people they had been at the beginning of the 1960s when John F. Kennedy was elected. They had changed. They had become demoralized. Those of us who study history know these things because we have seen things. For example, after the terrible period following the French Revolution, which was actually organized from London, France went through a great agony, which culminated in the rise of an evil man called Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte plunged all Europe, together with his adversaries, into a series of bloody wars. The population of France was almost depleted as the young men of France who were dragged off to fight these wars and the great losses from Napoleon's wars. Then, at the end of this period, the most reactionary and evil forces in Europe set up a tyranny, a dictatorship, which is called the Congress of Vienna, sometimes called by those who knew it the Sexual Congress of Vienna, because the Congress was not arranged by the monarchs and others and the other aristocrats who attended it, because they weren't at the conference sessions. The greatest pimp in modern history, Clement Prince Metternich, used his secret police to provide female entertainment, countesses and peasant maidens, to keep Tsar Alexander I and similar potentates amused and entertained, while a few bureaucrats in the back room worked out the agreements under Metternich's direction and the direction of some others, which were imposed on Europe by the Congress of Vienna. All Europe was plunged into a great period of cultural pessimism under an evil feudal reaction. jointly run by the Holy Alliance and the British Empire. And in that period, the people who had been good people, in large part in the prior period, became culturally pessimistic and turned into evil people, people who did evil things. And we are still to this day paying the price in European civilization for the effects on the minds of human beings, European population generally, of that evil reactionary abomination, the Sexual Congress of Vienna. Then we had the experience of this century of World War I, a war which had never been fought, in which the wrong people won. The British started it, and they won it. Then at the end of the war, all principles of Christian morality were abandoned at a Versailles Treaty. No peace can ever be based on vengeance. You pay a price for it. Evil was imposed upon the world. In the United States, President Woodrow Wilson, the man who had organized the revival of the Ku Klux Klan in this country from the White House, a great Democrat, plunged the country into a depression by shutting down the economy at the end of the war. I was born during that period. And during the 1920s, the American people went crazy under the influence of Wilson and Coolidge. Don't blame Hoover, it's Wilson and Coolidge. Two very evil people who happened to be, among some other evil people, presidents of the United States at one time or another. The Idi Amins of the United States. We were plunged into cultural pessimism. I can recall as a young person the moral degeneracy which had gripped my parents' generation during the 1920s. Then you could look across the water at a later time, back in the 1930s when I became interested in these things. And a great cultural pessimism and moral degeneracy had swept over Europe as a result of the Versailles Treaty. Immorality, deep pessimism, typified by a Nazi by the name of Martin Heidegger, a professor of existentialism and the spiritual father of his follower, Jean-Paul Sartre of France, otherwise the inventor of Sartre masochism, which he gave us Frantz Fanon, among other things. Pessimism. Out of that, we got Nazism. We got fascism in Germany. We got the conditions which led into a Second World War. When we came back from the Second World War serving overseas, we had come back filled with optimism from the fact that under Roosevelt's leadership, we had rebuilt this broken economy, not only as a war economy, but rebuilt as an economy, as Lincoln had built the United States into the world's greatest economic power at the end of his presidency, continuing into the next century. The great industrial revolution of the 19th century began here in the United States. In the middle of the last century, the United States was economically the most advanced, most powerful, militarily, economically, and in technology in the world. It was American technology which, blended with German science, created the industrial revolution in Germany in the last quarter of the last century. We were demoralized too. The history of this country is full of the demoralization. Is when the other side, the spawn of the Confederacy, such as Grover Cleveland, Teddy Roosevelt, and Woodrow Wilson, all great admirers of the Confederacy, took over and plunged us into Great Depression. During the same thing that happened as a result of the 1960s. And when you look at history, as I've just described a few highlights, it's easier to understand. You go into the philosophy departments of our universities and junior colleges or so-called community colleges today, and in what passes for philosophy departments do they teach? They teach the doctrine of the father of Nazism, Friedrich Nietzsche. They teach the philosophy of a similar existentialist, the Nazi professor Martin Heidegger. They teach the philosophy of Jean-Paul Sartre and Frantz Fanon, who was a student of Sartre, all of whom are Nazis. The common characteristic of the list of the retinue that President described from Dar es Salaam University, what they were educated in that made them Nazi-like butchers, and they are Nazi-like butchers. If you read their speeches and statements, you'll recognize that. They were trained in Nazism at Dar es Salaam University under Julius Nyerere, then the president of Tanzania, who was the British intelligence controller for that region of Africa at that time, who controlled every government except his, and they got rid of him, in Uganda in that period. They controlled the succession of power. The guy that brought Museveni to power in Uganda, all trained together with the present dictator of Eritrea, the present dictator of Ethiopia, the present dictator of Rwanda, the present dictator of the so-called resistance movement in invading Sudan, John Garang, the criminal who turned politician, Laurent Kabila, one of the worst criminals ever to appear on the face of this earth, and I mean just straight criminal, who is now the so-called president-designate of Congo. The same Frantz Fanon, that's what they were indoctrinated in. Frantz Fanon wrote the Mein Kampf of Africa, in which many people in this country also were educated as a liberation philosophy. We have in this country, in our universities, we are saturated with admiration among our young people with the teaching of people who are part of the same tradition and express the same philosophy as the Nazis. The Nazi philosophy, which is typified by the teachings of the Nazi professor Martin Heidegger. You have people who are otherwise influenced by Adorno, Theodor Adorno. Theodor Adorno of the Frankfurt School. Hannah Arendt, who's Adorno's friend and also Martin Heidegger's friend. Hannah Arendt once used to sleep with Martin Heidegger and admired him to the end of his life, despite the fact that she was Jewish and he was a Nazi. This depravity, this spiritual depravity, is hegemonic in the philosophy departments of our universities and community colleges today, which typifies the fact that since the mid-60s, European civilization, notably the civilization of the United States, has been corrupt, decaying, degenerate, as has happened in earlier periods of history. As a result of that degeneracy, what we would not have tolerated while Kennedy was alive, a great genocide now ongoing in Africa, which is more serious, more pervasive, and more cruel than the genocide which the Nazis perpetrated under wartime conditions in Eastern Europe against Jews, Gypsies, and others, is now ongoing. The American population so far has been generally indifferent to the fact of this genocide. The leadership of the foundation-approved African American movements, including the black congressional Caucasians, generally are supporting the butchers who are killing the Africans. Americans don't care, even though leading news media, including, of all places, that pestilence, the Washington pestilence here in Washington, on the front pages, have described in some detail and with some degree of accuracy the nature of the crimes going on. No one cares. People are talking about human rights in China. We have in the United States, we have the same percentile of the population in prison as they do in China. Shall we make sanctions against the United States? We have slave prison labor privatized in the United States in the prison systems of the state and federal system. Shall we pull sanctions on the United States? We have corporations, and we have a former president and his friends in the United States who are heavily invested and profiting from genocide in Africa, as George Bush in the case of the Barrick Gold operation and other operations. We have people in the United States, including some people in government institutions, who, contrary to government policy, that is presidential policy, executive department policy, are collaborating in allowing Israeli gun runners to take US-made weapons stored in Uganda and ship them into forces which are invading Congo-Brazzaville at this time. We condone this. We have two members of the Congress, Chris Smith from Trenton, New Jersey, and Frank Wolf from Northern Virginia, who are members of a British intelligence organization called Christian Solidarity International, which is fronting for the genocide in Africa. How are such things possible? How is this hypocrisy possible? Because we have become, as a people, morally degenerated, morally decadent, even relative to what I thought was the very poor quality of our morality 30 years ago and longer. So therefore, when you say something is happening in Africa, genocide in Africa, we are not simply talking about something on the African stage. We're not simply saying have empathy for the suffering people of some foreign country as if they were some foreign planet. What we're seeing is the symptom in Africa of the moral self-destruction of the entire civilization. So therefore, you cannot cure the problems of Africa by simply addressing the problems of Africa, though they must be addressed. Because to address something means that you intend to succeed, not simply make a token protest. How do we succeed in reversing what is going on in Africa? Not how do we protest. How do we stop it and reverse it? Well, some people say God is powerful and wise. A civilization in past, again, another thing from history, civilizations and cultures which continue to do what we are doing to ourselves as our civilization and culture. These civilizations have been overthrown like the great empires in the dust of Mesopotamia, which fell one after the other, like Sodom and Gomorrah, which are gone. We have a few relics of that, but it's gone. In the philosophy departments of our universities, I believe. Nations and empires which were evil are gone. They were destroyed. And this civilization, if it doesn't fix itself, will also be destroyed. We are in the process of destroying ourselves. And what does that mean? We used to be a nation which is committed to scientific and technological progress. We used to be a nation that was committed to universal education, and we fought to improve the quality of education and to extend that improved quality to everyone. No longer. In the middle of the 1960s, under the influence of a cultural shock, we went from a nation committed to scientific and technological progress to a post-industrial utopia. We threw our morals in the ash can in order to jump into a bordello called the rock, drug, sex counterculture. Our entertainment is no longer moral. It isn't even fit to watch. And people take a lot of it. We drug our minds. More people are doing it. We kill each other. More people are doing it. Government has become totally immoral. The justice system is no longer a justice system. It's like a hunt. It's like a game hunt, wild game hunt. And the guy who comes back with the biggest trophies, the most money, the most scalps in the prosecution system prevails. What's happening to us? As a result of these changes in economy, in morality, and so forth, the entire system, as it's now structured and has been structured over the past 30 years, is finished. I can't tell you the day it will go under, but the entire world system is now finished. We had statements recently of two types, which you should look at to understand how the Africa problem is situated. First of all, there is no leading circle in governments around the world which does not know the present international financial and monetary system is finished. There is no banking system of any country, possibly excepting China, and that for political reasons, which is not bankrupt. All the leading banks of the United States as a system are presently bankrupt. They're dead. It's just a question of when they fall over. We have been through a crisis this year for about 1 month's duration, from mid-March to mid-April. A shock, a financial shock. We are now headed toward a far more serious one, which may not be the last shock before the system goes under. But the leading leaders of governments and other institutions, such as the Bank for International Settlements, in a recent report, the discussions in the back room preparatory for the G7, G8 meeting, which the heads of state will be attending, are discussing this problem, that the international financial system and its banking system presently are bankrupt worldwide. Not one country, not some other country. They're all bankrupt. And the crisis which is upcoming, triggered by an international real estate bubble crisis, tells everyone that sooner or later, and probably sooner, the big one is coming, when the whole system goes under. What they will be discussing as they walk into the G7 meeting, where the president will be as a speaker, they will be discussing how to try to hold the system together a little bit longer before it blows. In Europe, there was an agreement imposed upon Germany as a condition of unification, imposed by George Bush and company some years ago, 1991, called the Maastricht Agreement, which is an agreement to dissolve the sovereignties of the present nation-states of Europe and to set up a common European currency and a common unrepresented, unelected government as a dictatorship of overall Europe, called the Maastricht Treaty. Up until a short time ago, everyone was convinced this was going through. Then came rumblings, mass strikes, eruptions over unemployment, protests against austerity. Every time the Germans cut the budget, the national budget, in order to meet Maastricht conditions, the fall in the tax revenue base was greater than the amount of budgetary cuts. So every time we cut the budget, the budgetary problem got worse. It happens also in the United States, not as severely. It's collapsing. Now that is doomed. The Maastricht Agreement, while there's a temporary agreement on that effect, continue that, is doomed. It's finished. It's not going to happen. In the midst of this, several other things are happening, which include the statement on Africa by the president recently, which include promises for job-creating programs and things of that sort. These are occurring in Europe. They're occurring in France. In particular, they occurred at the Amsterdam Summit. They're being discussed at institutions in Germany. They're being discussed here. People will be cynical and say, yes, these are fine-sounding programs, but there's no money behind them. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. These are very serious discussions, because everybody in a leading position who has any sense at all in and around governments, whether in the United States government or any other government, knows this banking and financial system is finished. No one can save it. The question is, what do you do? And the image that comes to mind in the United States is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who took us out of a Great Depression, out of a Wilson Coolidge Depression, and under the guise of a war economy, made this nation again the most powerful nation on the planet. And all of us who went through that experience, and those who heard about the experience, said there was a time in the midst of a great crisis when a great president once again reached out to uplift and mobilize the nation to rebuild the nation and to revive it. We need a president to do that, they tend to say. And you've got Bill Clinton. Well, you say, well, Bill Clinton's president. This is going to come on his watch. You're going to have to make Bill Clinton the president who can do what has to be done. It's what you do if you're a citizen. If the president doesn't lack some abilities, you find ways of giving him the abilities he needs and the encouragement, which may take various forms, including harsh ones, to get him to do the job. So what's happening is it's not a hopeless situation. It's a division of the waters. It's a fork in the road. You cannot go backwards. The bridge you just came across is collapsing. There's no way back. You have to go forward. And like Hamlet in Shakespeare's play, you have to decide, as he's discussed and failed in his great soliloquy, to be or not to be. There's one road, which is the old way of doing things, which leads to certain doom for himself and his nation. There's another way, another road, with which he's unfamiliar, which leads away from doom, but he's not familiar with the road. And because of his cowardice, his intellectual cowardice, he refuses to take the new road, and that said takes the road which he knows will lead, and does in the play, to his self-destruction and the destruction of his nation. We have come to that kind of point. Yes, there is a future. The past is dead. That road you cannot walk anymore. Those institutions, those banks, they don't exist anymore, not in that form. But how does the human race go on? What happens to the passengers on the sinking Titanic? First, they must get off the Titanic. But where do they go?